Page number 88, paragraph 2. But if you live day to day with the realization that there is nothing outside, that they are only thoughts without moving forward on your path to reach the top. Good morning, everybody. Let's start our morning Dhamma discourse today. So consider this carefully. At this very moment, where are we living? Are we living in sounds, in colors, in sensations, or are we living inside thoughts about sounds, thoughts about colors, thoughts about sensations, thoughts about ourselves? Well, most of the time, we do not meet experiences directly. We meet experience after the thought has already interpreted it. The sound occurs, and the thought instantly, almost instantly says, someone called me, someone called my name, or squirrel is shouting, bird is chirping. A face appears, and the thought says, my friend, my mother, my father, my sibling. A sensation arises, and the thought says, I am tired, I feel hurt, I feel warm. A memory-like image appears, and the thought says, this is a certain situation, this is past. Same for future. A possibility appears, and the thought says, this is my future. This possibility, it happened now where I was but in your mind, inside. And we consider it as the future. So thought is constantly appearing and disappearing. And what we do is we let it narrate. So now the thought is constantly narrating, constantly explaining, constantly constructing. And because the narration never stops, we begin believing the narration itself is reality. When we believe it, eventually it has become the reality of ourselves. Now, it's not feeling like a reality. Now it is the reality. Now it has become the reality. So today we investigate the theater of thought, the actors, the stories, the stage, and perhaps even the audience. A thought appear, appears. Where was it before it appeared? Could you find? Could you assign it a location? Could you point to it? No. Then suddenly it enters this experience. It speaks. It presents as image, feeling, a story, a conclusion. But it all came, happened, really? Or did this thought was came as an interpretation of what really happened? So once that thought leaves, immediately another thought arrives, and that also disappears. That's how it happens. One after another, thought appear and disappear, appear and disappear. That's how it happens. The stage experience, the theatre experience. In here, this resembles actors entering the stage. One actor play fear, one actor play hope, another play memory, another play regret, desire. They enter, they perform, and then they move. But it happens in a split second. It's like a tiny spark appeared and disappeared. But when this thought appeared, we can't see the disappearance of it. So we think it is staying. And also we forget their performance. We become absorbed. We believe them. We identify with them. We think this is the exact truth, exact reality of this life. We are unable to see it as this is our own mind's interpretation. It is not the reality. And this interpretation differs from person to person. If the same person, if 10 different people get the same sensor content, yet the interpretation is 10 different interpretations because it differs from person to person. Yet another blind belief is this is the same thing for everyone. But the best example is when a sensor contact occurs, some people get sad, some people get happy. If the world is same, then why there are two different things? It has to be the same thing, yet people suffer and one get happy. So how can it be the same world we are living in? How can we believe we are looking at the same world when there are too many different interpretations here? So let's move back to the thoughts. How these thoughts are born. Before a thought exists, there is only possibility. Suddenly a sense of contact occurs. It could be a sound, a color, or a smell, taste, touch, or it could be another thought itself. But let's keep this simple. One of the five sense of contact occurs. When the sense of contact occurs, mind starts to resonate with the same contact, same frequency. Even though we call it a sense of contact, these are all vibrations, frequencies. This is how this process runs through frequencies, not from words. So this sound occurred or vision occurred, the frequency, mind matches it. And now the sound is not alone, it's with more sense of contacts connected. So now all of them appear, all of them resonate with it. And that whole package gets created right here in our mind. This is how a simple sense of contact triggers mind to create a thought through resonance, this resonating process. There's no thought, these are all frequencies. This is driven by some frequencies, and the frequency of the thought gets created, and we call it the thought because it feels like a real thing, but it's basically a current spark, a frequency. There's no alive thing, being, object, three-dimensional object thing, nothing there. It's a frequency, it's a current, it's a spark. Yet, when a thought appears, for us, it feels like a chair there, a table there, a phone there, a dog there, a mother there, a father there. But all of these are just a tiny spark, a frequency, not there, not anywhere else but in our own mind. There's no alive thing in this frequency, this spark, nothing. It just appears and disappears. But this tiny frequency that is not even existing, it appeared and disappeared. But the frequency can be different. That's why different objects. For chair, different frequency. For table, another frequency. But no matter what, all are frequencies. Yet we can't see it as a frequency. We see it as a real object, a dimension with the width, with the depth that exists out there on its own. We can't even see it ourselves. Sometimes we assume, even without us seeing or hearing or anything, it still exists there. That's how this frequency works. That's how this frequency really make us trap us this illusion. Let's take an example. There's a chair in your room. So now you go outside the room, still in your mind, not just assumption, but you strongly feel the chair is still there in your room. But can you see it? Can you feel it? Can you hear it? Nothing. Yet in your mind, you strongly believe it's still there. This is the mind illusion. No, not any of our sense of contact gives it. Nothing, but yet mind strongly believes the chair is there. The same thing happens when even when you're in front of the chair. It's a vision occurring, yet you believe it is strongly there. Whether there's a vision or not, you strongly believe the chair is there. So it's all in your mind, in the thought. Whether you get the vision or not, this strong belief, there's a strong belief the chair is there. This is how the illusion of this thought appears. And this thought itself is illusion. It's a frequency. Let's do something called there. It's tiny spark. A certain frequency appeared, happened, and gone. We don't see it as a frequency. We get it as one whole object that exists out there on its own and strong. Strong to the point, even we are somewhere else, we still feel like it's there. Yet it occurs in your mind right at this moment. Mind assigns it to the place. So even we see it or not, it's always happened in the mind. Mind assigned it. Same process happens. We think we can't see it. So chair is still there. And when we see it, we think the chair is still there. But with or without saying, same process, same blind belief happen. Whether chair is there or not, it all done, created by the mind. So we don't have to see the chair. Same illusion. We think it's different because now we can't see the chair. But whether we see it or not, same mind process, same blind belief. And the thought itself is created. It's not something existing. If we go with this power, as we said, with frequency, what we call thought is also basically a frequency. So this frequency is not something existing. This mind created it. We got sense content. And when we were little, we created this thought, this frequency. There is nothing alive in frequency, but it is like a language of the mind. So now, when we were little, there was sound from ear, colors from mind, and other sense of contacts from the other sense of faculties. All of them got combined and created this different frequency. It is what we call thought. Thought itself is not something existing. It was something that got created at one point in this mind. Yet this frequency, this spark, got triggered again and again and again to the point it got powerful. It can easily be reappear again and again. That's why Jaya appears immediately. For the mind, it's not a Jaya. For the mind, it creates a frequency, a power, an electric like power. This is how each and every object gets created. And that's why, without us seeing the chair, we can remember the chair. Because to begin with, chair was never out there. The chair was always in our mind. That's why, even without seeing, we still create the thought of chair. So it's always the mind, the thought. No matter how real we feel the outside is, it's always in our mind. And when those thoughts appeared again and again throughout our life, we get used to it. Now it comes easily, fast, soon, effortlessly. Note that thought comes from a storage. Like we said, it's a tiny spark, a power, a frequency. Can we store power, the frequency? Only we can do is generate it, just like electricity. We can store electricity. We can generate it. Likewise, thoughts gets created again and again. We cannot store a thought, this frequency. So when the right conditions are met, the thought gets created each and every time. And the sounds or colors or sensations, those sensor contacts triggers them to get created, to appear. It happens through this resonance process. This is how a thought, that frequency, appear and disappear each and every time. There's no stored location. Always, each and every time it gets created, it rebuilt, reconstructed. and destroy, disappear. Basically, like a tiny spark, appear and disappear. That's it. So, this whole process is always behind these thoughts, disappearance. It's basically a story of about a frequency, a spark, not an object, not a thing. Yet we believe there is a life thing. Look how blindly we are trapped in this illusion, in this mind, from this mind. Each and everything that feels real, that, that feels 3D, existing, object, thing, person, anything that feels real is an illusion itself, is a thought, which is a spark. So we are deceived by spark. We believe that's something real, yet it is a spark. And we have believing, we have trapped in this illusion to the point we can't see it as a spark, as a thought. We see it as a real thing. Not even seeing that it's something that's inside the mind, that mind creates it, that not mind creates it, that appears in mind, but something that exists out there. So each and every thought is like this. The size doesn't matter. If it's a thought, if it's a thought, if it's a thought, it's a lie, it's a mirage, it's a spark, it's a frequency. From a tiny grain of sand to the innermost things you ever know is a thought like this. Each and everything is a lie, a mirage like this. Basically, a mirage. Because we feel there's a thought, just like how the mirage is appeared to be, yet mirage is not something existing. The thought is not something existing. Yet it has an appearance and disappearance like the mirage. The best example. So you have to see it yourself, not take any knowledge, but try to see it yourself. Open your eyes, see what's in front of you, and try to observe how this thing, object, a person, whatever is a thought. how it is a thought, how it is not a real thing. Try to see it yourself, try to experience it yourself. If you take an by knowledge, then it becomes another thought, another addition to the collection of thought. But when you see it, when you start to experience it yourself, it gives the awareness of the reality. So, like all these objects, these people, it's created, feels real, like really existing. There is another thought that appear each and every day with those that we assign to outside. That is the self. So the self is another thought, another spark, another frequency that appears with that objects, things out there. So let's take the same example. We see something, a vision occurs, mind creates, we create the thought through that resonance process, and suddenly a chair appears. And at the same time, another thought appears, which is the self. We assign the chair to outside, while we assign the self to inside. Same illusion, same process, two different sparks. We assign them to two different places. Chair to outside, while the self to inside. Now there is me who is looking at that chair. Is it really happening out there? No. It is mind's interpretation. Like we said, there is no chair. Mind creates it. The self is also created by the self mind. There is no something called self. It is just a thought. In the spark, there is no light, there is no object, there is no alive entity here. Just a spark appeared and disappeared. That's it. Yet it has become powerful to the point it creates an illusion of a living entity, a living being, self. So now, in a sense of contact of us, it's always the chair and the self. And we don't even see it as we are thinking this. We feel it. We feel it as the chair is there. And somewhere here, a self is here. That's how we feel it. Yet, it's a lie. It's the illusion of the mind. There's nothing between this chair and this self. Nothing here. This is all illusion that mind creates it and placed outside and inside. Where these thoughts are useful when it comes to communication with other people. Yet it's not the reality, it's not the truth. And no matter what, we still feel the self is real, the self is continuous. Even we feel like this self was there, since childhood. One reason is the self appears each and every time with each and every object, which makes the self appear and disappear again and again so fast, and it creates an illusion of a continuous self. We skip seeing the depth of this thought, we only see the birth of this thought. So we think there is a continuous self, just like the light bulb. We never see the tiny sparks of a light bulb, but there are sparks. Because we don't see it, we see a continuous light beam occurring from the light, and this is the same thing. We don't see the depth of the thought, so we think there is a continuous self-being since childhood to now, the future. That's why we feel the self is real, the self is continuous. So even the time, we, let's say you can say, how can we say, even not in the childhood, I can still remember childhood situations. I still get childhood memories. So that's also another illusion of these parts. Thoughts possess some remarkable ability. It can leave the present, it can revisit the childhood, and it can imagine forever. It can imagine 10 years. Not to say it can imagine nothing that even happened or experienced. Thoughts can create anything. So, as you can see, it can create anything that's not even existing. The thoughts are basically a mirage, an illusion. So we, it can create the things that happened before in that mirage. And because it happened, we believe this thought is real. But it is same as the mirage, that the thought that never happened. Because nothing comes to this moment, nothing appears this moment. Only thing that there is thought is creating something, and that thing can be identical to the previous event. So we mistaken it as we are thinking the past. But the only thing those doing is appearing, creating something. That's how we feel we revisit the childhood. We are thinking about the past. Yet what thoughts doing is creating something. And it can be identical to a past situation. So we mistaken it as we are thinking about the past. But if you try to go in detail, you might not even remember the exact details of this past event because it's an illusion. The thought itself is illusion. It gave us a feeling of that past situation, but it's not the past. It can even create new thoughts, things that never happened. Yet we believe that's why whether it's a really happened or not, both are same because both are all creations. that is no link to previous things. Those thoughts are basically occurring right now, getting created right now. There is no link, there is no bond to previous things that happened. That thing is long gone, but we can create something new that is similar to that previous situation. And that's how we suffer fast. We think we are thinking about some bad situation, let's say a death of a loved one, yet nothing happens right this moment. A thought that is similar to that previous situation was created, but it's not the same situation. But it gives the feeling of the same situation. And we think it's the same situation itself and suffer. And like we say, it's not a thought. Thought is not actually a thing. It's basically a spark, a current, an electricity like power. So how can there be a real power situation in a tiny spark, power spark in this moment? So we can see this solution of thoughts. But it can be same in frequency in the previous situation. So we mistaken it as the same thing itself is here. At each and every time, those are two different thoughts that feel identical. That's how we see past. That's how we see future. It we never shower the future or past. We just created something right this moment. A thought, a spark occurred here, right at this moment. Right now occurred it. Yet, like we assign the thought to outside, to inside, we assign this thought to past. Because mind creates it, and mind can assign it to wherever it wants. And you know, the emotional thing is, no matter we have it assigned, so we have it base it or the timeline or the location, we believe it, we take it as the truth, as the reality. This is the illusional nature of thoughts, of reality. So basically, if we come to this moment, there is nothing else than the sense of content operating. That's the real thing that happens. Sense of content appear and disappear. When the conditions met, sense of contacts appear. It could be a vision, a sound, a smell, taste, anything. And at the same time, from those sense of contents, mind works, creates, becomes, sparks, and that's what we call a thought. thought appears, we cannot stop them. Like how eyes work, like how ears work, our minds is also work. So now we cannot stop it. Yet believing it, what it makes, yet believing what is mind, liberty is the view of fantasy and truth. The sound we stop starting the willing thoughts, driven by thoughts, and when you start to use thoughts, use mind to live, to live. Not that you are driven by thoughts, but you are controlling thoughts. When it comes to thoughts, it's not just the objects, things, even the self itself is a thought. When you keep understanding this truth again and again, the power of thought, the self starts to fade away. You start to realize, experience the truth of this illusion, this thought, this self, these objects. You start to experience it yourself, and within that deep understanding, it experience slowly the power the world have given to these thoughts. This self starts to gradually fade away. Whatever you feel real is the thought itself, no matter whatever, however strong it was, it's a thought. Like they said, you cannot stop those. It's part of the process. It's like how eyes perceive images, or ears get sound, ears sight, mind gives thoughts. It cannot be stopped. Yet they mask the reality. Stop the value, the power, the fire, the burden that comes with that. Stop. And when you start to see this down, you're no longer driven by thoughts, because now you see the truth of thoughts. And with that, the suffering, the emotions, the bypass states that comes with them also slowly fading, gradually. So we'll end our morning Dhamma discourse. So today, Thiron Sun, everybody.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet. Tiruvasarnai Aryan Mahansa. May all our Dhamma friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is a continuation. My colleague, Dhamma friend, just finished a sermon, and this is a continuation of this series, Buddothpado PeoTV English series, which is continued from 8 to 11 p.m. Sri Lankan time, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. And in between, as some of you are aware, there's a discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So during that time, if you have any queries from these sessions, sermons, you can always join through this same Zoom link, and we can discuss in whatever our capacity. And if there is anything that we can't solve or which is not clear to us, we can always direct that question to our noble friend Aryan Mahanse. We are now hearing the true Dhamma message, which was first delivered nearly 2600 years ago by Lord Buddha. At that time, because he understood it with great difficulty and with lots of self research without any teacher to guide, so it was a self experimentation, and the wisdom bloomed, and it was a wisdom that helped to find out this truth. So at that time, Lord Buddha was wondering whether this Dhamma is too difficult for people to understand. He was having second thoughts whether I will be able to pass this message correctly. And in the history, it says a god came and invited him that this is something that has to go to the humankind, and please do continue. But when you analyze it in a deeper level, now we can feel that it may have been the Lord Buddha's mind itself which cleared the doubt itself without, rather than another spirit which has come into the um, action and come and invited. So whatever that is, now we are hearing the same facts that were delivered by Lord Buddha. uh, Buddhism is a deep understanding. Actually, it's not something superficial, but it doesn't depend on the level of the education. We know that even at Lord Buddha's time, there were people, domestic helpers, there were people who were cleaning the toilets, uh, that category, and uh, various tribal people. So all of them understood this Dhamma. So we know that it doesn't actually depend on the book knowledge. Uh, the wisdom is the closest word that I can use. But in Sinhala and Pali, we can use the word prajnava. Uh, so it is a prajnava that has to bloom for a person to understand this Dhamma. So knowing the truth is not something confined to only to Buddhists. So any person is welcome to listen to this Dhamma, because Lord Buddha said, "Come and see, ehipassiko." And if you see, you yourself will be able to understand. So that is the word. The word he used was Sandittika Dhamma. This is a Sandittika Dhamma. That means the self or the system will understand. No one else can do it, and you can't do it as a thought also. It is the inner wisdom that has to bloom, and that is what is going to help to understand this Dhamma. So, therefore, each person needs the courage and determination and willingness to explore this Dhamma and see uh, how it is mentioned, how it is explained. Uh, what is basically Lord Buddha wanted to say was that this is a system, a mechanism, very mechanical thing is happening. A system is functioning. But the most difficult part to understand is that this is happening without a self. As a part of this, as a due to the influence of the avidya, which is the blanket or the umbrella which is covering all these things, the avidya or the ignorance uh, is has blindfolded all the living beings. So we are actually like groping in the dark without knowing exactly what is happening. So what Lord Buddha found out was that this is a system which is functioning from the day that the conception occurred in the mother's womb. That level onwards, it is a system which is functioning. But as soon as the baby is born and the baby is a little bit grown up, few years, the regular label of myself is attached to every thought, every word, and every physical activity. So whatever is done, whatever is talked, whatever is thought, whatever the thought, for everything the myself uh, tag is automatically attached. So the three categories that I mentioned, three constructs of the sankhara, aggregates or constructs. The the mind construct or the mind aggregate is labeled as a thought, and it is my thoughts. And the words are the vachi sankhara or the word constructs or word aggregates. And uh, the physical body is called the kaya sankhara or the body constructs. So underneath all three, actually, what is there is the thought. So sankhara or the construct or aggregate means the appropriate perception or the sanya is happening repeatedly again and again. And because of that, sankhara is something felt as powerful as if it is really there. So that is the point that we have to understand. Every construct or the every aggregate or every sankhara has a power, a current, and that current is the one which gives rise to the feeling that it is real. So that is where the beginning of the feeling of the self also, because uh, the the sankhara at the sensor level will combine to form a different type of a sankhara, which is more powerful, and it is really felt as if it is existing. That is your thought. So, if you start talking about the from the level of the zygote, if you talk in Viva, I will try in my best to explain how Aryan Vahansi has taught us and how Aryan Vahansi has explained to us uh, that this is all a mechanism, this is all a system which is functioning from the level of the zygote. The zygote is the sperm and the ovum from the parents combining to form one cell. And that, of course, again, this combination or becoming one cell is a part of the system. It is a part of the system, which means it's a function of the body sensor. So no one is doing that. No one is doing that combination to form a cell. And each of these cells uh, do have some current, which we call is a vibration. And the very first stage, what happens is another vibration will synchronize to this vibration. A similar vibration will synchronize to this vibration. That again is a part of the system. So no one is doing that. No one is responsible for that synchronization. That is one of the rules of the nature, niyama, as Lord Buddha explained. He explained about four niyamas, uh, four nature's laws: Ritu niyama, bija niyama, chitta niyama, kamma niyama. So those are, no one is responsible. It is a part of the nature, part of a system. And this synchronization of the vibration is a part of that system right at the beginning. And the cells start multiplying because this additional current, additional vibration gives a push to grow, and it becomes two cells, four cells, six cells, like that. It goes on multiplying. And that is again not done by any person. So now you have to think about it. But how is it talked in the mundane world? My baby is growing. That is what the mother says, isn't it? So she's having an ownership to that mechanism. She says, I'm pregnant and I'm expecting a baby. My baby is growing in my womb. So, where did this myself come? Is it something that she's doing? No, no one is doing about it. One is doing that. And growth is a part of the system. And what happens the when more and more cells are added to the fetus, each cell has this vibration or this little current which was there right at the beginning in the zygote. And what happens at birth, this is very beautifully explained by our noble friend Aryan Mahase. When the baby is born, when the head is popped out, uh, he has to start breathing because the connection which was there from the mother to the baby, providing all kinds of uh, food and oxygen, is discontinued because the umbilical cord is separated and the baby needs the for the survival baby needs those supplements. And like Karen Mahas explains beautifully, there's drying up the yes sorry before that, uh, what happens the as a part of the system, again and again I want to remind about this fact that it is a part of the system. The the lungs which were compressed when the baby is born, the lungs are there like sponges, two sponges, and there's a negative pressure inside that. There's a higher pressure outside, and in the lungs, there's negative pressure. It's something like a sponge that you squeeze, and then when you release that squeezing, it automatically gets sort of full and the air is filled inside. So the mechanism of the lungs also same. It's like a suction machine because it has holes, tiny porous structure, but there's no air in that. The fluid which was there is expelled when the baby is coughing. What happens, the mechanism, again, I have to remind, as a part of the mechanism, the air is sucked inside. During this process, there is a sound from the throat, and that again is a part of the system. But what do we say? Ah, the baby is crying. We say the baby is crying. We feel that there is someone who is doing this process, but it is purely a part of the process that is happening. So, in the first breath, the lungs are expanded, and thereafter, the ballooning mechanism continuously goes on. The air is pushed out, air is sucked in, pushed out, sucked in. So then what do we say? Ah, the baby is breathing. So again, it is a selfless, no self, but it is a part of the mechanism, it is a part of the function. So what happens next? The important thing to remember is that vibration which was synchronized is there in every part of that little body, and that vibration has a little current. Current means it gives a kind of a feeling that liveliness, alive, and it is explained as sasava in Aryan Mahansi's Deshana. Yes, it is the sasava. It is the potential to develop uh, develop defilements later on. So the now the baby is breathing, And what happens, like Karen Haas explains, the uh, now the supply of food or the nutrition is no more there. So there is kind of changes in the bowel and the stomach, some form of drying up, and that leads to some form of discomfort. That is a function of the body sensor. And at this point, we know that uh, whoever is there around will put the baby, keep the baby close to the mother, and support to take a feed from the mother. Again, that baby feels some discomfort. That is a part of the body sensor. And the moment that the feeding is supported, again there's a suction machine, like he will go on sucking. Whatever is even close to the mouth, baby reflexly starts sucking. So that is again a reflex action. That is again, you can't say that baby was sucking, but whatever comes nearby mouth, he will suck. So with the sucking, the nutrition fluid, the milk is going inside. That discomfort is settled and the baby will be quiet. Again, after some time, when that bit of milk is absorbed and gone away, that discomfort is again there. That is again the body sensor function. And the baby will start crying again. What is this mechanism of crying? We talked about the tearing sometimes, some days back. But what about this mechanism of crying? Crying and talking, everything is actually forceful, uh, forcefully air being uh, pushed out uh, through the larynx. So there's a sound created. There are some fine threads like things, like the threads of the guitar, which gives rise to a sound when the air is forced out through the larynx. So then we say, ah, this baby is crying. Again, it is related to the breathing. Breathing is a part of this system, part of this mechanism. Breathing is there. With the breathing, that sound is created time to time. And when that sound is there, the people around will think the baby is hungry. Again, put the baby to the breast for a feed. So whatever comes near the mouth, the baby will start sucking. That is a reflex. So up to now, it's very clear that the system is functioning. So the milk which goes inside will get absorbed. There's no one responsible for that. You can't control that mechanism either. Milk is absorbed and then distributed to as nutrition, distributed to all parts of the body. And whatever is left in the bowel is passed out. And whatever the extra water which is there in the water is filtered through the kidney. So we say that the baby passed urine or passed stools. So that is simply a mechanism, simply a system functioning. No one is doing. Even as adults, even though we say that I ate, I went to the toilet, I passed urine, even though the label myself is put there, the mechanism is something very, very automatic. Just the system is functioning. So when you up to now, you can very clearly see that uh, it is the system which is functioning. And we know when the baby is born, the five senses are functioning: eye, ear, nose, tongue and the skin, they are functioning. And each sensor is it's the one sensor is functioning at any given time, but they are changing. The sensor functions are changing non-stop. It is functioning and also they are changing, but this changing pattern is not even obvious because it is happening so fast, and we feel that we are doing about two jobs at the same time. We feel that while listening we are cooking, while listening we are driving, but actually what happens is that there's a rapid changing from one sensor to the other one. So because of that rapid alternative changing, we feel that two jobs are done at the same time. So up to now, it's very clear that there is no person doing this here, isn't it? But the baby can see the shapes or can see the light, provided that the physical light, the organ is there. Baby can hear the sounds, provided that the ear is functioning normally. Ear means it is not the sota, but the physical eye, physical ear, the one which is the part of the physical body. So we need those physical components, physical parts for this function. So the ear is functioning and the nose is functioning. The baby can feel the smell. That is why babies sometimes recognize the mother by the self, the smell. And you may be knowing sometimes the baby sometimes turn towards the mother when the smell is there. So the nose function is there, provided that there is no abnormality with the nose, the physical nose. Similarly, if the tongue is functioning in the normal way, the taste is felt. But there are in none of these instances the specification or identification or any kind of labeling is not there. And when you talk about the skin, the feeling of the temperature changes. You may have seen that when it is too hot, the babies are crying because of the discomfort at the sensor level. Not that he knows that if I cry, they will put the fan on or they will remove this extra cloth. They have no thoughts like that. But related to that sensor discomfort, babies indicate that by crying. Also, the moisture or the wateriness or the apo nature is recognized by the human skin. That is why when the nappy is wet, the babies are crying. And as soon as the nappy is changed, they are comfortable and smiling. And we know that the air, the nature of the air, we call it vayo. That is also felt by the skin. We know that when there's very cold wind, sometimes the babies are uncomfortable, then they are crying, and the temperature changes. We know that the warm days, hot days, sometimes babies feel uncomfortable at the skin sensor level, and they are crying due to the discomfort. And when the fan is put on, and when the comfortable cold air is coming, they look happy that discomfort is gone. So like that, the babies can feel these five senses, but they do not have the function of the sixth sensor at that age. So the five senses are functioning. What is the other important thing we know? We explain about the radiant mind at this stage. So, when the radiant mind is there, as I said, the sixth sensor is not functioning. The sixth sensor is something that is uh, uh, formed due to the combination of the five senses at a later stage. So at this stage, you don't talk about the thoughts, you don't talk about the mind, you don't talk about the uh, recognition or naming of any of these. So the naming or recognition is called thought formation. That happens when the five sensor functions combine together, which is also a part of the system. So that is the next important point to remember. Formation of the thoughts is no one's job. Whether you want or not, when the child is growing up, the thoughts are formed. Actually, if you do not have the thought formation, you can't understand this Dhamma either. So you need the thoughts, but at the same time, thoughts are the problem always. But at the baby's level, there is no way of understanding this truth because there is no thought formation. So the small baby, because of that potential to develop defilements later on, because the basic glue is there, which we name as sasava, which is that current that we talked about, which synchronized to the zygote when the baby is small, when the fetus is there. So that current is running underground, and that is what is called sasava. And sasava is the one which is going to manifest as ashrava later on when the thoughts formation is starting. So this again is a part of that natural law which we call chitta niyamaya. So Lord Buddha very beautifully explained that these niyamayas or these natural laws cannot be changed, cannot be explained why it is happening. It happens whether you want or not, whether you like or not. That is a process. So, as a part of this natural law, as a part of that vibration which is uh, there right from the beginning, you call it a self vibration at that level. The baby has some form of liking to the light, liking to the sounds, liking to the smell, taste, and liking to the skin sensations. Of course, like means always the other side, the dislike is also there. So, if the baby likes a particular colorful toy, the appearance doesn't simply stop at that it's a seeing only, but the baby feel as if the real light is there. That is the influence of that current which is hiding, that is the sasava nature or the arupa formless level. So arupa or the formless level means there is some liking or some form of attraction to that light. That is why you may have noticed that if you try to remove the toy which was offered to the baby, baby will resist. There will be facial changes or even cry. That again is a part of the system. You can't say that the baby is crying because he doesn't want to let go the toy. There is no self from that level onwards. Just a system. System only. It is very clear it has to be very clear right from the beginning that there was no self in this system. So he likes the sounds. If the baby hears the mother's voice, which is gentle and soothing, the, the baby likes that sound. That is again due to that sasava nature or the potential to develop the killis or defilements later on. That is due to the formless level or the arupa. So these are all kinds of words, lots of words are there. But what we have to basically understand is that the fine current is the one which is explained as arupa or the sasava. And uh, also, if I take the other uh, senses also, baby likes the taste of the milk, isn't it? And we can see sometimes when they are hungry and when the mother comes near the baby, how the baby is sort of restless and trying to get latched as soon as possible. That is because of the taste is so attractive to the baby. So the baby feels a taste but has no idea that it is any kind of food. But he knows that that is the one which helps to uh, resolve that body discomfort, which is a part of the body sensor. So, uh, all five senses, if you get sometimes when the nappy is wet, they are crying because there is a discomfort at the sensor level. So, all five senses are like that. They feel as if that sensor function is there. But you don't talk about the thought formation or recognition of what is that. But then and there experiences the sensor function and there is a reaction to that. Uh, Subsequently, what happens when the baby is like 1.5, 2 years, gradually, as a part of this system, these sensor functions combine to form a different type of a sensor function. That is the level that you talk about the thought formation. That is the level you talk about the jati or the birth of the person. Because whatever the thought which is created, it is felt as real. That is the nature of the uh, sankara or the constructs. The repeated occurrence will give rise to the feeling that it is really there. And it is really there means always the self is there on the other side. Now, what happens? The thought formation also was a part of the system. And it continues. More and more thoughts are formed, and more data is added to the system. So, irrespective of the environment or irrespective of the surrounding where the child is born, the thought formation occurs. One of the examples given by R.N. Vahansi was that story about the Tarzan who was grown up. I don't know whether it is a real story or just sort of fabrication, which is something very famous among many people. Uh, we know that the Tarzan had no teachers in the jungle. He had no mother or any other relatives, no other humankind to teach him about the words. But what happened in his level? We know that in the film, if you have watched the film, we know how that he received certain messages about the dangers, how he received certain messages about communicating with animals. The sound sensor combined with the light sensor. Now, those are the two commonest sensors which combine together, seeing and hearing. seeing and hearing. In addition, uh, uh, the touch sensation would have helped. And in case of anything that is going to eat, the taste sensation also would have been added. Anything about the smell of the maybe food or smell of flowers, even the smell of animals, different types of animals, smell of the droppings of the animals to recognize, like the like the elephants. So these combine even for him, even though this is a story, we can just assume how it could have happened. Because even without a human voice, even without a human teacher or a parent or uh, adult, this combination of the sensor functions occur at a particular age. So the Tarzan is capable of identifying a dangerous animal's sound. With the sound, the whoever who was taking care of him, maybe the monkeys would have made certain sounds, and that sound is combined to the picture of a lion coming. So that is a danger sign. And he knows that he has to climb a tree or something like that. So, just I wanted to point out was that even if the child is not taught in the proper way, the sound and the light senses will combine together to form thoughts. So, in his case, the thoughts may not be something that was expressed in the way that we are talking, but it may have been conveyed in different kind of sounds. So this thought formation is again a part of the mechanism only. But what happens here, the very peculiar and the weird thing occurs. The when the thought starts forming, when the same thought is formed again and again and again, that current or that power which was there in the thought is magnified. It becomes stronger and more powerful. And what is the result? The It gives rise to the feel that it is really there. So for the baby, right at the beginning, mother was just a shape. And subsequently, when the other data also got collected, the touch of the mother, the smell of the mother, and the sound called mother, all this may have been collected. Now the thought is more stronger because it has more components. And this strong thought repeatedly occurring means the current which is created is going to be more powerful. More current gives rise to the feel that it is really alive feel. That is your itta sanyava. That is what we have to specifically know, because the thought formation up to the level of combination of the senses to form the sixth sensor or the thought is a natural part of the natural process and cannot be stopped. But what we have to understand is that the things beyond that level, which is again part of the system that we have to understand, and it is what's called itta sanyava, or the perception of existence. Child feels now the mother is real. The Initially it was the combination of the five senses. Now for the child, the mother is really there. Mother is alive and mother is real. Whatever the uh, stimulus or whatever the thought which is felt as real That is where Lord Buddha explained jati, or the birth of the self. So the self perception is coming to a play a role here. So whatever, when you see, when you hear, when you feel, whatever the thought which is formed as a result of the combination of the five senses, if you feel that it is real, that is where the self is. So for a person in the mundane world, this is happening as a part of system very, very clearly. Now we can see that very clearly the system is functioning, and each and every thought, the self perception is hiding, the current is hiding. And that current is the one which is interpreted as myself. But we use the word myself. We say that I ate the rice. What happens when I say I ate rice? Now just forget about the word I, because that is something automatically added due to the ignorance. So we will take this sentence, I ate rice. So eating rice. What happens? What is this process of eating rice? Is it something that I really did? No, actually, it is not something I did. It was a series of sensor functions. So, what happens here? The When the sugar in the blood levels go down, there is some changes in the stomach, something to do with the nerves, a burning feeling. A feel is experienced, and that is explained as a burning feeling. And did the baby know that this burning feeling is hungry and the solution is to eat or drink something? No, baby had no idea. The baby will cry when that discomfort is there. So baby has no idea that it is the hunger, but there is something, some uncomfortable feeling is there at the body sensor level. And what happens because of that? We know that, just try to go back to the childhood of your children or maybe grandchildren, whoever. The child has no idea that this is hunger, isn't it? Either they will cry because of the discomfort when they are small. A little older child, try to remember. Some of them say that the tummy is aching. They will indicate that there is some discomfort in the tummy. How does he know that it is the hunger? It is you and me who put that data, isn't it? We would ask the child, are you hungry? Sometimes the children might say that pain here. They will indicate to the stomach side and say that pain, uya, uya in Sinhalese. And it is you who feels that, this is the time that he should get a meal. You will put the data saying, are you hungry? Now it is a sound sensation, and the body sensation, isn't it? That combine together to form a thought. See how beautifully you can work out on these things. So the baby, the sound, are you hungry is a sound, and there's a discomfort in the stomach area. And also the next thing, the baby will be offered something to eat or drink. That has the eye sensor function, ear sensor function, the taste or the tongue sensor function, and sometimes the smell also. When it comes to a food item, the almost all five senses are functioning. Now see how these thoughts are combining together. The discomfort, and the sound from the mother, are you hungry? And then the other five senses when the food is offered combined together. Now it's a big thought, isn't it? Hungry means you have to eat something, and that helps to resolve that discomfort. So, how that thought is established in the baby's mind now, child's mind. Now he knows when that discomfort is there, that is called hunger, and also he knows that the solution is to eat or drink something. So, that is how the hunger came to the uh, activity, action for you and me. Now, for you and me, that discomfort is straightforward. It's labeled as hunger. And you don't need any other support now because you have got the established data to confirm that what is felt as that discomfort is the hunger. But also, there may be certain other deviations also. Sometimes uh, a person might say that it's not hunger, it is gastritis. So that is considered as an illness. So that data he may have got from his doctor or maybe another colleague. If you are having the burning sensation in the stomach at this time, you are not hungry because you just had a food, and that may be gastritis. Now see how this new more and more new data is being added. The data can be added not only by the parents or the teachers, so many your friends, uh, workmates, doctors, even through the media. You will learn more and more things. You say that you are learning the things. It's actually the process which gets more and more data added to that. So for you and me, either it is the hunger or a small percentage of people will interpret as gastritis. So what is the solution? To put something into the mouth. That is another thought, isn't it? Because that is another thought that came up from the childhood experience. So it's always the past perception is repeated here. This is called Ubbe Nivasanusati Jnane, or the wisdom of seeing the past uh, perceptions. So what happens is that automatically, again, I'm just again reminding in each and every step, this is a part of the system. So as a part of the system, that thought about eating something is reproduced here. That is called synchronization. When the relevant when the relevant causes are met together, the uh, when the relevant causes are met, the appropriate effect or the result will occur. So now you have the thought hunger and you have the thought that something has to be eaten. And what is next? The next steps again is a series of sensor functions, isn't it? These actually we used to present to R.N. Mahanse some time back in the practical experience Zoom, which was there in the morning, uh, 5 o'clock, and evening 4 p.m. So even in between the other Zooms also we discussed and we presented these things. So again, it is a series of sensors. The mind sensor will say, go, more want to go and eat something. The eye sensor will recognize the dimensions where to go, and your body sensors will function, taking turns and moving this physical body. And the again, the mind sensor will decide, take this food and eat. So the eye sensor will show the area or where it has to take from, and the body sensor will things like stretching the hand, using the fingers, taking the food. These are all again functions of the body body sensor functions. Do you have to think each and every time? Stretch the hand, open up the fingers, pick up the food. Do you have to do it? No. It is happening actually according to a past program that is called mental picture. So the mental picture means mental picture to eat something, but you do not need thereafter to think and uh, arrange each and every sensor separately. The sensors will have this complex action, moving, seeing it, picking up, and then eating. And during the process of eating, the tongue sensor or the taste sensor will function. And if there's a smell, the nose sensor also will function. And the process of eating occurs. And what happens when the process of eating is completed? That burning feel that came up will resolve. Now the thought is now it is okay. So it is an experience. What happens to the food which was taken in? Is there a person who is going to control that? No, there's no one who is going to control it. The food will have its own passage from stomach to the bowel, and throughout the bowel the digestion occurs, and the absorption occurs. Whatever the water is filtered and taken to the kidneys, and the rest of the leftovers will be passed from the bottom end. So you can now, when you analyze, you can see that there was no self in this process of eating. Is there a self? Just explore and see it yourself. Don't believe simply because we are explaining it in this way, because this is how Aryan Mahase explained to us. And it's very clear for the person who looks at it very carefully, understands actually there's no person in this mechanism called eating. Then we will take another point about talking in the child. That again is something that was a kind of an eye opener to us. Even if we are in the same health field, we have never thought about that point until Aryan Mahase explained this mechanism, which is a beauty actually, which is something that the scientists will never ever think. The fact that Lord Buddha explained this as all nature's laws, happenings are all nature's laws. So, if you talk about the uh, talking, how it happened. Now, talking is something that again is a part of this system. But how we mention is that the child is talking. Child can talk now. He can talk mommy and daddy, and he has about 10 words. So you proudly say that it was something that the child purposely did, or it was something that you did it. So, have you thought about how we train the child to come out with the words? Now, most of the time, the very first word which is taught is the mom. So, the mother or somebody else will repeat this word, mom, mom, mom. What happens to the throat? That is a function of the body sensor, isn't it? Now, when I say mom, it is a function of the body sensor. The thought comes that I want to, this word has to be spelled, the word mom. So that is a thought which has been reproduced or synchronized from your experience. So, see how complex this mechanism is. So many every time it is a synchronization from one point to the other. There's nothing moving from there to here but becoming equal or telepathization. Now, the word mom is a creation of the body sensor that, as I said, the forceful or rhythmic pushing of the air through the uh, vocal cords or the tiny threads which are responsible for the creation of the sound. The forceful air, the stream will give rise to a kind of sound from the throat. It's like the threads of the guitar. When it is moved by touching, it gives rise to a certain sound. The way it moves decides what should be the sound like. So in the when you talk about this talking, again it is a beginning, it's a thought, the mind says, I want to repeat this word, mom. So the body sensor, according to that mental picture, the body sensor will function. There will be forceful breathing through the ears, through the throat, give rise to the word, a sound called mom. And what happens? Again, this talk about the synchronization, isn't it? Telepathization or synchronization. That sound will vibrate the baby's ear, or in other words, the baby's vibration of the ear becomes equal to the vibration of the vocal cords of your throat. The two vibrations become equal to another. When one is vibrating, it gives rise to the vibration of the other. This is the thing that is explained by R.N. Mahase using the tuning forks, which is again a new uh, metaphor or example which he has created because it is easy for us to understand. So, always the two vibrations become equal. This is the same story that happened at the level of the zygote. So, the vibrations of this throat became equal to the vibration of the baby's eardrum. So when vibration occurs here, that also starts vibrating. So the two vibrations are equal. The same sound is reproduced there. And what happens? That sound, that vibration of the eardrum should be equal to the vibration of the baby's throat now. Same mechanism happens, all our body sensor functions, all our synchronizations. So that sound is repeated by the throat of the baby by vibrating the vocal cords with forceful air coming out. So you say that the baby is repeating the word I said. So for you and me, there's a person who did it here on this side, and there is a baby who is trying to copy the sound that he heard. But what happens there? It's synchronization simply. The sound of your voice became synchronized to the baby's ear, and the baby's ear sound synchronized, or the baby's ear vibration synchronized to the throat vibration of the baby. And he will try to repeat the sound, mom. The baby will say, mom. You are overjoyed, isn't it? The people who are listening are overjoyed. They will say that, oh, the baby's talking. Baby can call mom now. So for you and me in the mundane world, myself is also there. The baby is also there really. And the baby, that real baby is talking now. Isn't that how we interpret it? Yes, that is how. But actually, you can say, see, if you take it step by step, you can see very clearly the sensors are functioning. There's no person here. Whether you like it or not, that system will function. And the result is always depending on the causes. So, depending on the nature of the causes, the effect or the palaya will occur. So, whatever action, whatever the activities that you are doing in your day to day life, try to work out in this way and see how it is, uh, how it happens, and just it is simply a series of the sensor functions. So, non stop, everyday life, this is how the things are happening. Now, we will go to another little deeper level. Now, for the child, actually, we say that the child has no defilements, isn't it? We know that children are very innocent, and we say that the child is very uh, child is free of all the defilements. They are very nice. They are like flowers. That is because the thoughts are still not very well established. Once the thoughts are formed, automatically, as a part of this system, it is felt that the thoughts are real. Now, for the child, because of that current which is aggregated, that real feeling or the itta sanyava is there. And now the child is a little older and the thoughts are more and more felt real. Now, for the child, the mother is real. Initially, it was just the sensor functions only. Now, for the child, the mother is real. And the for the child, the uh, toy is real, sister is real, and bottle of milk is real. The elder sibling's voice is real. So those things are becoming more and more stronger and more alive because of that repeated occurrence. So repeated occurrence and the speed, these are the decisive factors which gives rise to that real existing field. And uh, that is the itta sanyava. So wherever there is an itta sanyava, wherever there is a perception of existence, perception of self is there. Lord Buddha said to the Bahya uh, hermit, Bahya, if you have seen a thing, that is where you are. If you heard a thing, the word thing was used to indicate that it is really there, it is alive, or it is real. So if the hearing became a thing to you, that is where you are. And similarly, all five senses. If it became a thing, that is where you are. And not only that, now for you and me as adults, the most important thing is a thought. If you feel that these thoughts are also real, that is where you are. So this was the shortest sermon that was done by Lord Buddha to Bahia hermit, and he also said that if there is nothing, if there is no thing in that stimulus, if it is not felt as real, then you are not there. That means it is a no self type of experience, anatma sanyava. So everything happens according to a mental picture. The mental picture or the thought was created from the small age, adding more and more perceptions at different times. You don't need to have all the perceptions at the same time to have a thought. The same thought is becoming more and more stronger, more and more powerful, fortified with the repeated exposure or the repeated creation of the uh, sensor functions. So the fact that your mother, the word mother is a strong concept, isn't it? The word mother is something that was initially originated from the sensor level as a small child, and gradually this is becoming stronger and stronger because more and more inputs about the mother, seeing her almost every few minutes, hearing her sound very often at home, and feeling her touch again very often, and even her smell, body smell. If the child is feeling something peculiar to the mother, that smell also will give an input. So like that, these will combine to form a strong, more powerful thought, more powerful mental construct, and as a result, it's not only felt as if real, the mother is real. So wherever that realness is there, that is yourself, because that is yourself. You are the one who is experiencing. But that strengthening or that fortifying of that thought called mother is also a part of the system. So that is something that you have to remember very clearly. Abhisankarana or the volitional formation is a part of this system again. So wherever you can't say anything without the system, everything you can put within this explanation of the senses. So whatever is thought, whatever is talked, whatever is done, they are all part and part of the system. So we talk about the anger, happiness, and sadness, those things, cravings, those things. Those are actually products of the mind sensor. Those can be explained again as an expression of the manifestation of the current. So those are called also called defilements, and the defilements are the result uh, of the mind sensor function. So the mind sensor or the thoughts, stronger the system feels that this thought is real, right? So the thought about the mother, thought about an enemy, thought about a tasty food, thought about an awful smell, thought about extreme cold in winter for a person who is in such a country, the heat of a warm country. So all these things, they are all combined to, they are all actually form the mind pictures, mental pictures. And that is the mental picture is the one which is reproduced right now here as a new one. Every thought, whether it is related to the past or present or the future, is a fresh thought at this moment. You can't drag the thoughts from the past to this moment. You can't drag the thoughts about future to this moment. There's no dragging, but it is reproduced as a new thought here at this moment. So every time it is a new thought which is formed, And that thought is a result of the five senses which combine to form that thought at some stage. So you can see that everywhere it is a synchronization. Everywhere simply it is a synchronization or telepathization of something which happened earlier. At the level of the eye and ear and nose, tongue, and the skin, again it is a telepathization of to a similar vibration. So it's something now you can see that a system of telepathizing is occurring. Very complex, but again, no one is there who is doing it, and no person responsible for that. There's no self here. There's no concept called self here. That current which is telepathized again and again, which is becoming stronger with the repeated telepathization, is uh, also called abhisankarana or volitional formation. That is what actually is the mechanism happening here. So we talked about so many uh, day-to-day functions. Now even drinking water, the baby had no idea about the thirst. Again, it is some form of discomfort. And he has no idea that the water is a solution. And the parents might introduce this, isn't it? They might ask, are you thirsty? Or as a part of a meal, they say, drink some water. If not, you will become thirsty. Now, the word thirst is connected to that skin, this body sensor field. And with the help of the other sensors, the full picture is completed that the solution is drinking some water. So the baby will feel the taste of the water, and rest of the function again is a part of the body sensor. The water will pass down the passage, settle that discomfort, absorb to the blood, and then filter through the kidney. And when he has the desire, he will go and pass urine and come. So that again is the machine which is functioning. Now see how beautiful that Lord Buddha explained these things, that without a person, how this whole system is functioning. So there's no place where you can put the label myself. And we were talking about the mind sensor functions. It may be in the form of anger, a craving, discomfort, heaviness, all kinds of words can be explained to that heavy feeling, some discomfort. That is a feel level of the mind sensor. It's a kind of a power or the current which is felt, and that is explained as myself. That is explained as that I got angry. But there is no separate I who got angry. The anger itself is myself. A person might say that I was overjoyed and I was so happy. Actually, there is no separate person called myself to be happy. That happy feeling, that strong current like feeling is exactly yourself. So, this current is a one which is formed as a part of that mechanism. So, again, is it is there somebody who has done it? No, there's no person who did it. It happened as a part of the other five senses. So there was no person who was responsible for that fire within the system. So is it fair enough to say that I got angry or I was happy? There's a separation, isn't it? The system, because of the avidya, because of the ignorance, try to separate out a so-called mythical figure called myself from that current. But that current is the myself. There's no two things here. Current means simply myself. Current is interpreted as myself. So these are some of the examples, some of the things that were very beautifully explained by Avaran Hanse to give you the idea that from the beginning there was no person, there was only a system which is functioning, and the child had no concept about myself, and the fact that various data which was introduced by us as parents, as adults, and also the teachers, so many other ways and means of so called education. This idea of myself has been introduced. So now, for you and me, wherever, whatever you are thinking or doing or thinking or talking, for everything, that my feeling, uh, my feeling is automatically coming. That is where the breakthrough point is. That is what we have to understand, that there is without a person, the system is functioning. So that is a level of the Arhant actually, Arhant's mind. There's no Itta Sanya or Atma Sanya. That means there's uh, no perception of existence, no perception of self. But without the self, the functions are occurring. Without the self, even the thoughts are formed, even the words are talked, even the actions are also done without the person, without that current. So, without the person might give a little bit of a different interpretation. So, actually, what happens is the mechanism is continued without that current. The current is the one which you felt as myself. So without the self, the things are happening. Things will continue to happen like that in a system which has reached the Arhat state until the end of the physical body. The system will function. The system will stop without any energy at the end of the physical body collapse or the ceasing to function this physical body. So, in other words, the uh, the system is continued and the basic support is provided by the physical body. The basic support to the physical body is with the food and the oxygen that we label as the Kabalinkara Ahara. Kabalinkara Ahara means the pieces, while something taken as pieces. Ahara is the food. So Kabalinkara Ahara is a Sinhalese word for the food, which actually includes the oxygen also. So this nutrition and the oxygen is necessary to maintain this physical body, and the maintenance of the physical body is essential for the senses to function. That means seeing, hearing, uh, feeling the taste, feeling the smell, and the feeling the skin sensation. So for those senses, the physical body is essential. As long as the nutrition is there, the body will, physical body will maintain, and uh, of course, uh, beyond a certain level, the physical body also cannot sustain, even if the nutrition is provided, that you know. Uh, so the death of the physical body is inevitable beyond a certain level, and as long as the organs are functioning, the sensor functions will be there. As long as the sensor functions are there, thoughts will be formed. And if you do not realize this deeper, if you do not have the deeper understanding of this Dhamma, what will happen is the thoughts are felt as real. And as long as you feel that the thoughts are real, thoughts are felt as real, that is where the perception of existence is. That is where the self perception is. So, for a system who listen to this Dhamma and understand these teachings, and it becomes very clear that there is a system functioning, there is no self here. So, when this understanding comes, little by little, what was entangled becomes loosened and untying occurs. So now we are going in the reverse order, trying to undo the knots which has been put over the time. So that is called Patisotagami. Earlier it was called Anusotagami, where the thoughts were felt as real and the world was real. That is your Anusotagami path. And now, when you reverse the order, when you go on reminding in each and every moment that there's no self here, and this is only a system which is functioning. And in such a situation, little by little, those tightly put knots will get loosened. So each time at the beginning, you will have to go on using a thought, kind of reminding there's no self here. And at one point, as a part of the natural law, the physical body will not be able to sustain, even if the nutrition and oxygen is supplied. Beyond that, there's no way that it can be continued. So when it comes to that level, at some point the physical body will come to an end. And then the sensor functions also will stop. And if there are no sensor functions, that means no thought formation. If no thought formation means there's no uh, uh, volitional there's no volitional formation or abhisankarana also. When there is no volitional formation or abhisankarana, that means there is no itta sanyava. That means there is no uh, uh, perception of existence, and there is no perception of self. But what happens to the current which was there existing? If this system did not come to the level where the current is zero at the time of this last breath, that current is going to get synchronized to some other suitable current. So, this is what we explained at the level of the zygote happening. A person who is going on this Dhamma path, who learns about this tricky thing, about this tricky business, how these thoughts are formed, how this itta sanya or the perception of existence is occurring, and how this uh, uh, self perception is occurring. So, when you know about this system, that current which is created due to that real feeling of the thought becomes less and less. So, first of all, exactly becoming a thorough in this understanding of that no self is the step. So, we know that even after coming to that realization that there is no self here, the defilements will be there. So, kamaraga, patiga, the defilements will be there. You will not say that a person with this in the sotapanna state do not have defilements. They do have. Whatever which was formed earlier is going to be there for some time. But that was the point. From then onwards, the defilements will be dissolving little by little. So this is uh, something different. What you heard was something different. These type of teachings, they are there in Lord Buddha's teachings very clearly in the sutras. But actually, and it's very unfortunate that these facts are not explained in the present day most of the sermons. So the truth is not coming to the surface. Truth is being covered with more simpler explanations, being covered with more uh, fairy tale like stories, even the Jataka stories, which are explaining the previous births of Lord Buddha. So we are happy with those stories because they are simple and easy to understand, and that actually gives an excitement to the ear and excitement to the thoughts. So you are kind of attracted uh, to that sort of sermons. But the most important Lord Buddha's teachings are being covered nowadays. So R.N. Mahansi, our noble friend, is trying in his best. He's trying hard actually to surface these uh, teachings and trying to explain it in different ways using different metaphors, using very simple words, even to the people from the village setup, trying to explain all these things. So uh, it's a huge effort actually, and it is not easy also because people are still uh, prefer people still most of the people prefer to listen to something simple and prefer to do something simple like giving an alms and doing some form of um, uh, meritorious religious function, thinking that it is a shortcut, easy way to uh, follow this Dhamma. And also, people do not think that nirvana is something at your reach. Even the last couple of days when we joined some of these programs, in Aranamasi was asking about the uh, nirvana. Many people said that it's not something reachable. It's we don't know where, when, and where we will be able to reach that level, but certainly not this in this life, which is really unfortunate, which is really a incorrect concept because always Lord Buddha explained about this moment, now and here. So every explanation is applicable to this moment. Everything is happening right now, this moment, related to this moment always. So, if in that case, that is why Lord Buddha said that you are sitting on the nirvana and finding out around you, looking for it around you. So, the Dhamma that you are hearing now is actually opening up the path to that true Dhamma. These sermons sometimes, because these facts are newly explained, and even though they are in the Pali Sutras, it's not explained in most of the instances because of the difficulty in interpretation and also the inability of the monks or the lay people who are doing this preaching to understand those deep facts. That is because simply there's no inner transformation. The person who is doing should have that understanding first before conveying the message to the others. So the person who is doing the preaching should have the very clear understanding that I am not doing this sermon, I am not doing this preaching. It is a part of the system that is happening. Now, when you hear this sound, it is a vibration of the vocal cords of the system on this side, the throat. The air is pushed through those vocal cords to create a sound, and that is a vibration. And that vibration equalizes to the vibration of your eardrum, that system's eardrum. The two vibrations become equal, and the vibration of that side, your side, I have to use the word your side when I'm talking like this. So the vibration of your eardrum is simply a sound to the ear. But what happens? The mind sensor will complete the picture. Mind sensor will have something synchronized from the past experiences. This word is this word means this letter means this one. So the very fast interpretation of each and every word is happening as a result of the synchronization from the past experiences. So that is how you call I heard the sound and I can understand what is mentioned. So hearing was just a part of the ear sensor, and so-called understanding was a part by the mind sensor. In both situations, there was the vibrations became equal and synchronization occurred, and something is said to be understood. And this is without realizing that this is just non-stop synchronization occurring. You explain it as I listen to Dhamma and I can understand. So the word I is not related to any of them. You can see that. The thought, the word that you hear is felt as real. The current in that word, that construct, the current in that gives rise to the feel, some form of liveliness. That is what is interpreted as itta sanyava. Wherever there is an itta sanyava, there is a atma sanyava, self. Now for you, the self is there, and the self is hearing the sound, and self is capable of understanding also. See what a big illusion. In all these instances, there was no person, non-stop, very fast synchronization mechanism is happening of the systems. None of them are true. The product that was created is simply due to the speed. The sound which was created right now was due to the speed. If the speed wasn't there, there's nothing called sound. If the if you saw some pictures, if you saw a light, and that again is a creation due to the fast speed. So if the speed was not there, there's no light. Aranvasi gives a beautiful example, the lightning. Now, lightning means just a collection of tiny flickering dots. One flickering dot will not be visible as a light. But when it happens so fast, the line of the flickering lights occurs so fast, it creates a significant light and the whole area is illuminated. This is the mechanism in the eye which creates a light. So if it didn't happen so fast, something called light is not recognized. So can you see that everything starts from the zero level? There was nothing basically. If there was nothing basically, there's no self also here. But as part of the nature's law, as part of the niyama, the chitta niyama, kamma niyama, bija niyama, ritu niyama. The four niyamas or the four laws are the ones which are creating things. And as a result, the sensor functions create something. Combination of those create a thought, and the thought is felt as real. The real feeling is interpreted as myself. So, where is the self now? There is no self in any of the places, isn't it? It's very interesting to see how this mechanism, how these things are happening. It was something new to us also at the beginning, but it can be very beautifully matched with the maybe the scientific findings or your personal experiences. So this is what Lord Buddha said, that match it to dharma and vinaya. Dharma means the dharmatave or the how this system is functioning, and vinaya means your defilements, whether the defilements are dissolving. So if it is matching to these two, Lord Buddha said that you can take it up then. Don't believe because I said. Don't believe if you read it in a book. So that is what Lord Buddha said. But match it with the Dharma and Vinaya and see. If it is compatible with those two, then you can, you yourself gets that Sandittika uh, nature. It's Sandittika. That means it becomes self-evident that what I hear is true. So what we request you is this Buddothpado Deshana, these Buddothpado sermons, as I said, is quite different from what you have heard nowadays. But we can see that more and more of these facts are being mentioned in the sermons by different monks in the country, which is uh, which is actually very appreciative. At least those monks feel that there is something important in this, and they try to listen to this and then try to use these teachings as the basis of their sermons, which is good. Actually, what Aryan Mahansi says is that don't consider as self, and no need of any kind of appreciations, but take this Dhamma and try to give that correct message to the people. People should have the opportunity, or people should have the option to go to the temple and get advice when there is a sorrowful or sad situation. So they should get the correct advice. How this sorrow is created, what is the cause for this sorrow, and how can you understand it, how it is formed, and what should be done to resolve this. So those correct uh, advice should be given from the temples throughout the country. It's not something that you can suppress, because for suppression you have many ways to do. Maybe you can go and watch a film, go to watch a musical show. Maybe you can go on a trip, go to a friend's place, uh, play some music. All kinds of things are there to resolve it temporarily. But actually, the permanent way is that understanding this system. The system is the one which creates this sorrow or the sadness. And if you understand this mechanism, uh, then There's no need to take your attention to something else. While living with that stimulus, while living with that sad thought, you can correct your pathway. You can very clearly see that sadness is not something created by me. It's not something that happened to me. But that is how many people are saying, isn't it? I felt very sad. I was very sad. So that is how many people are interpreting it. But was there a person to feel sadness? Is a question. There was no person to feel sadness here. Never existed. There was never a self existed in this here. It is only a system which is functioning right from the beginning, from the time that the fetus started growing. From that level onwards, it is a system. Throughout, it is a system with the power. The power is gradually getting stronger and stronger. And stronger the power, it is interpreted as myself. So we have to understand that there is no person, never existed a person, and that current which is felt is very wrongly interpreted as myself. And when the self is there, everything is happening to that self, isn't it? The suffering, becoming sad or happy, uh, the different restrictions. So many frames are there when the person is there. Just imagine when the center pole is not there, to which that so many things are tied up, when there's no center pole, everything which has been tied up is loosened. And there's no structure constructed there when the center pole is missing. So identify this self, identify that current. At the beginning, you will recognize only the large scale burns, large scale currents. But with time, the especially when that concept, incorrect concept, or the mithya drushti is changed to samadhi, when the wrong uh, vision is changed to the correct vision, which is samadhi, then it's realized that there is no one to uh, receive these defilements, no one responsible for the defilements. And when there's no one responsible for the defilements itself gradually gets faded away. So that is the basic uh, things. If I summarize of what I have been telling all this time, the system is activated from the time that the zygote started functioning, and it becomes stronger and stronger. And with the stronger system function, stronger current is created, and that current is interpreted as self. So, first of all, you have to identify that there is no self at all. It is this current which is interpreted as a self. And when the current is recognized with the clear concept that there is no self, the current or the self is the one which is going to dissolve little by little. The life becomes comfortable to any person. And also, Lord Buddha has said that uh, the monks and the nuns, that means bhikshu, bhikshuni, upasaka, upasika, that means the lay people, the men and women, all four categories who understand this truth very clearly will see nirvana. So, the nirvana is not something impossible. And nirvana is not something impossible for a person who has not entered the monkhood. So a person who can uh, understand this Dhamma, who get onto this path, gradually the path will be opened up, and uh, the things will happen on its way once you have a good understanding about this truth, and it will continue. Things will be flowing uh, towards the ultimate uh, understanding, which is the nirvana. So nirvana is not something that you can understand, or that you are experiencing after the death. We don't know what is going to happen after the death, but what Lord Buddha said was that this is something that you will experience now and here. In any of the stimulus where there is no value, there's no power, that is where the nirvana is touched. But the nirvana is not persisting or lasting unless you reach the ultimate level where each and every stimulus or the thought is not having any kind of value or power, which Aran Mahase explained as Adhigata Samadhi, which is something lasting. So those words are sometimes difficult to remember or difficult to understand, but basically what is happening is that the current of the thoughts, the extra current of the thoughts become zero. So I think I may have talked quite a lot of theory today, but knowing that part is quite important, particularly for the people who do not have any basic idea about the science. Some parts, of course, you can ignore, but basically, what you have to know is that this is something happening automatically, and there is no self here. Like putting a battery uh, to a doll and then make it to behave like a live one. The current of the thought makes the self feel that there is a person here. So the last sentence I want to say is that there was never a self in this system. It is just a system functioning, senses one after the other, taking turns and creating something due to the speed. So I will conclude here. Uh, I first worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect, and I worship Aran Haseti's feet for the great uh, support that he is giving. And we are so fortunate to listen to this true Dhamma from him. And he is observing each of us very closely, monitoring and advising each and every person, and trying to direct each and every person, which is really invaluable. Uh, so I worship at Aran Hase's feet, and may all our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem, and may our friends who are helping us with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. Hirvasan.
Page number 88, paragraph 2. But if you live day to day with the realization that there is nothing outside, that they are only thoughts without moving forward on your path to reach the top, then you will remain stuck only with this part of the realization, and you will never move forward to realize the next three stages of the spiritual path. The path from one stage to the next stage is different. In order to attain the stage of an anagami, you have to maintain your awareness and use your wisdom to analyze and see if thoughts are true or not. When you see that the thought is also a lie, that is when your path to attain the stage of anagami starts to clear up. Unfortunately, a person who is a sotapanna can also fall into the trap of living in the Lokottara Samadhi. If he gets attached to the Samadhi, then he would not be able to proceed on the path to Nirvana. You can be a Sotapanna and yet be trapped in a false view, Drushtiya, which can hinder your progress in moving forward to attain other stages. Therefore, you should either learn to apply an effort to see the truth in the thought and proceed on the path to attain the stage of Anagami, or you should get advice from a Kalyana Mitra, someone who has already realized the pure truth, so that you can proceed on your path to Nirvana. You have to find a practical way to be on the path. Even when you are on the path to attain the fourth and the final stage of becoming an Arahant, you have to quietly keep seeing the thoughts that come and go. At this stage, when you are on the path to become an Arahant, you have nothing to do except to watch the thoughts that come and go. This path is well explained by the Buddha in the Oga Tarana Sutra. While you are on the path to become Sotapanna, you need to put some effort to become a Sotapanna. When you are on the path to become an Anagami, there is a bit of an effort you need to apply here. You need to observe how you let go of your thoughts. Seeing that there is nothing in a thought is also known as the Animitta Samadhi. Terasan, everybody.
Shani. Uh, Thank you for reading the book for us. 2 pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, and starting the session. We all worship Aran Mahansa at his feet. Therwan Sarnai Aran Mahansa. And Thiruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends, we warmly welcome you to this English Zoom discussion, 2:45 to 4 p.m. from Sri Lankan time. So we have been slowly, little by little, we have been trying to understand what is this path, what is meant by path, and what is the nature of the thought, what is meant by mind. Uh, Actually speaking, we had different understanding on these words, and the explanations we had were different previously from various sermons that we heard earlier. Little by little now, some form of light is shed to clear these matters. Uh, in these 2 pages, we heard about the 4 levels uh, in the path of Arhant to reach the state of Arhant. Uh, if I clarify that in a different way, what Aryan Mahansi, our noble friend, says is that it's not something like passing an exam and moving from one grade to the other. It's actually a very gradual process where these things are happening automatically when the person or the system understands the basic truth of Dhamma, how the thoughts are made, how this feeling of self perception comes up, and the fact that it is only a system. So, when a person is on the path, it's described that the first level is what's called the Sotapanna, where in that level, the system understands that outside world is not true. Not that there is nothing outside in the world. What we understand with the help of this sense of formations, with the sense of faculties, is not exactly what is there outside. There's no way of finding out what is exactly there, what is the true world, because the different animals or the different living beings have their uh, own worlds created by the senses. So Sotapanna, and then uh, the other level described here is the Anagami. Anagami means you clearly understand, the system clearly understands that there's nothing solid called mind also. So it's a flow, continuous flow, and a very rapid flow. And the last state is the Arhat state, where there is some persisting tranquility, uh, persisting lightness, and persisting, everything is persisting, and there are no defilements at that level. So, as I said, even though the 4 different levels I explained, this is particularly in Theravada chapter, the 4 levels are described, and the last level is the Arhat state. But in Mahayana, there is a slightly different teaching, which our noble friend has explained in the Deshana, where the person, when the system understands that there is no truth in these thoughts, that means the thoughts are creations. So thoughts are just mental construct. When the system understands this as a very clear matter, the value which is automatically tagged to the stimuli or the thoughts disappear, or that gets dissolved. And as a result, every stimulus or every thought that occurs is taken and understood as something, an illusion or a creation. So the weight or the discomfort that occurs when the thoughts are true, when the thoughts are taken as true, is no more there. So maybe we can take the discussion forward. We can discuss something according to what we read or something else if there are any questions from our Dhamma friends. Teruvan Sarnai Kokila. Teruvan Sarnai all Dhamma friends.
Theruvan Sarnai. We worship Paranwanse for his guidance and welcome everyone. So I would add something to that. The book thing that we were reading, the topic that we were reading about. The whole path starts actually with the feel. So the feel, what we feel first is how much defilements we have, how much power we have, and that power starts to dissipate or starts to gradually fade. And that would be the part from beginning to the end. There are certain kind of areas that are highlighted. That's all. The main thing to understand is you have to have a clear idea how much vibration is you, like how strong your self is, how strong or how much power you have in your tense. So after understanding that, it would be gradual reduction of that power, and it just those levels actually is explained in such a way that reducing of your power, the stages, and finally what happens is the life field is not there, but the every function will be there. So that power we are talking about, or the defilements, or the burning, or whatever the word we use, is not there, but the sensory functions would be there. So the mind will be working as normal, the eye will be working as normal, the ears will be working as normal, the sensory, the skin, the nose, the tongue will be working as normal. So this is the bit of a challenge to understand how much power you have in the tense, or what is the power behind this sensory organ. So that's the kind of challenge. So otherwise, this path, as some of the Lord Buddha's time also, most of them actually got that idea. This is just reduction of your mana, or reduction of your what is the English word for mana, by the way? Mana. What is the word used in our books?
That's Dr. Conceit.
Oh, is that conceit? Okay.
Yeah. But something I don't know. In English, of course, we use conceit for that extreme pride, unnecessary pride. But here it's something, I don't know, combination of egoism and pride. The meanings are little different of the
I
word
don't think
mano.
any of
Yeah,
those words are
yeah.
matching,
We
because
want. Yeah,
it's
we
a
are
kind of,
unable to capture the proper meaning with the English
yeah, but we can
words.
use both words, so ego or conceit kind of thing, because that gives some idea. So from the beginning, if we feel that that is what we are going to feel, and that is what is going to actually go to zero. So that's what the Mahayana was about. And Theravada kind of had this demarcations in this road. It's like there's one road. There's definitely only one road, and you have several kind of like kind of maybe huts. So why it is important to understand that there are several huts, I would say, kind of several stoppages, would say, like these are the stagnating areas, I would say, basically, because once a person feel much better in one stage, they can actually stagnate in one stage. This is very natural. Without the normal friend's help, I think the usual way of mind is to stop wherever it is feeling comfortable. So once you actually feel that the outside world is not true and just a perception in the mind, it's so calm. So you might get addicted to that stage. And but when pushed by the noble friend, you might be, oh yeah, okay, none of these things are true. What am I getting so happy about? So then you understand that even this whole entire dream is not true, because you can't be just happy in the dream and nothing is affecting me, so I'm so happy. But the whole dream is not true means you have to wake up from that. So that path is different. So I think these stagnating paths are those points that we talk about, stream enterer, the once returner and non-returner, and the main road is actually from stream enterer to the arahant. Which is stagnation happens everywhere because but this is all in feel. You have to be very careful because this understanding is in Satyajnana. So the truth is in well before that. Truth has to be there to even feel anything. So once you feel something, you feel your own vibration, you feel your defilements, you feel your power, you feel your pains or whatever, the burning. So then it starts to reduce. That's the path, and when it comes to zero. How? Because it has happened before. That's all. So anything to add? Anyone can ask a question. If someone wants to ask a question, anyone is. So you can always ask it, because we are just explaining few things before we enter the like a discussion. Surankai, do you want to add something until someone joins the discussion?
There was Dr. Copeland, our friends. Not on that particular angle, Doctor, but this morning I happened to just by chance listen halfway, tune in halfway through into a question, and maybe Dr. Sakuntala or Sudama, if you were listening to that, you can correct me. I think it was the morning 5 o'clock Zoom where a mother was asking about, I think she wanted to buy some blouse or something. She got a feeling of desire to buy a blouse. And then I think she felt guilty or something and thinking that this was the I coming up, the self-perception. And I think she called the Zoom for some advice. And one of the replies, I don't think I heard everything, one of the replies was that, what's wrong with hearing? What's wrong with going, if you want a blouse, what's wrong with that? Now, because I think ultimately what was trying to be said was that, whatever that is being done or said here, ultimately there is no self. So now that part of it, I think we now progress to a point where we realize that there's this different ways of tackling that question depending on what stage
Yeah,
the
the different
understanding
ways
is,
of
isn't it?
tackling,
Yeah.
different ways of tackling. Yeah, 100%.
So at that point, I wasn't entirely sure whether that mother was at that stage, and this is also the importance of the person explaining, also being in the field and being able to telepathize and feel to a certain extent where that mother is coming from in terms of the not only the thought pattern but the words and the feel and the way she what do you call the word vitaka, the way she describes it as to whether that was actually getting generated from a
Well, if I can add something to that, Surangika, just now, because you brought it up. A question comes to the mind saying, if I buy the blouse, is it myself? That itself, that question itself is half-hearted, like unknowingly, or not directly, indirectly, actually showing that she has the idea of self. So that's the thing that's really tricky. So answering that question is really tricky. So the answer is really right when you say no, but at the same time you have to, I think, explain a bit more that that whether that mother is fully aware about the satyajnana or the truth, because it's really difficult. I mean, unless we hear it here and now, it's very difficult to understand whether she actually has the truth in line, isn't it? It's very difficult. So the answer is no, because there is no self in whatever the way that is, because whatever the way there is no self. But the problem is
you can't give that
defilements are there.
message too early, isn't it?
Defilements are there. I mean, the self-view can be broken. But when the question comes in that angle, then doubt comes whether the self angle is really understood. And this comes to the question I got in Australian Zoom, the sing-along. If the mother is not there, I mean, even Joel has not asked these questions. I mean, Joel is much more in the field side, I feel, because that there was a question, if the mother is a thought, someone can even harm the mother, and will there be a anantarika papa karma, or the really wrong sins? Or if there is no poison, what happens if someone drinks it? Kind of, this so shows that how tricky this application of this truth is going to be. How tricky of delivery, even delivery, delivery of this truth can be so tricky. That because we don't know what the others are getting. So when we say the first step is to understand the outside is a perception, immediately if someone stopped there, they are never going to even understand the full truth, because the full truth is feeling the no self. Full truth actually starts there, feeling no self. At just in one thought, that's the full truth. But then you start listening to one point and you're like, yes, I got it. And you're like, no mother, no son, no flower, no chair. it's going to end really bad, where you will be more powerful. Your this conceit or the ego will be so powerful. You will be there, but everyone else will be not there. So that's the argument they are trying to actually bring out and understand. It's for understanding they're asking. But even these angles, we have to be aware that these angles can come up. So when someone asks which frock to buy, that gives a angle that this path is mistaken, because this path is to go to the zero self vibration, not about the controlling the outside appearance or the ability or the function. Because we can maneuver, or we can really, like change our applications. We can change the way we live easily. We can change the way we live. We might not go to the shops forever and have so much ego inside. Well, there are people who are living as clergy, or the monks, or the venerables. They never go and buy things. So they go for alms. They beg for alms. Still, how can you judge by that? You can't judge by that, can you? This is so intimate issue, like how much ego you have. So if we lose the plot, that's the thing that some people are, trying to talk about an incident. Why we try to bring it up? That's a part of the dream. Why are you even interested in that part of the dream? Because the whole dream is not true. So whether you buy the good frock or the bad frock, if you really understand the whole thing as a whole, if you miss it, yes, you miss it. But that's the problem of us, actually. I think the delivery problem, where we have our inadequacies, where we are trying our best to give it, but then we might not. And when the delivery is going to be faulty, the understanding may be faulty. But it happens to everyone. I mean, we may try our best, because it's according to the field we go. Sometimes you might say it fast. Sometimes you might say it so softly. Sometimes you might say it with scientific stuff. Sometimes you might say it with some simple stuff. But whatever, the message is just one clear message. What? There's no self. So, but the problem is, when you try to say that, people take it different angles, and they will go home without any message at all. Sometimes that can happen too. I think we are just learning here. I think that's the important thing that we are learning here, how to deliver this beautiful message. Because if you take it half away, you can really get bitten by the serpent. Because, as I think we have talked about this before, if you actually get it half, okay, the outside is not true, it is just a perception, you can do whatever. That's not the point here. So that's the only one part of the whole thing. Then if you understand, the final point is, there's no self. And when there is no self, actually you become the other person, because this subject-object duality. And when the duality is gone, because you have respiration, because you have your sensory organs are working, definitely the stimuli is going to be there. It's going to be very subtle, but still it is going to be there. The consciousness is there, but the perception is there, but they are not falling anywhere. That's true, isn't it, Suranka? It's really interesting and really tricky, and we can't
Yeah, I
even.
think it was very tricky. There were lots of people attempting to explain the Dhamma to that mother, and each of them gave really good points. And I think finally, Sudharma or Dr. Sakuntala, you can contribute. I'm sure you would have listened to the morning discussion. But the thing is, the question is, it's true what Aryan Vance also says right from the beginning, even for the points of contemplation, where we say the outside world is only what we think.
That's
Even
why
at,
recently Aryan Vance is actually focusing on ego now, but much more than before, because all the people are stopping somewhere.
Yeah.
You're stopping in just like the in middle somewhere, and think that it's done. It's really tricky, and when we try to explain also, because of our faults, wrong message can go. Because if anything can happen, and we really understand that.
Yeah, I think that's what finally Asanti was trying to explain about the fact that there is no self here. Whatever that comes to the mind, it's just a thought. And attribution, why is it that that thought is being attributed to the I, to the me? And that was the point that she was trying to raise there. So in these points of contemplation, the first and second kamatahan and so on, the background fact that this is non-soul Dhamma must be there as a base, definitely. But the way Aaron Watson brought people on this path gradually over the last few years, also there is almost like a planned process, isn't it? Because the mind is so tricky. You overload the mind and then it can go to the other end, isn't it? So if one, and that is why Aaron once had introduced the self vibration, the power in the vibration, all these things little by little, because as
otherwise no one will listen. Even people will get overwhelmed.
And so a biased one needs to know that ultimately, I mean, there is an understanding that every step and finally the last step is the realization that there is no self here, true. So that whole process and the ultimate outcome needs to be understood. But if one is still stuck and fixated on the outside world and trying to figure out whether it's a thought or an actual reality object outside, and if that mother is in that area and then if the blouse and the urge to buy the blouse and a real longing and a desire for the blouse comes up, the trickiness is that is it a solution to tell her there that there is no self? Ultimately, in the background, true, it has to be there. But at that point, the current has to be understood as this is the thing that is the raga, desa, moha. This is the craving. This is the delusion, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's actually, yeah, you're right, Dr. Hooker, the way you explained it, it's very tricky. And that's why R.M. answer is, I think, the best to go with the feed and
The
feel
thing
the
is,
mother's talk, isn't it?
If that mother has listened to Dhamma for a long time, Aryan Vahanse also might go in that direction, because that's what he usually does. Like if someone has listened to Dhamma for about 4 years, he might come up with the idea, what are you talking? It's a thought that whether to buy a computer or not is a thought. And whether you buy it or not is a different matter. It doesn't matter if the power doesn't, if there's no power in that thought. But who can predict that?
Yeah.
It's only through that vibration. Actually, when someone asks the question, is through that that person's, that the heaviness of that is the only way that you can understand that is completely either it has to go from beginning. Long time ago, I used to try and understand Naranahanse, where when he is being asked a question, he starts from scratch. I was wondering, well, the person asked a question, but he went from like all the way to the beginning and started telling from the beginning to the end. And I was wondering, now I understand, because if he feels that the beginning is faulty, he starts from the beginning.
Yeah.
Because there must be some fault somewhere to think that that means she hasn't understood the mind sensor. But the understanding mind sensor is anyway difficult.
Yeah.
Because that's what Joe asked, how can I prevent a thought coming? And did we have a clear-cut answer? No, because it's trying and understand the thoughts are just thoughts, and thoughts can come, but they are not actually true. It's just a part of the dream, and the dream is actually a manifestation. There is light. It's not true. There's a manifestation, yes, because the eye is there. There's a manifestation of light, yes, true. And there's a manifestation of sound. And when they vibrate together, there's a thought like, shirt or frock. And now we are scratching our head and trying to understand which one to buy. That's not the point. Point is from the beginning. Even the light is not true. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Dr.
Yeah, when the light is not true and the sound is not true and the touch is also a manifestation of this skin sensor, that all to become a chair or like a frock or shirt, this whole dream becomes it's kind of a joke. But we live in that. We are not angry with this dream. We are not despising the dream. We are not even getting attached to the dream. Because when you go to the other direction, you're like, if the mom is there, why should I look after her? That's not the point. It completely ruins the point. We are trying to get rid of the power here, not anyone else's power. You can't do that anyway. So when your power is zero here, you will be looking after everyone anyway. How can you harm anyone if your power is not there? How can you hurt anyone like that? How can you blame anyone? If you're really blaming someone, it's just to get that vibration to non-vibration. Otherwise, would we even talk like that? No, there's no need. I mean, imagine shouting at a kid. Yes, we shout at a kid to tell them if they are not listening, don't jump from there. So what's the problem? Is there a big problem in that? There's no problem in that. You're shouting from very high note. You're telling don't jump from there. So what's the big problem? Is there a big problem? No. But the thing is, if the problem is whether that person is fully aware or fully not aware about this process, the full Dhamma. But the question itself shows that there is some lack of understanding. It depends on the question, actually, how it is worded.
Yeah.
Actually,
Oh, yeah, it's a very careful path to traverse, isn't it? I think we'll give the room for Joel
and
and
also
Agnes to ask
Aryan
the
Hanse
question.
says some people's vibration are so low, they come to the Zoom and we kind of misunderstand them. But Aryan Hanse says, no, that person's vibration is lower than the preacher. Isn't it like a situation where that person who is talking should be able to feel the feel that the vibration, whether it's higher or not. But the best person is Aryan Hanse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone can add anything to that?
Thiruvan Saranai, Doctor Thiruvan Saranai, Surandika and all Dhamma friends. Namaskar Karami. Yes, Miss Surangika, I actually left before that lady asked that question in the morning Zoom, but later I heard what they were trying to do was to convince that there had never been a self. And Aryan Hanse also says, as you all said, that if you think it was the self, then it was the self. If you don't think it's just the system, it's the system. So, as both of you explained, it's very important to know a bit about the person's understanding and the vibration, the level, as Dr. Kokila mentioned. So, Aryan Hanse, of course, he does this chit chat thing, no initial, so he can feel that the level of the person at once. So he gives he goes to the beginning or whatever the points that should be explained, he does that. But other presenters, of course, have that problem of catering to, I mean, hitting the, uh, I mean, giving the best answer for the person. But here, I think this lady also has listened to sermons for a long time. So what Asanti was trying to explain is like there had never been a self, same thing, and others also did. And Dr. Kokila, we meet a lot of such ladies in these face-to-face practical programs also. So there is a danger now if we try to say it's the system to someone who has joined who has listened, hasn't listened to sermons to uh, get this message, the philosophy,
It's a
yeah,
danger everywhere because
exactly.
most of the mums may have not actually felt the non-vibration. So we never know. So the doubts are there. So until the doubts are there, this problem can go on and on. So that is the risk everywhere. And when we say that, that is what the question was that was in asking me Australian Metmal thing. If the poison is not there, how come person die after having the poison? If the mother is not there, what are you thinking about Anantariya Papakam? So
But
these questions are indirectly trying to lead to the other side, putting the Dhamma to the outside. So
and
there's a risk, and always tell, no, this is a system, this is the system, this is the system. But only that self knows, only that person knows how much vibration you have. Yes, Sudha.
And doctor, now the people have the habit of taking them as learning a certain subject. No, they have trained the mind to get these facts. They do not let the wisdom to arise. So they are in a hurry. They take them as facts and they believe, okay, now I know this. That's all these questions also. Now, can we then take poison since there is no self? Then what would have all come? when they just take them as facts, no, they do. And in the morning, there are like in practical program, 3 hours are assigned to discuss Dhamma. So ev- every day we start with this radiant mind thing, how the soul is created and how that part is very important. Even though we discuss it 101 times, still they are not fully convinced that there is no self. And what happens is when they do the first point of contemplation, the self is there. Okay, outside, now they say I perceive that they, I mean, we don't let them say them loud. Oh, and even we ask them not to talk to themselves, even just to contemplate, see it within. We always instruct, but still with the strong self view, they can do all 4 points of contemplation as you explained. Because before getting into each point of contemplation, again we have to remind them the story that we discussed in the morning, that there is no self and that it is a system. So now the 6 sensory faculties are at work, and so see how whether the eye perceives a tree or where does that label come. So you have to see it within. That explanation should be done over and over again. Otherwise, uh, unknowingly, even we do everything with the self. We, although we have listened to sermons, sometimes we believe we have now realized it, but still we are also doing things with the self view. So in the morning Zoom also, another mother asked, now when we take wind, I don't see all Ditta Sutta Mutta, all sensory faculties are having merging into uh, finally to create this stimulus or the thought. So they think that is another example to show that they just take them as facts and look for now taking the stimulus. They are trying to analyze how come taste in this, if it is the combination of Ditta Sutta Mutta, where is Sutta part here, the feeling part, body sensation is there, but still tongue and this nose, smell, and then sound. So that way they try to uh, understand it only through the facts. So when they, as you say, go by the feel only, we can understand that this is not the syllabus. That's what Ranwase always
Yeah.
highlights also, that it is not the syllabus. You have to see it through yourself.
I think the
Yes, sir.
feel part is the best thing, because if you actually understand them and you start feeling your sensory organs, because you have understood Dhamma and you start feeling whatever, and then you understand that the sensory functions are working without you, basically it will match up. It just match up. You can't really do that. It just has to match up at that particular point. So, Joel, what do you think about this? That we are actually talking about the, um, kind of scenarios, which happens in different Zoom discussions. What do you think about it? But I think you kind of fluctuate between the mind and the feel. I think that's what I felt. But it can change. It can definitely change. But it is usually like that, because your mind get very powerful sometimes, and sometimes mind is not powerful at all. It can keep fluctuating like that, so you can really feel the difference. isn't it? I don't know whether he's free to talk. Anyone can,
Yes, doctor.
yeah,
I was just listening to the discussion, and I was just thinking that what that lady asked, whether should I buy a frock. So the basic point that Aryan Vansa always says is you have these 5 senses, and your sixth sense is your mind.
yeah,
So all these senses are still craving and liking things, and
yes,
that's why when she saw the frock, the eye went to the frock and it vibrated and it created a thought, can I buy it? But she was not aware of that vibration. She was going into that thought and giving
100%,
value.
100%. Yeah,
She was
I salute
giving,
you. I salute you for that.
she gave the value to that thought and made it a big thought and came and asked that question in the Zoom.
Yeah,
But she
true.
didn't recognize the vibration in her eye or
Mm,
the vibration that came from someone else. Even a person next to her can say this frock is nice, and that sound that came to the ear with the eye went as a thought, and she wanted to buy it, and it changed as a craving. So if we can, I mean, be alert on our senses and know these senses are still wanting something and recognize it, I think this fire and stimulus will just go down. If I'm wrong, just correct
yeah,
me.
no,
Thank you.
no, I think you're correct. It's really good. Actually, what happens is this entertainment of sensory function will go down. And it doesn't mean though that if you are tasting something, you will completely taste it. You can completely taste it, but there is no one actually entertaining that. So it's really interesting to understand this, but you have to feel this. That's a big thing, the understanding and the feeling. But the way you explain was really good. So because an arahant actually feels everything as normal, they feel it really well also, because there's no power, there's no self struggling, craving, antagonizing, or nothing. So they feel the sunlight really well, they hear the sounds really well, they can feel everything, but there's no craving. Isn't that beautiful? There's no antagonizing. Isn't that beautiful? I mean, I can't really I don't know, my words are not enough to say how beautiful that would be. Like, isn't it? I mean, what do you think other friends can add on? I mean, it's so beautiful. I don't know how Lord Buddha found this, but it's so beautiful. The trying and understanding that the sensory functions are fully there, and the thoughts are also coming fully there, and you can understand your abilities are still there, and nothing is the problem, but just the burning is not there, the self is not there. So yeah, I think what do you think, Sarangika, of that Joe's explanation?
Yeah, I think that was a beautifully put rendition and interpretation, Joel, which is why Dr. Fokula says that you are really taking big steps towards understanding this pure truth. That was very well put, and I'm sure everybody on this Zoom appreciated the way you understood and rationalized that whole experience of that mother. And just like you said, it can be from the sight and the eye vibration, it can be from the sound, the ear vibration, isn't it? Because somebody can just say the word, can you remember that frock you saw on that, the window on that shop? And then immediately, without understanding the whole mechanism, uh, that lady can immediately think about, and the mind will go immediately to the outside, immediately picture the frock that was on the mannequin on that shop window, all that, and believe that thing to be true without really understanding that all that happened there was a sound vibration, and then this whole thing manifesting into a thought which she was like completely oblivious to. So yeah, I think there is a word called Niramisa Preetiya, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? I think all Dhamma friends felt it in the Zoom when
Yeah,
we heard you were interpreting that, because we all felt that happiness of someone actually understanding the Dhamma and putting it so well. So thank you very much for that. I think what Dr. Kokila was trying to say is, and that's the beauty of this Dhamma, the senses are experienced with in the same way, and it's the savoring that is not there, isn't it? The tasting is there without the tasting. Isn't it? It's just amazing. The taste of the pineapple is still the pineapple. The taste is also recognized as the pineapple. But there is no savoring. There is no, the word in Sinhalese is vidinava, isn't it?
yeah,
Sometimes the Sinhalese words seem to be more appropriate. I think the closest is savoring, isn't it? Even Sudharma, correct me if I'm wrong. That savoring has the connotation of craving within it, isn't it? And that craving is absent. So the food is still the food. The food doesn't turn into ash or something in the mouth, it doesn't taste like ash or something. If there's a well-cooked meal, the well-cooked meal will be understood. The senses, the taste senses will still taste it as such. But is there a craving? No. Is there a savoring? No. That is what is the beauty of this, and all that is how through that pure understanding of this Dhamma, pure understanding of the fundamental functions of the senses, which has been completely obliviated by the mind taking control, the mind being so powerful from our childhood days that we have forgotten the feel. And the feel that was taken as self-vibration is now giving away to non-vibration, the non-self vibration, where still the functions of the senses remain. And therefore, what is perceived through those sensors manifesting there through the speed still exist. But what is the beauty of it? The beauty is the vibration, the self-vibration, the self-view, the attribution to the I, the me, the my is gone. And with that comes the freedom, with that comes the liberation, isn't it?
and also I had to add, we were talking about the non-returner or the anagami, the word was used. We can add here, actually, what happens is if you awaken from the dream, you actually feel everything, but the difference between an arahant and the non-returner is there's still the kind of attachment to that awakening, it's a very subtle thing though, like liking the state of being in that situation because there's no much burning at all so that's how subtle this part becomes. Because the person will be actually feeling so light because none of the dream components are really affecting that person. Because the person is actually awakened from the dream, but still you feel something. You know that something is the actual liking the not liking. You can't even use that word because it's a feel. Like feeling the lightness itself has that particular very minute kind of craving. So you can understand how this gets so minute in the end, and how rare an arahant would be. It's so beautiful to even think about that, but thinking doesn't help. Imagining doesn't help, because we know that we have to actually be with the normal friend and try and understand what he's trying to teach us. And more you more you feel the non-vibration, because there's no him there. Actually, there's no him there. It's a non-vibration. So the more you feel the non-vibration, the more easier to actually become the non-vibration. That's what the noble friends help is, not just by advising. It's just by giving the chance of another person to vibrate into his non-vibration. Because there's no self there, there's no man there, there's no person there, there's no God there, there's no Brahma there. Or Buddha said. No, because that's why he used the word Buddha, because there was no word to be used at that time. So he used the word Buddha because at that time of that era, the Buddha was used for liberation. Yes, sir.
And doctor, like I was thinking why Aryan Mansa always goes to the basics to touch on this sense of faculties. He goes on telling the same thing. Even
Yes.
our sense of faculties do not accept a change. It doesn't like to
It is
change.
normal. Yeah, it is normal. It will
It
fight.
doesn't like to change. It's like it likes to crave. It likes to get what it
That's
wants.
fine.
And
Don't fight. Just let go.
so I think he always reminds us to our mind sensor, go back to the basics and remind what I said you about your sensors, and be alert on your sensors, and don't give in to your sensors.
Yeah, but
I mean,
it's really a very intricate point again, because you can't fight very hard. You can't fight. You can't have no fight. It was said by Lord Buddha once. Why you haven't had these feelings yet? He asked from Buddothpado, I think, and he told multiple things which I can't remember. But one thing was, don't take too hard the stimuli. Don't take too hard. The other one is, don't take too lightly either. So that we have to have a kind of a balance where we try and understand this Dhamma as well in a balanced way. Otherwise, you can get frustrated. So the balance is really important. But I think because you are kind of talking to us, I think you are taking it. So once, if we feel like that you are trying to get it too harsh, then we kind of say, no, just it's okay. And then you're like, oh yeah, it's okay then you know, like this, because system can play either way. System is really a playing thing. It's a kind of I don't know what the English word I can use for that. It's really plays. It gives you so much stuff, you know, like once you might say, oh, then if there is something like that, I want to achieve that. Will that happen? No, because you want to achieve something. But then if you say, then I can't achieve that now. Okay, then I'll give up. Then you can't give up also, because there's that doesn't work like that. Because if you try to give up, that means again there is some kind of repulsion, and again the ego is the thing that is going to get more and more. So it's a very fine balance that we need. Very fine balance, and you have to find the balance yourself, because it is unique to your vibration, the balance, and unique to everyone. But the help of the non-vibration is very important, and help of the noble friends is really important. So if you lose the track, you'll be put back on the track, and you just float in that track, because there's no doer. If you try to do something, the doer comes up and the ego goes up. And if you try to give up also, there's someone trying to not do something, the ego comes up again, because it's just like that. It's so subtle, actually. It's very beautiful, but it's very subtle, so that even we struggle, yeah, we can do what we can do. And I think,
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor.
yeah,
Now,
Sana.
when Joel said that Aryan Hanse always repeats, the basics, because he knows how difficult it is for us to fully understand that it is a system, not a person, because we have somehow believed that there is a person from the birth, from the day that we saw the self through a mirror. There was a self for us. So that's why he is constantly reminding that it is a system, and the mechanism also he explains. And the other thing, Dr. Kokila, now an awakened one also, we can't, now if we take the same scenario, that lady goes to buy the frock, so we don't know whether she has understood Dhamma, or whether she has fully awakened to this, or a new person. But at that very moment when she is going to purchase it, another lady comes and picks it up. So then only the person can realize whether the external world was real to me or not. So if a fully awakened person feels as if the one who or just bought it and happily withdraw, with nothing to withdraw, just it won't matter at all. But for a person in the mundane world, it could give a kind of shock. Oh my God! Or check whether there are other dresses of the same design or something. So then only we can understand the level of burning or the value we have assigned to that thought. So it's a very beautiful.
Even that changes, Sudharma, even that changes.
Yes.
Just imagine if you
Mm.
see Aryan Hanse go into a shop and ask for a white shirt, and
Yes.
the shirt is not there in the real size or something, and he asks, "Can I have this size?" And there's one, like, imagine it's not linen type of thing, and then he asks, "Do you have this?" Because the polyester ones are not really good for this, sometimes the heat or something like that. Just imagine. And can you actually
No.
keep looking at that scenario and
No.
to judge? So it is really, you can't really judge by any of these activities that there is self. So you can't really tell in that way, because it's unique to that person, that whether the person feels alive or not. If
Yes,
it's an
doctor,
arahant.
that person only knows that, no? If now when you
Yeah,
face
you
such a
can't judge by
situation,
outside.
exactly, if you can come back without any burning, of course, we can still,
So the
see that
burning has different meanings. So
meanings.
that's
Yeah.
the problem here. So the final burning is this, we call it burning, but it's
So
really
subtle, so
subtle.
subtle.
Yes, because it's a alive feel we are talking about. So when there's no alive feel, and just the I'm talking about an arahant. We are not talking about just the path. People are in the path. We can't really compare that to an arahant. But what I'm trying to say is, a perfect example of an arahant, there's no alive feel. So you can't really say anything whether he is shouting, saying Puchapotila. You can't really say Lord Buddha has fallen into uh, the defilements again. You can't, because there's no alive feel. So this is the problem of this whole thing. If we keep judging by the actions, if we keep judging by the words, if we keep judging by the thoughts, it's really difficult. No one can actually feel it. I think the only only I think Lord Buddha is the best in field. So who has mastered the field would be able to actually say whether the person has the non-vibration or the not. So the non-vibration is so subtle. Low vibration is okay. Low vibration you can say. I mean, what we can really understand is if someone's vibration is above us, we can understand that. Low us, it can be tricky, isn't it? Yes, sir.
Okay, very beautiful.
I
Thank you
was
so much.
just thinking that we haven't heard from Dr. Sapansada. Do you have anything to say? Contributing.
Actually, that story I didn't listen. I couldn't complete
That's okay. That's okay.
listening to
But
that.
did you listen to us?
And yeah. That story about that incident. Actually, I must congratulate Joel because he's catching up the things so fast. I mean, he didn't have any his background on this subject was zero, I would say, compared to us who have been listening to this for years and years. But he's catching up the points very quickly. So as he said, the person going to, I mean, the lady's sensors were functioning, and the eye vibration and ear vibration, whatever which worked there, and there the mind sensor, as a product of the mind sensor, she would have felt liking also. And as Surangika and as you all explained, that if somebody came and sort of took that away, and if that was the only from that design, and if that lady lost it, missed the chance of buying it, then you should be able to identify the fire which would have come. That is the point where you can differentiate the stimulus becoming a thing. And otherwise, I mean, having a likingness or having sort of a desire to buy it alone cannot decide whether it
The
is a
desire
defilement.
word itself
Well,
is
the
correct.
word cannot be correct. Yes.
The desire
Because
word
even,
is
yeah, I
very
know,
strong because
strong, yes.
we can't have desire without self.
Yeah. Even Lord Buddha's stories, we have heard that he had certain things that he liked and the things that he didn't
No,
like.
the
Yeah.
thing is, he told this forest is so beautiful, but the problem
Yeah.
is, as I said, he can say that. He can just say
Yeah, he
that.
can say that when the monks were having some arguments among themselves, and when Lord Buddha couldn't settle it, and he didn't sort of, well,
That's the
I would
feel,
say he
yeah.
didn't like that, like that situation. So that was his feel, but there was no fire or sort of
That's the
fire
problem.
within him. Yeah, that is the difference, isn't it?
That's
Yeah.
the problem where this alive feel is coming to the thing where we need to kind of, the understand, because it's not even something we can understand. It's something you have to feel. That is the whole thing, because with the life feel like in something and without a life feel like in something is completely different. Yeah. So I
So
think
it is something that is felt to the system, isn't it? Because no
mind sensor
outside action, no
is
outside action will indicate exactly what has been going on in that system, the level of current.
the mind sensor specifically can be happy or can be sad. Mind sensor functions would be there, but we have to understand there are some which will vanish. The Masurukama, what do you call that? I don't know. The what is Masurukama?
Stinginess.
Stinginess will not be there. The what are those specific ones which will vanish? Like
Jealousy will not be there, isn't it?
yeah, there are several things that vanish early in the path, and then slowly it will come to the. I mean, it will just until you awaken from the whole dream, or be aware that every stimulus is just a perception, and the perception is not true level. When the whole dream is not true, that level, there's no much to consider at all, because it's not true to them. It's very tricky
It's
to
something like
even.
functioning, yeah. Something like functioning in two layers, isn't it? Because the superficial layer will be sort of, communicating with the people or whatever. But the deeper level, I'm just taking this as an example, deeper level will persist as calm as ever, whatever is happening
Yeah,
with the
yeah,
stimuli.
yeah.
Yeah,
Are we running out of time?
yeah, I think we have come to the end.
Okay, yeah. So we will conclude our session today. We worship Aran Wahanse as usual for his great noble friendship, and thank you, Aran Wahanse. Thank you all Dharma friends for coming in and getting involving into beautiful Dharma discussion where everyone will actually benefit. Not today, maybe in 100 years' time, we don't know. So thank you everyone, and may Triple Gem bless you all.
තෙරුවන්
Thank you,
සරණයි
Theravada
ડોક્ટર
Saranam.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි
Thanks.
ආග්‍රයන් වහන්සේ
Good afternoon, everybody. Terusana Mahamsa. Terusana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 86. Even though you do a lot of meritorious deeds by giving food to temple, do a lot of good deeds to gain a lot of merits, still it does not stop you falling into bad worlds after your death. The point is, if you have not entered the supramundane plane, which is the Lokottara Bhumiya, the chances are that you will fall into bad worlds or hells. If you believe that things outside truly exist, that will lead you to bhava, and you will go on in samsara, following the cycle of rebirth and death. Unless you have realized the philosophy of the Buddha, you cannot be called a Buddhist. Anybody who has already realized that this world is an illusion, a lie, he or she can be called a Buddhist, Buddha, or Baba Buddha. You need to practice going on the path every day. At the beginning, try to bring your mindfulness to any of the four postures you would be at that moment. At the beginning, you need to apply effort to go on the path. The journey on the path to Nirvana begins with the effort you put into it. Once you realize the pure truth, you will remember that at the beginning you had to apply a lot of effort to start the journey on the path. But later, as you go on the path, you realize that once you reach a point in your mindfulness and in your spiritual development, the rest of the spiritual development takes place automatically. You would automatically see the thoughts effortlessly. You would not get distracted by the thoughts. You would let them go. Before your spiritual development, you had applied a lot of effort to practice how to let go of the thoughts that you receive at that moment. It only shows that it is very important that you practice letting go of the thoughts in order to proceed on the path to Nirvana. You should also know that the path to become a Sotapanna or stream enterer is different to the path one has to follow to become an Anagami or a non-returner. There are four stages of attainment in the supramundane plane. They are Sotapanna, Sakurdagami, Anagami, and Arahant. To attain each stage, you have to follow a different path. Sotapanna Margya is like a path going up a mountain in search of nirvana. And on your way to the top, you arrive at a plateau. This plateau is similar to attain in the first stage of Sotapanna. This means that have realized the truth. Therun San, everybody.
Everyone Sanai, we worship Aranahase for his noble guidance and welcome you to the English Zoom discussion. Welcome everyone who has joined already. I think Dr. Sakuntala is busy today with the programs, live programs, which is happening in Metmal monasteries. So we'll continue the discussion. It's I think Aranmanse also mentioned in the morning Zoom morning Zoom as well that we should talk about the Satyanana as well, which we do. Actually, we do that. We can talk about it as it comes. Anyone is free to ask a question as well. So I'll just give some facts here while someone asks a question. So when someone asks questions in the Zoom discussion, we realize that the angle we see here is can be very, it's different from each other. Like the way they look at Dhamma can be different. It's okay, but it's very important to understand the no-self Dhamma is actually, we are not going to understand just that the outside is not existent and the thoughts are not true. Actually, that's not the only part. It's mainly understanding that the self is not existent. The thought of self actually happened because we got a perception of self. We feel that we are here. So there's a feel, there's a perception, and there's a big view that I'm here. We're actually trying to find out how this happened. That's the whole idea of Dhamma, nothing about other things. So we have to keep this in the background, otherwise we might lose the idea that why we are discussing these things. So mainly we discuss these Dhamma points mainly to understand that the self-view, self-perception, the self-vibration or the burning is actually it's there because of a reason. We are trying to understand why it has happened. If there's no self, what are we feeling? Then we understand through Dhamma that Aranmatse has explained that it is mainly the stimulus which we feel as existent. That's how that we have this feel of existence or alive feel in here. So this is very important. If we lose that basics, the base, it's if you keep understanding without that base, there can be actually problem because you will get more powerful, and someone who doesn't really care about others, or someone who doesn't feel the others or the world or the nature will may happen. So the main thing is here, the why we discuss this Dhamma is we are trying to find me. Who am I? So when we try to understand that, we understand there is a thought that I'm here. Yes, that's true. Definitely. We have a thought that I'm here. Then how did that thought happen? Is because there's a self-perception that we have like an idea or a perception or a we can't say anything similar words for that. We have a perception that we are here. There's always that duality. So there's a feel too, like you feel something here, like a vibration. So how this happened is our investigation. How did this happen? So when the vibration is there, when the self-perception is there, when the self-view is there, definitely this get more and more reinforced every day, and then very easily you get carried away. So if something happens, it comes as they did this to me, or that person did this to me, or that company did this to me, or that bank did that to me, whatever, or this nature did this to me, or the other way around, I did this to them. This is my fault, or I shouldn't have done this way, or I should have done this in a different way. So there are so many thoughts around I because of the view. So it get magnified every day, and this ongoing thing happens till your respiration stops. So in your 20s you might be thinking about some stuff, and in 30s you might be thinking about another stuff, whatever the stuff that you feel important, and 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, if someone is alive at 90s, yes. So there are so many things that revolve around myself. So if it's very old age, you think about what will happen to me after the death, or how they will do my last moments. What will they do to my body after my death? How will I be healthy? How will I be healthy? How can I maintain this health? So many things. Or you might feel envy of others. I can't even walk, but others are walking. I can't even talk. Others are non-stop talking. I can't hear the music. I can't see properly. Even the taste is bad. My skin is so wrinkly. But the world is ongoing. The world hasn't stopped, even though I feel like I'm stopping. So the story goes on. Story goes on and on. Is there anyone to ask a question?
Doctor, I'm Joel here.
Oh yeah, okay.
Hi. I wanted to ask how to practice this thing, letting go things. How to practice it, Doctor?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll talk about that. So letting go, there are two ways that people do that. Letting go in right, so the wrong vision is that the belief that we are here, I'm here, others are there, the chair is there, I'm here, my friends, they're there, I'm here. You know, that complete wrong vision is, with the wrong vision also we can let go. So how can we do that? We just let go, you know, like I wanted to buy a car, but I let go of that. I just bought a bike. It's cheaper, it's very easy to ride. Yeah, you just let go of that car idea. You can do some other stuff too, like I got an idea about a girl. I felt the girl is not the right, and I let it go because I didn't feel it's right. So you got a plate of like some food, and you felt it is going to make you sick or make you actually fall sick in future. You just let go of that. Or there is a recurrent idea that is coming. You know that gambling is not good. But it keeps coming, and then you rationalize it in your brain. Gambling is not good. Okay, I'm not going to do that.
Terasana. Kokila, my brother's daughters here, my sister's daughters, Australia.
Okay, Aranasa.
Yeah, here. Is my yeah, so what's Hiroshi is the name. Is the three sisters here. My sisters' daughters. Yeah, I like that that subject. Can you talk that? Yeah, so we are talking about meditation, inside meditation. Now discussion is going with my daughters with inside meditation. She's, I know this girls like this inside meditation and the inside silence. They don't like the rush. It's nice. There's the Dhamma otherwise. Kokila,
Yes, sir.
you're the doctor also. What's your subject?
Physiotherapy.
Physiotherapy. It's okay. You talk. It's your ideas.
Hello, I'm Hiroshi, physiotherapist.
Hi.
So in Australia.
Also, we're from Australia. My sister's here too. She's a speech pathologist. Hello.
Hi.
We were talking
What
about
did you say? What did you say? The sister is
a speech pathologist.
speech pathologist.
Oh,
yeah.
We were talking about inside calm and tranquility and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
What did you understand?
What did you understand?
Did you actually understand something, or you're just in the process of trying to understand?
I think it's a mix of both. I think we understood that life is so busy that you don't realize that meditation can happen all the time. I think that's what Sudha Mama explained, our uncle.
Kokila is every moment inside meditation is there, no Kokila?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's okay. That's how our discussion is going. What we are doing is no matter our day-to-day activities is normally happening, but inside meditation is there. No Kokila?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. No, inside meditation is not the concentration meditation.
Yeah.
Not the subject, not the syllabus. It's our life.
Every day.
Yeah.
Oh, mundane meditation. Right?
Yeah. Inside our we are in awareness.
Yeah.
Inside
spiritual awareness.
Yeah, spiritual awareness.
With everyday activity.
Yeah. It's normally our life is going.
Yeah.
Inside meditation also there. That's why Buddha's, especially Buddha, never heard before Dhamma.
Yeah.
They explained the five teachers after became a Buddha. Siddhartha Thapasa became a Buddha. It's okay. It's okay. she can hear. but what Buddha explained? Normally, our life is going, but not sadness or suffering. Why? We know nobody is here. System is working. Our senses, eye, ear, nose, and mouth, and the body, feel is the five senses, and the mind also other senses. Mind senses also we are not doing. Automatically is the working.
Right.
But we are thinking we are doing everything. But nobody is here. No one is here. No doer is here. System is here.
Yeah, like the
That
subconscious.
system, yeah. Systematically is happening.
Subconscious.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the inside meditation. That's the inside meditation.
So your senses.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, that's Kokila are very interesting. These girls also know this, but they are not talking about the Buddhism only. But they are talking normally. They style. They
Yes, sir.
our that's very important, Kokila.
Yeah.
That's very important. No religion. We are not talking about the religion. The
Yes,
Dhamma is the nature
100%.
like that. Yeah.
Younger generation, they don't talk
Yeah.
about the religion anyway.
Yeah.
How old are they?
Yeah, it's okay. You can see how old are they. It's okay, Kokila. You can now see. You can see.
Really?
It's okay. It's okay, Kokila.
Yeah.
Yeah. Three sisters and she. She's the younger, and she's the second, and she's the third.
Okay.
Yeah. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah, Kokila. It's okay.
Yeah.
Now age, you can tell the age. Yeah. Now you can tell the age. Yeah.
I'm 24, 26.
26.
I'm 17.
17. It's okay, Kokila.
Yeah. They are
Nice,
generation,
no?
yes, 100%.
Yeah, younger generation. Yeah.
So, so it's very interesting, this Dhamma in a, like, if anyone...
Where are you, Australia? Where are you? Gold Coast.
Oh, really? Okay.
Where are you, Kokila?
I am towards Wollongong, down south from Wollongong also, like,
Wollongong, south.
yeah, down south.
Down south.
From Sydney.
Sydney.
It's south, Shoalhaven, that area is called.
That's okay.
I'm a general practitioner.
Brisbane. Yeah, my sister, they are in the Brisbane. These daughters, they are working, no? Yeah. The subject, what is that subject is talking? Very interesting. That
Speech pathology.
is speech therapy and the physiotherapy. Do you know?
Yeah,
Do you know?
I know.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
I know. I refer to them.
It's okay.
I refer patients to them.
Doctors refer to
It's okay. Nice to meet, no? Suranka, where are you there? Suranka?
Surangika
Yes,
maybe
I'm
in
at
Brisbane.
Teresa Suranka, where are you in Australia?
I'm in Brisbane, sir.
Brisbane. Suranka, are you Brisbane?
Yes, sir.
My sister was from Brisbane, no? They are in Brisbane. Which part? Yeah, my brother is here. It's okay. Yeah, ask him.
Which part of Brisbane?
Just slightly north in the northern suburbs of Brisbane, just half an hour's drive from the city.
Okay, what's suburb? Chermside?
Boonda. It's called Boonda.
Boonda. Yeah, I know. Shopping center near the airport.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. How long you live there?
I've been here for 3 years now.
Okay. All right. You come to temple or Gunda temple?
No, I go to Forest Lake, Ajancha Monastery in not Forest Lake, sorry, Kolo, Dambagiri Forest Monastery.
Okay. We are close to the Gudna temple.
The Gudna one, yeah. I've heard of Gudna, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, very nice temple.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, Lanka, it's okay. Where's this, our Sumit, where's Kokila, the Australia?
Sumit is in Sydney,
Sydney.
Yes. Sumit is Sydney.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's okay. What do you think about Melbourne day before yesterday? No, or yesterday, no.
Yeah, I listened to that
Yesterday,
the whole day.
discussion. Yeah,
I
it's
was
nice, no?
involved in that. Yeah,
Nice,
it
no?
was nice. It was nice.
Yeah, it's nice. It's okay. Okay, Kogila, keep going. It's okay. I'm now stopping my side. It's okay.
Okay,
Because
Aranatha.
we are going the discussion. It's okay, Kokila.
Therun Sannaya.
Everybody.
So going back to our question of letting go. So we'll go back to that. So the letting go, as I was starting to tell, letting go can happen in normal way, the way that we knew, I have let go so many things because maybe I wanted another thing, or because I thought it may be harmful. So that's common sense, by the way. That's common sense. So we have some common sense. We let go of things. Someone is worried about the lung cancer, they might let go of smoking, like something like that. But this letting go that we are talking about is actually nothing related to that kind of common sense. This is actually more deeper than that. This letting go happens automatically by just knowing that the truth, basically the truth that actually Joel is very into. Because the truth is, this dream is not true, even though we are in a dream. Really beautiful dream, it can be ugly dream, it can be tired dream, it can be a terrible dream sometimes, or whatever it is a dream. So who would like to actually be in a dream and get deceived by a dream? No one, no human being. If they are really aware that it's a dream and you are really getting carried away in a dream, you wouldn't like that. You would like to wake up, isn't it? So we are talking about waking up. We are not actually talking about letting go in other ways. So again, how can you let go? So the letting go, imagine that understanding them, how you feel lighter, how you feel that eternal tranquility, how you feel that super awareness, how you feel that super happiness, or the unbelievable loving and kindness that we were talking about that day. How come that happened? So the usually we are not aware about anything like that. But after hearing this Dhamma, you understand this dream. You understand that the outside is actually a perception in our mind. And when we try to understand the mind, we understand it's just like a spark. It's a vibration. It's a vibration. So you keep understanding how these things work. And are you trying to let go now? Really? Are you trying? If you really understand that this dream is a dream, are you going to really hold on to things in the dream? You might use them. I mean, you're eating because you have a body, so you keep eating. You have you have to keep it clean. You have to be in the society as a having like a good appearance, and you have a pattern that you had before, so you might be doing something that you used to be doing. You get up in the morning and you have a routine, so you might be doing the same. But are you actually deceived in that dream? Not really. So if you actually awake, you feel now we are trapped in the dream. You feel that, but if you feel awakened, you're not actually in the dream, but you kind of become the master of the dream. Before we were in the dream, we were acting in the dream with so much agony, so much sometimes happiness, so much anger, so much sometimes empathy, but sometimes hatred, sometimes jealousy, sometimes you're happy for the other person. Yeah, it's a roller coaster. But the problem was you were acting in that roller coaster. You were inside that dream. You were inside the film. But once you awaken from the dream, are you actually trying to let go? No, this happened because of truth. You're not actually trying to let go, because if you try to let go, this becomes a problem, because you try to let go, the person who is trying to let go becomes very prominent. That's like the before, because you wanted to let go, so you want to stop smoking, you try to stop smoking, you are trying to do something, of course, because it's beneficial for you. You feel sad and you're trying to make things correct again because you want to feel happy. That's because you want to feel happy. But the eternal happiness or the tranquility doesn't come like that. It's actually coming in, even if you are sad, you will have that happiness. You will have that tranquility. Even if your body is damaged due to some accident, you will be still happy. You will still be having that tranquility. How come is that? That's because you're actually not in the dream. So the letting go happens automatically. How? Because you have realized that these perceptions are not true. Perceptions are perceptions. Perceptions are like vibrations. The dream, I told you, the dream can be 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 100 years. Whatever the dream, it's just another dream. But if you think like this, it is not going to help that much, because just thinking like that will not help. But if you really think about how these perceptions are made, how this a life feel has come, because you feel the light, you feel the touch, you feel the sound, you feel the taste, you feel the smell. But you understand that's only feelings of the sensory organs. That's all that happened. Yes, of course, there was a vibration to initiate this system, 100%. But now, because you're understanding Dhamma, the vibration goes down. There's no power, but the system is going. Tranquility is there. The happiness is there. You can do whatever the things that you are doing, and you will definitely start to help other people who will need this Dhamma, who will seek this Dhamma. So, did you really feel it, Joel? I don't know. What do you think?
Yes, doctor. Thank you. Thank you. I felt it.
Yeah, okay. So, Saranka, do you want to add something to that? Or Joel, do you have any other way? Yeah, Saranka, yeah, you can talk.
Yeah, Dr. Hukla, nothing really to add. I think the point I want to make, but then you also mentioned it, that when one says letting go, it can actually, you can mistakenly think that there is an active letting go that needs to be done. But that is not the case, isn't it? In this true Dhamma and the understanding and the practical aspect of it, we keep saying letting go, and to a certain extent, I think Dr. Kokila explained about the wrong way of letting go, and in the mundane world also we let go of various things. Even when we understand the Dhamma also, people mistakenly try to do that same type of letting go. For example, now when we have heard our advanced explaining for so many years, we have this is an experience in other Zoom meetings as well. Lots of our mothers who are listening to the talks, now they know the truth. They know the philosophy that has been explained. So what they try to do is, sometimes we know when some thought has become very heavy for them, say for example their son is not calling or something often, and now the mother is getting agitated, then she comes onto the Zoom and says, no, answer. Although my son didn't call, I don't know this. There is no. This is just a thought. My son is just a thought. There is no sun outside, so I'm fine, answer. Like that, she says. So, and no, as if she's overtly trying to let go. So now, does that actually work? It doesn't. I mean, to a certain extent, she might have a temporary bit of relief, but it's almost as if she's trying to tell herself without actually innately understanding the reality of that process. So what the true Dhamma philosophy is trying to get across to the followers is the fundamental tenets of this pure truth, which is about how this whole mind and mechanism works, how the self-perceptions arise, what is self-view, was there such a thing, wasn't that only a misconception, so on and so forth. But if you say that, I know it's bad, I know it's a thought, then it's almost only applying it like a knowledge. So because initially you have to take it in as knowledge, because we have already discussed that we use the mind as a tool first, because we have to first acquire the knowledge, almost like theory. We have to know what this philosophy is, what was it that the Buddha taught. And then once you do that, there is that practical aspect. Every posture, everywhere you go, in your daily routine, the thing that is never absent is what? The thoughts, isn't it? And through the truth philosophy, we understand this. It is the thoughts that bring about the stimuli. The thought itself is the stimuli, and it is the stimuli, understanding that to be real, is the thing that actually causes the suffering. The moment the stimuli becomes real, there is a duality. The person experiencing the stimuli also manifests at the same time in that thought itself. So when one understands that, the practical aspect of it brings about that inner transformation, the jnana or the wisdom that Aran Manse has also explained in this Zoom. So that is what he's trying to encourage people following to do. Because ultimately, as Dr. Pokila says, ultimately the truth is that there is no self here. There has always been a harboring of a wrong self-view, which is why the suffering has arisen. The suffering of depression, the suffering when we lose a loved one, the suffering when we lose a job, the suffering when a relative comes and becomes a pain in the neck and doesn't go away. All those things are suffering. Why is it a suffering? The stimuli has become real. For you, it can be different stimuli. For another person, it can be another stimuli, relative, mother, father, whoever it is. But ultimately, they all have one common thread. It is all perceptions, stimuli. And if that stimuli or the perception is considered to be real, that you think there is a person outside, you think there is an object that has been lost to the fire, you think there is a dog who has died, whatever it is, as long as one considers that these things, that there is such an external world, then this whole world and the reality and the self and everything becomes true. Because that's the way this whole ignorance, this mechanism works. But if we understand that this whole thing is the natural phenomena of the mind, just like the trees, just like nature, that there is just a process and a mechanism that is being activated here. As long as there is breath coming in and out of the body, the whole thing is understood objectively, clinically. And that clinical thing is what the theory and the practical aspect of it helps us to realize. So the knowledge then gets transformed. The knowledge of the truth and the philosophy and the mechanics gets transformed to an innate understanding. And that understanding cannot be forced. It is not an active letting go. What has to be done is see the truth in the thought. When one sees the truth in the thought, the power, the underlying current, the power behind the thought, the weight, the value that is attached to the thought, whether it's the mother, whether it is the job, whether it is the trade union striking and the patient suffering, all that one then sees behind the scene. We see the magic happening. We see how did this stimuli become real. Was there a patient? Was there a trade union? Did the baby have all these problems? No, they didn't. When did these object stimuli become real? So that is the part that is understood by applying the truth and seeing the thought. So all that is done is understanding the thought, and then the letting go comes naturally. The letting go is an auto happening, and slowly what happens is the thought ceases to be of value. The thought ceases to have the suffering, the burning, the heaviness that is attached to it. That is the ultimate letting go in this Buddhist philosophy. Dr. Kokida, if I said something wrong, please correct any aspect.
No, I think
Thank you.
really it's really good that you added that. Actually, I can feel that some others would actually artificially think that okay, sun is not there, so sun is a thought, so that's it. But this Dhamma is completely actually different, because if you actually feel this Dhamma, what you finally get is there's no self. That's the main thing I was actually trying to say. That was that because at the end, what we understand here is how we felt alive, and how we don't feel alive, that burning, that, or the, even we can't say burning, that self-perception is not there when the actual stimuli is not felt as a thing, or it doesn't become a thing. This breaks the whole cycle of feeling alive for the whole sansara. So the actual break here is that this self-will, which is there even in the God, the Brahma, the human, even though the self-will is not really prominent in animals, they have the self-perception, very strong self-perception. Even the small rat is scared to die. If you have seen, podcast and stuff, or whatever the documentaries, you can see even the smallest animal in the world, they don't like dying. So that is because their self-perception. So that's the final outcome. And if you actually felt that at least once, the important aspect that we get here is, well, the self-perception is not true. But to come to that understanding, we have to understand all the other things too, like all the other perceptions are not true as well. So when we realize that, our burning is going to go down drastically. Why? If there is no self, how come there are others? Because we are like a center. Like we are the center of the attraction, or the center of the field. Everyone is around you, like my father, my mother, my siblings, my kids, my husband, my wife, my friends, my school, my job place. What else? My worship place. So it's all revolving around you. If you really understand this, you can feel this center is getting weaker and weaker. And when center becomes weaker, you actually become the son. You actually become the mother. You actually become the person who is in front of you. So you feel so much, you feel that vibration. If the vibration that side is high, you feel that too. If the vibration is low, you feel that too. If the vibration is low and you feel that you might be able to help that person to go to non-vibration, you might help it. If the vibration is so high, you might even not try. So that's the difference. I mean, more we talk about this, more we can actually understand this. I'm really thankful for Joel keep asking these questions, because we even don't talk about these things because our talks are usually very monotonous and boring, because we kind of get diverted to one angle of the story. But if someone actually asks a question like this, the true Dhamma comes automatically. No one is bringing it, it comes automatically. So so letting go basically is something which happens with the truth. What is the truth? There is no thing, there is no self. So yes, Joel, do you have anything to add or ask?
Yeah, it was nice to hear, like, you become the mother, you become the father. I felt it a lot, what you said. And we read about detachment. How do you detach from yourself? I mean, detachment and let go, is it same or
Okay,
is it different?
now you are really good in asking questions, Joel. I have to appreciate that. Okay, now detachment. You asked from how to detach yourself from your how can you detach yourself? No, the question is how can you detach from yourself? Yes. So yes, now here there's a bit of a trick here. What? There's a part of ignorance what happened here. Actually, what ignorance here is, we have a misunderstanding, complete misunderstanding, misconception that there is a self. Okay, there was never a self. There was a system which manifested nicely, went into a story. Yes, it went on and on. Yes, but there's a misunderstanding from the beginning, from the very beginning, that there is a self. As soon as first stimuli happens, first thought happens, you get this self-perception. You can't avoid that. You just get it. Because that's how it is. Until someone tells you, that's how it is. Because you have to hear this. So, actually, Joel, here, what happens is, you're not detaching from yourself. What happens is, you keep realizing that there wasn't a self. That's so beautiful to understand. That's the most beautiful thing, I would say, in the world, that if people can understand, because that brings the suffering to zero, suffering to 100% zero. Because here, as we talked about before, the letting go concept also same. We try to let go things. We change it around. The same thing. We are not trying to detach from, I am not trying to detach from myself. I'm actually, first I'm understanding that there is no self. From the noble friend, we understand it. And then you actually feel it. You just feel that there is no self. You started walking And you feel that it's not you who is walking, it's just a system. It just works. You start driving and you know it's not you driving, it's a system. If the driving is like a mind picture which is there, if someone is taught how to drive, they will keep driving. What's the big deal? No, it's not a big deal. But the problem was the misunderstanding was there. I am driving. So that when the misunderstanding is going to the understanding, or if the ignorance is getting, the ignorance is disappearing, or science is actually coming up. So what we actually feel here is, if the stimuli is not felt as a thing, the feeling of self is not there. So we understand completely without any doubt. If this happens, this is like just a moment, like a fraction of a second moment. Do you understand in that moment, this self feeling we had? It's a feel. We feel alive. That self feeling we have is actually not there when the stimuli is not taken for granted. So at that particular moment, you're not there. That particular moment though. But that confirms what this Dhamma says. It becomes ages for you to actually become that, because it takes time for all the defilements to go away. But this fraction of second, when you feel that the self is not there, this confirms your truth. So the misunderstanding that we had forever, that there is self, everything is happening to me, everything is, I am feeling these things, I am touching, I am seeing, I am eating, I am sensing the smell, I am hearing these things, I am thinking, and these things are happening to me. This whole thing collapses, and you're not going to entertain that anymore. That's the beauty of Dhamma, Jaya. That's the beauty of Dhamma. So in that fraction of second, you don't feel you, then you will actually start to become Dhamma from there onwards, because there's no doubts about Dhamma. Because now you're listening, you're actually trying to understand, but you felt so many things, I know, because you felt lighter, but then it keeps changing. But these things, it will never change, because these are like very demarcations that Shani was talking about. Shani's topic was how to become a stream mentor. How do you become this into this stream? That is how you enter the stream. A moment without you. It's not you trying to get rid of you. It's a moment without you, just by understanding them. Did you get it, Jared?
Yes, doctor. I got it. Can you tell me, have you ever felt that moment where you were not there
Kind of.
in life? An example that you can tell about your life, in your life, that you have felt that you were not there, and that was a good moment. Can you tell me that moment? An
It's kind
experience,
of
kind of thing.
it's one example would be, I was in the garden. I was just there, sitting there in the morning, and there were a lot of sounds of birds, and just a fraction of a second I felt that, and I felt the strong vibration as well as the non-vibration. I can't say more than that, because it's just a feeling. And just an example. Yes, Surangika, can you add anything more to that?
I think what you said was adequate, Dr. Pokila. It's difficult to, I suppose, it's a moment that has to be realized, isn't it?
Yeah. But Joel's questions are really valuable because, but the problem is you can't really simulate or get anything from anyone else's. That's why we don't talk much about these experiences, personal experiences, because if you get a chittarupa about that or the mental picture about that, someone can get misled because it becomes like a mental picture. So we try not to talk about these specific moments, but we try to. But all, if you felt it once, you might feel it again. So all the Dhamma we talk about is actually based on these experiences. But it's really beautiful for you to feel it. But your way is completely different. It is completely different. So all the experiences are different, but the non-vibration is same. Vibration power could be different from person to person. You feel that vibration power that is tense. You feel that power, and then if it really comes to you that it is a function of the sensory organ, definitely it will that ear function. It would be the ear function, and if you really feel it, then you will feel the non-vibration too. It is very subtle, though, very very minute, because it's a very transient like kind of thing. But and definitely this path keep changing. Shani told about that. Shani was talking about that where the path keep changing. So the path where you become stream enterer is different from stream enterer becoming a non-returner. Non-returner to an arahant, it is different. So there's a long way to go from that beginning. So it's just the beginning. That part is just the beginning. So you are just still floating around. But it's very important to understand that this self-view is the main problem here. When that is understood that it is just a view only, and what is here is only the chair or the mother or anything, any stimulus in that case, you keep understanding that was the only thing that was there. And then, is it that true? No, that's not true either. It's a perception. It's like a current. How can you otherwise see the chair in the dreams? So this Dhamma is very beautiful if you can understand and then feel it. And you keep understanding more and more that actually when you understand that there is no self, your burning goes down a lot, because there's no way that anyone can make you to boil. After you understanding that or feeling that, can someone come and talk to you and say, here Joel, you have this thing, why don't you try to achieve this, or something. I mean, people are very inquisitive and very keen to help as well at the same time. So if you can do them, you can do. But what I'm trying to say is, you will not be burning. Your burning is going to go down, never going to multiply. So from a stream enterer, the main good thing the Lord Buddha says is, after becoming a stream enterer, your vibration is never going to get worse than what your vibration is now. So the human vibration, the kind of human level, you're not going to go down in the sense to the animal level. So it happens here and now. So your vibration is never going to get so bad that you can kill someone, you can steal things, you can lie, you can harm someone, you can't really, there are so many things that automatically happens because you understand that if you are actually killing someone, it's just a perception. You have a perception that you are killing someone. It's just a perception. Who would like to be in a dream and act really seriously in the dream? Because you have to be so serious to kill someone, isn't it? Be so serious. To lie, you have to be so serious. To steal, you have to be so serious about this life. To steal. Think about these things. So your vibration is never going to go down, but it is going to get better and better. So towards zero. But it is zero in every stimuli, only in an arahant. Until such time, there's a long time. It can be, the timing can't be judged. It's according to every person's vibration. How low the vibration is, they might feel it a bit more quickly. And but that's the beginning of the path. That's not the end of the path. That's the beginning of the path. Anything else? Yes, Suranjika, can you add something?
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, I think that even as that vibration gradually lowers, even I think at the point or before the stream enterer stage, the value attached to those mental formations, what we call sankhara, or perceptions itself, dissipates. And now, how does those perceptions manifest? It manifests in three ways. One is mental formations in the form of thought that we have spoken of. But the overt aspect of it is what is vitakka in English? When the mental formations are magnified, they turn to verbal stuff like words, verbose. And then the more one agitates about the thoughts, it turns into action. So those are the three ways that these mental formations manifest themselves: through action, overt action, through words, and through thoughts. So initially the thought has to arise, and then that gives rise to the impulse to speak and explain and talk. And then that also gives rise to action. So what Dr. Kopla was trying to say is, the more one realizes that there's no truth in this thought, and this whole thing is a mental construct and fallacy based out of ignorance alone, the gradual wanting to act on various things, wanting to steal, wanting to kill, even those, the temptation or the tendency, shall we say, to act on the thoughts dissipates over time. And then whilst at a certain point the action really dwindles down, then even the words. Now, when you think about a conversation earlier, if you think, we are always wanting to talk, isn't it? We are always wanting to engage in a conversation. Before the other person finishes talking, we are not even listening to that person. We want to we are building up the thing that we want to say to that person, isn't it? Even in discussions, if you just think about how this behavior happens, and then even in those conversations, whether it is with a colleague or whether it is even with friends around a table at a pub or a bar or something, even we are trying to show that, we are great. We are trying to praise ourselves, maybe indirectly, or say that, this thing happened and this is the way I worked it out. And, you won't say directly, I am great and I am brave, but in indirect ways, in covert ways, there is a way that the self is being kind of praised in a indirect roundabout way. So all these things are giving rise from that mental formation, the thought, then gives the urge to say things, gives the urge to fatten the ego, gives the urge to put things in words. So, hold attention in a crowd, say things that will bring praise to oneself, so on and so forth. Now, all that gradually, as the stimuli becomes less and less real, the need for action, the need for to put oneself on a stage or to do things like that, the overt action gradually goes away. Then the need for putting words, the need for talking endlessly nonsense, putting oneself in the limelight, all that also goes. Why does it happen? It doesn't happen deliberately. Each time a thought comes, the lack of significance of the thought is the thing that comes up. What is the point? Because it just says every stimuli is, we know the truth behind the stimuli. So each stimuli, it becomes useless. Each stimuli, the power of the stimuli to keep on going from one thought to the other to the thought, because the conversation makes the thought stronger, right? The conversation, in order to fuel the conversation, the thoughts fuel themselves and get more and more powerful. That is the thing that will give the momentum, give the motivation to keep on speaking, to keep on fattening the ego, to keep on, bringing attention to oneself in a crowd, so on and so forth. So all that falls down, as Dr. Kokila says, even with the action. So which is why at the point of stream enterer, there is no way that that stimuli is going to be any, like worse or bad to the point of falling down into any one of those lower realms. It is only going to become refined and more refined. The behavior becomes more tranquil, more calm, the posture, the thinking, all that becomes calm and subdued. Now, that doesn't mean that that personality stops talking and stops smiling and that kind of thing. That person will still behave in the normal trait of that person. But inside, as Anand Mahatsa has told us many a time, the calmness is inside. The inner transformation has happened. On the outside, the person will be cheerful, will be talking to the parents, taking the children to school, and behaving as usual. So it is difficult in this dream enterer and beyond, even for a person in the mundane world, to actually recognize such a person, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? It's
Yeah,
yeah.
it's very beautiful. The more we get into this understanding of right vision, everything follows. I know. Everything follows. So you start working with right vision, you start talking with right vision. So everything follows in that kind of order, because when there's no self, imagine when someone enters and there's no self, like really low ego, don't you feel it? You feel it. And if someone enters with very high ego, you feel that too. And when someone is with low ego, not like an arahant has no ego at all. Someone with low ego even, we feel so comfortable because there's no kind of pressure. But anyone with high ego, you feel such a pressure, that if you are a feeler, you will feel it, because someone in the mind will not catch it, because when the mind is racing, it will concentrate on a lot of other stuff. But if you are a feeler, you'll definitely feel the vibration. You know, when we are in a room, don't we say that we can feel the vibe? We feel the vibe. We sometimes leave because you can't really take it. That's okay. That's okay. It's just mainly understanding how this dream is ongoing, but still it's a dream. So if you are awakened from the dream will still go, but that power which you had as the burning or the suffering is not going to be there. So you'll be smiling with them, you might be talking with them. If you really don't want to talk with them, you might go. It doesn't matter. You're not bothered about that action though. If you're not going, if you are invited to go to a party and you say no, you're not bothered about that either. And also, if you decide to go and you are there, but you're not there. If you're not there, if you actually don't go, you come home, you are not there either. But you keep doing everything that you should do. You act normal with everyone. No one can say anything. No one can even detect anything. It's just acting normal. They can feel they might feel comfortable with you because you have really low ego, but then yeah, that's it. Yes, anything, Joel? Did you actually get the points that we are trying to say? We are coming closer to the end of the Zoom discussion today. Yeah.
Yes, Doc. I was like jotting down certain important points that we are discussing, so that after the session that I could reflect on that and understand it more and feel it. So yeah, I was jotting down the points. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Madam Surangika.
All good. And yeah, we worship Paraman. Say we are really we have a great gratitude for the noble friendship that he has offered. We just listen to them through YouTube. We just started randomly. It's just a random thing for me. And I think Surangika got a tip from a friend, I think. But whatever the way that you entered listening to Dhamma, just understanding that there is no self, actually it's only a self-view. There is a vibration which is actually there because the stimuli is taken as a thing. So when the stimuli is fully understood and you don't feel it as a thing, you don't feel you become the stimuli. That's how it actually can be taken. Even these words, don't take it too seriously because this is just a feel. So to give the idea of the feel, we keep saying these things. Otherwise, it's something you feel. Your power, your chains are actually, that's the vibration of your system. That vibration, you have to actually feel it to understand that that is what is going to get slowly dissipate, slowly dwindle, slowly go to zero. So we'll start the discussion tomorrow. Thank you all Dhamma friends for coming for the discussion. We worship Para and Vanse. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Pokida. Thank you, Joel and other Dhamma friends. Worship our and Mahansa Tilman.
Good afternoon, everybody. Therun Sana Sir. Therun Sana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 84, second paragraph. As you continue to practice seeing the truth in each thought, the Pancha Indriya Dharma becomes Bala Dharma. This means that all these qualities of Sattva, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, Prajna begin to develop automatically without any effort. Now you don't think. As soon as you receive a thought, you automatically see the truth in it. This means that a spiritual development has started taking place within you. This spiritual development is known as the 7 factors of awakening, Satta Bojjhanga. The 7 factors of awakening are: first, mindfulness, Sati; second, investigation, Dhammavichaya; third, effort, Virya; fourth, joy, Priti; fifth, tranquility, Passaddhi; sixth, concentration, Samadhi; seventh, equanimity, without craving or aversion, Upekkha. This spiritual development of the Satta Bojjhanga cannot be stopped by anyone. Just like how a chili plant would grow, the awakening process automatically works within you, and you will realize the pure truth. The realization of the pure truth is called Sambodhi Parayana. This means that you will never be born in bad worlds or hells. Once you realize the pure truth, you would attain the first stage of awakening on the supramundane plane known as Sotapanna. And thereafter, nothing can stop your spiritual advancement. You will always move forward within the supramundane plane of the Patisotaya. You will automatically begin to move forward on the path to Nirvana. Once you realize the pure truth, you will never be born in unfortunate worlds as hells or animal worlds. Theron San, everybody.
Therun Sarna Shani, thank you for reading the 2 pages for us and starting the session. Therun Sarnai Aryan Mahansa, we worship at your feet. Therun Sarnai, all Dhamma friends who have joined the Zoom discussion. This is the English Zoom discussion, 2:45 p.m. to 4 p.m. from Sri Lankan time, to describe Dhamma pathway by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend, our guide, and our teacher. So we have been discussing about the nature of the thought, how the thoughts are formed, If I just summarize what is mentioned, excluding the Pali terms which were mentioned in the 2 pages that Shani read, actually you should have the willingness to find out this pathway or understand. So your willingness is very important. And also you have to make an effort to understand this and concentrate on the facts that is described in these discussions and the sermons. So concentrate, and then little by little with the concentration, there will be some tranquil feeling in the mind. And also when you understand the nature of the mind and how the thoughts are formed, the mechanism, eventually every thought which comes up is automatically analyzed in that way. Right at the beginning, you have to use your own thoughts to understand the mind. So thoughts are used as a tool to understand the mind. That is how it is when you start. But gradually, the system will feel that the detailed thinking is not necessary. With a little bit of concentration and little bit of thinking, can realize what is happening. And furthermore, when you improve further, or when the system gets used to this mechanism, automatically it will come as a feel. Actually, you don't need to think, but as a feel, when the thoughts are coming, it is realized that there is no value, or this is something, some construct of the mind, and that also is not something lasting. It's something that occurs then and there, now and here. So this is the rough sort of sketch of the things that Shani read for us. What we are trying to do with these discussions are to identify and understand the nature of the mind and the thoughts, and how this feeling of self occurs. And when you have an outline of these things, little by little, with these discussions, the gaps can be filled. And finally, you get freedom from this burning sensation which is there underneath every thought. And when you come to a certain level with this understanding, there is no way of just going down the stream, because when you start swimming upstream, it's hard, it's not easy. But after a particular milestone, there is no way of turning back and getting dragged along with the stream. And then there is some assurance that because we describe and we believe about the birth cycles, the samsara journey. So there is no risk of falling into one of the bad levels, bad realms. So this is just a summary of what we read. If we have any questions, we can start with a question, or we can start discussing on some topic. Dr. Kokila also has joined, and all our Dhamma friends are there. Therwa Saranai, we can start the discussion. I think
Therwan
Aryan Wansi also has joined. Therwa Saranai, Aryan Wansi.
Therwan Saranai. We'll start some discussion, and yeah, if as Johnny said, the implicitly the interest in finding truth is needed. It's actually it can come from various aspects. It can come from someone feeling the sadness, or it can come from when someone has attained everything and has life-wise and try to think what's happening now. If someone needs anything, it can happen in any way. But then if you incline towards the finding truth or finding, is there a liberation, or is there me, is who am I kind of question. So the main thing is the interest, then, as Dr. Sakutala said, the keenness to follow and understand truth, and the effort, and the investigation. Investigation here is actually trying to find who you are, and trying to find who you are faces challenges. So challenges are like, because the mind plays a lot of tricks. Mind, it's not that mind is willfully doing that. It's just mind is like that because it's like a mirage anyway, and it gives a dream, and you tend to think in a way that we are existing, I'm existing, kind of outside is existing, I'm also existing kind of attitude. So we never knew anything else. The whole world is actually investigating on this, like true investigators. There are people who are really interested in science as well as the spiritual side of it. Whether there's a spirit, there are so many aspects of it they investigate. Even though they take Lord Buddha's view sideways, they don't really talk about it because it's not how they look at it, but they don't declare it basically that it is actually Lord Buddha saying that there's no self, but the vibratory nature of the sensory organs bringing about a seal of life, and that is all what it is, and how this cycle of birth is ongoing. And even if we say circle of birth is ongoing, people tend to think it in a way that, okay, I am born somewhere, something like that. But actually it is not in that way. It is a kind of a way that can't be explained in that way. Because if you feel, I'm going to die and I'm going to go somewhere, it is not what happens. It's the vibratory nature of this. If there is an additional vibration, which is the power of thinking, or additional power of that existing thinking, which synchronized to any vibration elsewhere. It doesn't work like according to your wishes or anything. So it's very interesting to find out who you are, to try and locate who you are, and at the end, what we really understand is what Lord Buddha told us, well, there is a stimulus, or there is a thought, there is a feel, but all this is just a function of the sensory organ and the speed. So anyone can, and the they are the kind of in simple words for the effort and the investigation, all these aspects of your finding or become the truth, in the sense feeling the non-existence, or feeling the non-self perception. So you can ask a question at any time, and Alan is also here. I'm not sure whether he's free to join, but he may. Is there any question today? Yeah, and Suramika is also here. Yes.
Saranai. I will add few things as I felt. I mean, when we are talking about this, who am I? The topic, who am I? It's an important thing to discuss, because that is the main root of this tree of defilements. Feeling the self, or the self-existence or self-perception. We use it to describe it at different levels. Initially, it's felt that self is there, self vibration is there, and then it becomes stronger, and it's reinforced by thoughts. I am there, and my things, I like to do it this way, and like that, with the different age stages, various other colors or seasoning is added to this self feeling. And finally, as an adult or maybe a grown up child, there are many perceptions around this self perception, many other additional things, and it becomes a strong world, thick world around the self, me, my, and myself. So when we are trying to chip off this thick shell around the self perception, the thoughts, it's very important to know how these thoughts are formed, what is this mechanism. As we have discussed earlier also, the little baby didn't have the thoughts, only the feels were there, in the form of seeing, hearing, and feeling of the skin, tongue, and the nose. But gradually, with the growth of the physical body, some form of mechanism takes place, and there is some combination of these sensor functions to form thoughts. So this is where the problem starts, actually, in a major way. Not that it is not problematic before that, because even the sensor functions is a problem. But when the thoughts are formed, it becomes tougher. So when the thoughts are formed in the manner that a self is identified in a more stronger way, we need a detailed and a deep research on how these thoughts are formed. So in Buddothpado discussions, we have listened to these basic disclosures and the sermons done by our noble friend Aran Mahanse. Right at the beginning, in the main website, that is www.buddothpadodhamma.com. That is the main website. This has many discussions on how these thoughts are formed. So when you understand this mechanism, you need to listen to this and then discuss and research and experiment yourself, going to the bottom of it to understand that the thoughts, formation of the thoughts is a process. And when we understand this, then the question, who am I, comes up. Is this body myself? Again, it's a thought. We can realize now we have tied up the image, this physical body, to myself. So when you take different parts of the body, even in Lord Buddha's time, there has been some descriptions in certain sutras that different parts, the body is separated into 32 parts, yes. And then in each part, Lord Buddha was asking, is there myself? Can you name it as myself? So this is just an explanation that you can't say that this body is me. And also the concept that the body is myself has been given to the small baby by showing this is you, and that is where the combination of the sound and the picture occurs, and this image that this physical body is myself comes up. So if this body is not myself, then is the thought or the mind's, is the mind myself? Again, you have to research in detail how is a thought and how is the mind formed. So when you realize that it is something that occurs at each point, then and there, then it's clear that this mind is also not me. So like this, now these are two of the things that our Aran Mahase also has explained several times in the sermons, how to research who is this me. And finally, if the body is also not me, and if the mind is also not me, then what is it? Where is this myself? And simply it is a form of power or a current that is generated by these sensors. So this is basically something that is explained several times in the discussions. Maybe one of our friends can take
Actually,
it forward.
we will add something to there, Dr. Sakuntala,
Yeah.
that it's finally when we understand that it's only the spark which was there, in the sense the stimuli. That
Yeah.
was the only thing that was there. So the understanding that the chair itself is the thing that we brought up is the main issue. So like understanding what this spark, the stimuli, the chair, if it is chair or if it is flower, if it is rose sound, it doesn't matter. If it is taste, whatever the pineapple taste, whatever that spark or the stimuli is, the actual the feel of that spark existence or feel of feel that is existing is the thing that you felt as you are existing. This is the most important aspect of truth. If you don't get it properly and if you don't feel it, that is all what we had. And if you really understand that it's the vibration of the sensory organ only, you won't be able to feel the non-vibration, or in the sense the where you will feel the function of the sensory organ, but not the live field. So it's very important to understand this. We hear it every day. We talk about it every day. We discuss about it every day. But it's really important thing is you have to feel it. Otherwise, the doubts will be there forever. Because you can tell that you can tell something is inside a box. It is fully covered. It's a present that has arrived in the post, and until you open it, you don't know. So you can really say this must be inside. This may be the thing. This may be the thing. Maybe this is a bomb. Maybe this is a good thing. Maybe it's a beautiful ornament or whatever. But actually, seeing it is the challenge. That challenge is taken by every one of us, and
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world, to end the suffering of all human beings on this planet Earth, where their samsaric journey is created in their minds. Aryan Mahanse is showing a very clear and steady path to redeem from this wheel of suffering. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. Today I am going to talk about the Nissarana Magga 7 continuation. Path to Liberation 7 continuation. When a small baby is born into this world, baby does not know anything about what he see, feel, or hear. Baby does not know about chair, table, bed, pot, walls, pictures, mother, father, anything. The baby cannot recognize the things he see. You see, actually the baby can see, baby can hear, baby can feel also, but he cannot recognize the things he see. There's only a kind of feeling, he has a feeling. When the baby is becoming big, that means slowly the baby is growing, Then what happened? Then the mother, father, sister, brother, whoever is around near the baby used to show him the things he see. Baby, this is your mother. This is your father. Like that, this is your chair and table. This is your cot. This is your pillow. This is your plate. Like that. The naming is that means the conceptual naming is given to the baby. Otherwise, baby doesn't know anything because baby has no mind. There are no things in his mind. Very slowly, the mind is now beginning to create. When the mother and father and all the elderly people showing them the things, baby is taken out and showing there's a tree, there are flowers, butterflies, birds, like that. The conceptual concepts, names with the forms combination is feeding to the baby slowly. When he drinks milk through a milk bottle, this is baby's milk bottle, this is the food of the baby, like that. Everything is given to the fed into the baby. When the baby is starting to go to Montessori, the preschool, that is the place where baby's mind is very well developing. Until such time, mother, father, grandmother, grandfather, sister, brother, they used to show him. These are books, pencils, pens, and things like that. Whatever the baby see is shown by the people around. But when this baby starting to go to preschool, very clearly the preschool teacher is showing things. That means in the preschool, teacher is showing so many colors and so many pictures, forms, and a form is given with the name. That means name and form combination is happening there. Name and form combination is happening there. Montessori's teacher is slowly doing it. Then the baby's mind is starting to develop because the teacher is showing a house, drawing of a house, and says, this is house, this is coconut tree, this is jack tree, this is A, B, C, the alphabet. This is red color, red, green, white, black, like that. Name and the form combination is given to the baby. It's given to the baby. So that at that point onwards, baby is creating his mind. The Montessori teacher teaching little things about colors, forms, and things like that, giving the conceptual names, because in this world we live between millions of perceptions, and those perceptions are comes through the sixth sense system. Comes through the sixth sense system. And as names and forms. Then this names and forms combination is feeding to the little baby, and then his mind is starting to grow. Then only the baby is understanding what this world is, what he sees. Then only he realizes, oh, I am seeing a telephone. I am seeing a fan. I'm seeing a bird. I'm seeing a dog. This is my mother. That is your mother. That is our Montessori teacher. This is our preschool. There are so many little friends like that. Whereabouts, where the baby's house is, where the preschool is, how he is going to the preschool from his home. Like that, baby become to know the surrounding world. Little baby cannot realize them because he is not gone into that the depth of the consciousness. Yes, until such time little baby cannot realize things because he is not gone into the depth of consciousness. Consciousness means knowing separately. You know how the consciousness creates when the stimuli is coming through the six sense system with power. They, some as names, some as forms, they enter into the mind and in with the power, and inside the power inside the mind, names and forms are combining, and at that time thoughts are creating with much power, and the thoughts are transforming into consciousness. That means knowing the thought very well, understanding the thought separately, because there are so many thoughts flowing and the consciousness is based on one thought at a time, and the consciousness recognize the thought separately. That is what says consciousness means knowing separately. When the baby is born, he should have known all these. Yes, if the baby has that consciousness when he is born, he should know all these. He should have known all these. But baby has no such thing when he is born. He coming into this world as with a radiant mind. Due to the ignorance, thoughts are creating. Yes, because the way from the beginning in this conceptual world, that means conceptual world, sensual world, people used to think in a different way, a wrong way. That is why all these things, all these problems are there. Because they think this world is true. That is what it calls, due to ignorance, thoughts are creating. In the true Buddhist philosophy, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is very clearly showing when there is light waves, light vibration, the light vibration is equal to the eye vibration, then the light is creating inside inside the eyes, on the eye. Then due to synchronization, then the other things around. The forms, so many forms around are also vibrating. When their vibration is equal to the eye vibration and light vibration, the gap between them are vanishing and synchronization is happening. Then we are seeing the thing. Then we are seeing the thing. So that is how we used to see things. But actually speaking, there are two uh, lenses in our eyes. There are two lenses in our eyes. You mean through a lens, there are only shadows are creating, reflections and shadows are creating through the lenses. That means we are also seeing shadows, reflections. So the forms and names create a combination, creating thoughts mainly due to the forms. Actually, forms and shadows and reflections are creating in our six sense system. That means we can't experience anything originally. We can see only reflections because we see each and everything through a lens. That is how we see forms. When it comes to sound, it is also like this. When it comes to sound, there is sound vibration. There is sound vibration. When the sound vibration equal to ear vibration, they both vibration are becoming equal, becoming one and become one and the due to synchronization, and therefore we are able to see, we are able to hear. The touch feeling is also like that. When the food touches the tongue, there is a vibration happening. There is a vibration happening there. And due to that vibration, we feel the taste. Smell also like that. When there are different smells, the vibratory nature of those smells and the nose synchronization is happening and we are feeling the smell. Body touch is also like that. We can feel cold and hot and everything like that. Therefore, there is no any kind of originally experiencing. All are some kind of vibration. We experience everything through vibrations. That is why actually speaking, when we see, hear or feel things, thoughts are creating. That is why we call it ignorance, due to the ignorance, because we take those things as originally there, but it is not so. There is no mind also. There is no mind also. Mind is just a vibration appearing and disappearing. That means to see a form, the mind is creating to see a form. We see a form means we see our mind. So mind is showing a form and again it goes to the ears and hearing a sound. Then it comes to the nose, feeling a smell. Then it comes to the body and there's a body touch. Like that, it is circulating. So when the thoughts are arising based on these forms, that means the forms, seeing, hearing and feeling, those are actually imaginations. So on those imaginations, thoughts are creating with static power, because always thoughts have power, because thoughts are also vibrations. So when it comes to consciousness, it has more power, because consciousness, when we see something, when we see a calendar, consciousness says that calendar is not very beautiful. So many things are telling. Therefore, all the time, different thought patterns are arising, each and every stimuli, because of this mind consciousness. It is all, most of the time, it is very much ignorant thought processes, because the consciousness shows us something is existing, permanently existing there, but actually it is not so. Due to mental constructions, consciousness is created. Yes, when the thoughts arising means there are aggregates. Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. Forms, feelings, perceptions, that means stimuli. Sankara means mental constructions and knowing consciousness. At the point of mental construction, the form we see and the feeling we have and the signal, sanya, the perception, all those are combining. There's a inside mental combination is happening. That is called sankara. That means the construction. What we see is constructed by the mental construction and given to the mind. Then only the mind is, the consciousness is realizing. That is how this works. A kind of a scientific, theoretical way. That is how the consciousness creates. But the light comes upon the eyes of the baby, and the people like mother, father, and adults showing the baby the names, tying the forms with the names like this. Yes, that is how the baby begins to know about the things around. And it is called in Dhamma Nama Rupa Paccaya Salayatana. That is how this Salayatana creates due to Nama Rupa. Nama means names. Rupa means forms. Now the little baby is little by little knowing about Nama and Rupa, because all the people around and the teacher, Montessori teacher, is showing Rupa and that form, and then given the name. That is called Nama Rupa. Then this Nama combination with combined with Rupa, and due to that Salayatana creates. In Dhamma it says, because of Nama Rupa, Salayatana creates. Salayatana means six sense system. So again, Vijnana Paccaya Nama Rupa. Normally we know how the name and form combination creates thoughts, and the thoughts become consciousness. The other way around, because of the consciousness, again, names and forms are also creating. That means at once we see something, we hear something. We hear there is a huge elephant coming closer to the house. So at once we hear that, the knowing. At once we can see the mind. In the mind, a elephant's form is creating. A large animal, a large elephant's form is creating. So that is why it's called Vijnana Paccaya Nama Rupa. Then the knowing became, we heard that there is a big elephant coming near the house, and at once the mind shows the Nama Rupa. That means the form of the elephant and the Nama Rupa combination in the mind. That is called Vijnana Paccaya Nama Rupa. Then Nama Rupa Paccaya Salayatana. Nama Rupa means again names and forms. Because of names, based on names and forms, Salayatana. This six sense system is creating. So again, Salayatana Paccaya Passa. Salayatana Paccaya Passa. Passa means sparsha, touch. Sparsha, touch. That means, touch means Vedana Sanya Sankhara. Salayatana Paccaya Passa. Because the six sense system used to touch things. Yes. That means the eyes touching forms, ears touching the sound, like that. Passa is can be called as Vedana Sanya Sankhara, because to our eyes, if we see something, we feel some kind of feeling. That is called Vedana, feeling, and Sanya. Then due to what this feeling came? Due to what this feeling came? And Sankhara. Sankhara means mental constructions. Again, thoughts are arising and coming to the other side. That is Vijnana Paccaya Salayatana. Due to consciousness, six sense system is creating. Six sense system is creating. And Salayatana Paccaya Nama Rupa. Salayatana Paccaya Nama Rupa means due to this six sense system, names and forms are creating. Due to the names and forms, consciousness is creating. Consciousness is creating. This is actually a cycle where in this human life, this cycle is happening throughout the life. This circle is creating in the Paticca Samuppada. Actually, this circle is creating in the Paticca Samuppada. That means the dependent origination. There are dependent originations. There are 12 things. First one is ignorance. The circle of dependent origination. The first one is ignorance. A fundamental misunderstanding of reality and the nature of the self. Because of this ignorance, avijja, the fundamental misunderstanding of reality and the nature of the self. Due to this ignorance, mental formations are happening, mental constructions, sankara, that is the volitional actions, thoughts and intentions fueled by ignorance. Yes, because so many volitional actions and thoughts and intentions are fueled by ignorance. Therefore, so many outcomes are happening, useless outcomes are happening. Then again, the consciousness. Due to mental formations, consciousness is creating basic awareness and discrimination. Because the consciousness means the basic awareness of the thought or the form or anything comes through the six sense system. Consciousness means the basic awareness. Due to the basic awareness, name and form creating. The arising of a psychophysical being, mind and body, name and form is creating. Then, due to name and form, six sense bases are creating. The five physical senses and the mind, that is called the six sense bases are eyes, ears, tongue, nose, body, skin, and the mind. Those are the six sense bases. Then, due to this six sense bases, different types of six types of contact, sparsha is happening. The coming together of a sense organ, its object and consciousness. That is how a sparsha is, contact is creating. That means the coming together, three things are coming together to create a contact, sparsha. The coming together of a sense organ, its object and the consciousness, that is called contact. Due to the contact, feeling is arising. That is called in Dhamma Vedana. Vedana is creating due to sparsha. That means feeling created due to contact. Feeling means experiencing sensations and as pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. Yes. Vedana, feeling is experiencing sensations as pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. Three kinds of feelings are arising. Due to feelings, craving is arising. Craving means tanha, the desire to hold on to pleasant feelings and push away unpleasant ones. Craving, the desire to hold on to pleasant feelings and push away unpleasant ones. The craving, this whole world is dying today because of the craving. All the sensual realm people are running behind the craving. All the sufferings are happening due to craving. Some have craving towards money, some have cravings towards the sensual pleasure, some have cravings about so many things. Always they want to possess so many nice things, valuable things, and the desire to hold on to pleasant feelings and push away unpleasant ones. That is called craving. Then again, after tanha, after craving, comes to clinging. Clinging means upadana, deep attachment and grasping at desires. Yes, because we normally the happening in the mind also when clinging, this upadana is very very well happening in the mind. Most of the time the clinging happening to the thoughts, and the same type of thoughts coming again and again. Due to that, anger is creating, otherwise lust is creating, like that. That is called clinging. Deep attachment and grasping at desires. Yes. When somebody clinging into something, they used to go behind those things. Then again, becoming bhava. Bhava means existence, the process of generating karma that leads to future existence and rebirth. Yes. Due to all above, this bhava, the process of generating karma that leads to future existence and rebirth is happening, creating. That is called bhava, becoming, existence. Then due to bhava, due to becoming, the birth is happening. All the time birth is happening due to bhava. Not only after death, in this lifetime, all the time we are dying and rebirth is happening inside the mind. Birth means jati, the beginning of a new cycle of life. So, aging and death. Final one is aging and death. Jara Marana, Jati Jara Marana, the inevitable decay and suffering that follows birth. Final thing is aging and birth. So this is the main reason for everybody to feel this kind of suffering life due to this dependent origination, showing how a thought is arising and fading. Yes, because of the thoughts are arising and fading, this dependent origination is happening. In the true Buddhist philosophy, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's great revelation, it's very much clearly showing how a thought is arising and fading. That means when there are perceptions around, they comes into the mind through six sensor system as stimuli, and when the form comes, forms, different kinds of forms are coming through six senses, and the name is given by the mind, and the name and form combination is happening there, and a thought is creating. But it is actually not permanent. In this fraction of the moment, the thought is just arising and passing away. Arising and passing away. That is how all the time thoughts are creating. All the those thoughts have aggregates, 5 aggregates in each and every thought. So when the thoughts flowing is very high in the human mind, they used to act like mad people because they do not know what they do. They do not know how to talk, how to behave, how to act, because thought processes are so high in their mind, and they cannot control themselves. So they are just like animals. Though they have human bodies, most of the time they act like animals. That is why this human realm is so much a pathetic level. So much frustrations are having in people's mind because the thought processes are very high, and the density of thoughts are also very high. So many aggregates, then finally they can't bear it up. Then they have so many mental illnesses. That is the dangerous part of this thought process. That is called depression, anxiety, and so many things, because the human mind is so powerful. When the thought processes are there, so many thought processes are there, it is becoming more and more powerful. Due to this telephone, the new touch telephones, the thought processes are even become more and more higher, because their whole world is on the palm, and they used to search all the time. They are in the mind. So the mind creates so many thought patterns, and then those thought processes are pressurizing the mind itself. So some people can't even sleep, can't even live a peaceful life, because that is so much pathetic. That is why, not like the olden days. Olden days, there were no this kind of communications. People were so many. People were with more time with the nature and feeling nature, living with the nature, and they didn't have this kind of illnesses. Whatever they had, they ate. They lived peacefully. And now, because of these electronic devices, mostly because of the phones, people used to uh, throw so many thoughts towards each and everybody and feeling angry and anxious and frustrated because of the things they see. That is why everything there should be some kind of control, but nowadays people are suffering due to unhealthy minds because they are always frustrated. They don't have a peace of mind because there's no way for them to relax because they do not know anything about this true Dhamma. They are not even trying to listen to this true Dhamma. Therefore, the suffering is very high. Therefore, each and every human being should listen to this true Dhamma of Buddothpado PeoTV. Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is now revealing to the world the shortest and the correct path to overcome from this ultimate wheel of suffering. So anybody can understand with this true Dhamma very simply through this English language from any part of the world, no matter whatever religion you believe, no matter whatever the social background you have, no matter whatever education level you have, no matter whatever society you live in, this is the ultimate truth, and each and every human being should listen to this Buddothpada PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel, and also you all can go through www.wisdomofasia.com, www.buddhothpadadhamma.com, and listen to this Dhamma. There are more than 13,000 sermons in the YouTube channels in 3 languages, in Sinhala, Tamil and English. Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is showing the ultimate bliss very naturally in front of a village mother even. So simply Aryan Mahanse is showing that how to live with the utmost relaxation. That is what that the relaxed mind is the most valuable thing in this world because you can't have a relaxed mind with how much wealth you have. You can't find it that way. So the peace of mind comes through. Peace of mind is only comes through the true Dhamma of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, based on Lord Buddha's true teachings, ultimate truth. If you are listening to this ultimate truth, you will become a relaxed human being, can feel the life in a different angle without anxiety, without depression, without any kind of suffering, because in this human realm, the possibility to suffering is very high. In different human beings, there are different types of possibilities to feel the suffering. Therefore, each and every human being should listen to this ultimate truth because Certainly the world you see is not true. Lord Buddha showed us that the forms, each and every forms and names we see, we hear, we feel are not true, because all those are a creation in the mind. But this ultimate truth was hidden for more than 1,000 years, and now only Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is showing that to us. So, without understanding this ultimate truth, no use of living in this planet Earth as a blind man, because the human beings having some kind of ability to understand the truth, to overcome the wheel of suffering, because it's very much dangerous to die without listening to this truth, because actually speaking there is no God out there to care about us. There are different gods and goddesses according to each religion, angels and everybody, but they are not having such a power to take us into their places. And actually speaking, the heaven is also a place where people just sit, stay there for a little while period and then have to come again to the lower realms. So all the 31 realms are in this mind, and each and every realm we can experience while living due to our thought patterns. Therefore, it is very much dangerous if you are not listening to this ultimate truth and just living and going to die. We heard some are planning to die, some are planning to leave the body, but actually speaking, that is not correct. We have to live with this body until the nature is doing the final part, because if we are planning to leave the body means that is suicide. So that is a great sin. So we have to understand the defilements in our thought processes. Becoming aging, becoming illnesses and going to die means natural things in this human realm. So we have to accept those things. Only thing we have to do is listening to this great revelation of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the wisdom of Asia, the highest knowledge in the spiritual master with the highest knowledge, highest wisdom, and the great sage in this era for all the human beings. Aryan Mahanse is showing the ultimate point of releasing from this dangerous cycle of rebirth and death, because we do not know if we die like blind people, we do not know what will happen to us, because it is so dangerous. We can see in this world how people are suffering. We do not know what will happen to us. Therefore, we must have the protection of the true Dhamma, the protection of the ultimate truth that will give us the peace of mind and the relaxed life. Therefore, each and every person should understand this true Dhamma listen to the Buddothpado PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel and understand www.wisdomofasia.com website, and you can very clearly understand very methodically in a scientific way. It shows there's no outside. According to Aryan Mahanse's teachings, there's no outside, there's no mind, there's no this body is just a six sense system, and there's no owner for this body. All these things are very clearly stated and very well explaining. So even understanding this Dhamma will help each and every person to live with the peace of mind, because this Dhamma is very powerful, because it is the ultimate truth of the mankind. So we must understand we are the creators of our own destiny, and our duty to overcome this suffering in this world. Now I'm going to conclude this session for today. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
risk එකක් නේ. මොකද May the Noble Triple Gem bless you and welcome to the Buddothpado evening Dhamma discussion. This Dhamma discussion happens daily from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time with the intention of sharing this beautiful message of true Dhamma with the entire mankind. So first of all, let's all pay our homage to Buddha Dhamma Sangha, the Noble Triple Gem, and our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, for his selfless service to spread this message to the human. I mean, despite their caste, creed, language, geographical location, and also guiding us in the path, encouraging us every day. He works all 24 hours without expecting anything in return. So it's because of him, this true message of Gautama Buddharajanan Wahanse, the Dhamma of dependent origination, Paticca Samuppada, or the cause and effect Dhamma, came to us like this. So as every day, until our Dhamma friends join the discussion, let's discuss the opportunities available under Buddothpado Forum and also try to get a basic understanding of what this non-vibration or the Dhamma of non-self, or how should we uh, look at the phenomena. What is this non-self angle? Teruvan Saranai Champa.
Teruvan Saranai, Dharma, Teruvan Saranai.
Can you hear me properly?
Yes, can hear.
Okay. Teruvan Saranai. So let's look at this, the system of six sense faculties.
Yes.
Until Dr. Kokila and Dr. Sakuntala joins the discussion, let's try to discuss
Okay, Dharma, okay.
mechanism of sense faculties. So all of us know in science, we learn about the five sense faculties: eye,
Yes,
ear, nose, tongue, body or the skin, and the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the body. But
yes,
in the Lord Buddha revealed to the world, there is another actually mysterious sense faculty in addition to these basic sense faculties, which we cannot figure out with actually despite Lord Buddha's efforts, because he fulfilled his uh, ac- perfections, paramita,
yes,
over an incalculable number of eons, isn't it, Champa?
yes, dear, yes,
Yes, yeah. Because of that, we came to know about this mind faculty. So,
yes,
mind faculty is the illusion, real illusion.
yes,
So, it is because of this mind faculty that we feel uh, as if that as if everything exists. Now, otherwise, basically, what is perceived by eye
yes,
arises at that very instant and it ceases fully
yes,
without leaving a trace of it.
yes,
Now, my eye perceives certain images, shapes of light.
yes,
Since I am on a street, they are basically, since somebody has introduced them to me at some point, uh,
yes,
at once they come as vehicles, probably cars,
yes,
buses, bicycles, even
yes,
birds, because all these phenomena, they are
Yes.
basically just shapes of light. But
Yes. Yes.
still, since
Yes.
somebody introduced them to us at some point, maybe at the age of 4, 5, or especially in the maybe in the preschool, all
Yes.
these labels came, and now the names and forms got entangled.
Yes.
Names and forms got entangled. So after that, as Lord Buddha said, once ghee is made out of milk, what we
Yes.
find is always what we find is ghee. We
Yes.
cannot convert ghee into milk. So
Yes.
similarly, when the name and form got entangled, always that outcome, what was formed, I mean, that name form combination arises. Now, when the eye perceives the shape of light, I can't see the two entities as the name and the shape. But what comes at once is the jeep or the car or
Yes.
the building. Yes. So that is something that we have to untangle, especially someone who steps into the path basically should understand this phenomena. Teruvan Saranai Champa, please let me know if Dr. Kokila joins because I
Okay. Okay.
cannot. Yeah. And
Right.
actually, I'm on the street right now,
Hey.
but yeah. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Um, Dr. Sakuntala is also not there, isn't it?
No, no, not yet,
No.
dear.
Ah,
Not
not
yet.
yet. Okay, that's all right. So
Right.
that is the name form entanglement, and then it is same. It is the same scenario with the ear also.
Yes.
Now the ear perceives sounds.
Yes.
So it was, I mean, if we think of the radiant mind, the child in the cot,
Yes.
when certain sounds are perceived, even that infant didn't know that it was mother's voice,
No.
grandmother's voice,
Yes.
but the father's voice or the birds calling or not, any sound of the rain, sound of
Yes.
the car, no, nothing. But all sounds occurred in the infant's ear also, because if the ear is functioning properly, the
Yes.
sound occurred. But
Yes.
later the introducing part happened. Somebody, maybe the mother or some sibling or some
Yes.
friend, some adult introduced it as, did you hear your mother talking, your
Yes.
father talking, this is your sister talking,
Yes.
this is the sound of the vehicle, baba. So with that, this name form entanglement happened. The sounds got certain labels.
Yes.
Now when the sound arises, I mean, as a child of 6 year old, let's say 7 year old, now they know, it's my mother's voice. It's my
Yes.
father's voice. It's the
Yes.
sound of the car. So
Yes.
that is how the sounds also became things, started to become things. Now, actually, what we are discussing is how the world initially got created.
Yes.
Isn't it, Champa?
Yes, dear.
Do you have to add something to it? This?
No, actually, coming every stimuli coming through the six sense system is due to that only we are creating our world inside the mind.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
But
So,
before
yes,
before listening to this Dhamma, we didn't know about it.
exactly.
Yes.
Yes. So it was through Buddothpado sermons that these doubts we had about the philosophy uh,
Yes.
became crystal clear to us.
Yes.
So if we take the same scenario in relation to nose, how did this name and form got got entangled. Actually, we are not to talk about name and form, entanglement, and these basic things. Champa, in the morning discussion, in the morning sermon, Aryan Mahase was strictly telling that you shouldn't be, I mean, playing with the philosophy. You have to give it up and you have to identify how you function, how the system functions without the self, right? You
Right.
must have listened to it, right?
No, no. Today I couldn't listen to it.
Oh my God, he was strictly telling everyone,
Yes.
now I will never let you play with the philosophy, waste time with the philosophy, but you all should talk and see how things happen without the involvement of a self.
Self. Yes. He
Actually, that
always
is
tells
what
that. Yes.
happens. There is no
Yes.
self, it is just a system. Now, it
Yes.
is evident from the way that AI, now, fortunately, this artificial intelligence, uh,
Yes.
I mean, half intelligence, right?
Yes.
Human, these robots, some of the robots are programmed to behave exactly like humans.
Yes.
Only thing missing in them is the self vibration, right? Otherwise,
Yes.
all the data can be fed. So
Yes.
that is important. When Dr. Kokila and Dr. Sakuntala joins, I think we can discuss it further.
Right.
So can you can now I actually touched on how thoughts gets generated in relation to ear and the eye. Can
Yes.
you talk a bit about nose, how the smell perceptions come
Yes.
and how the names gets entangled, how the
Yes.
taste
Yes.
thing,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
jump.
When they are actually when there is smell around us, that means smell is also there is a vibration,
Yeah.
and that vibration is synchronizing to our nose
Yes.
vibration. Then they
Yes.
become when they become one, and therefore we are feeling the smell.
Exactly.
Yes.
Even the child in the cot feels the smell, Champa. That
Yes.
happens. That is
Yes.
an automated system. But
Yes.
that infant doesn't know that it is a smell even. How
Yes.
does that label come from now? That is the smell of the dog's poop. That is the smell of the perfume. That is the
Yes.
smell of the rose.
Yes.
that that name form entanglement happens with the introduction.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes,
Sudhana.
yeah, yeah.
Now doctor has joined. Dr. Kokila has joined.
Dr. Kokila, Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. I just gave a basic, yeah.
Thiruvan Saranai,
Sarnai,
Dr.
yeah.
Kokila.
Sarnai, that's good.
Sudharma is on the road, it seems, doctor.
Yeah, I heard like that. Must be driving.
Yes, Dr. Thiruvan
Yeah.
Saranai.
Be safe. Yeah. Champa, I couldn't finish listening to not last night, the today morning one. I
Today
listened
morning
only
one,
halfway.
I couldn't touch that even. Last night thing I was writing and a certain amount I have wrote. Last night thing is also a wonderful thing, no doctor? Now
Yeah.
it's coming like nothing.
Yes, yes, yes.
So I didn't have time to listen to this morning one.
Yeah, morning one I listened only halfway, but
Yes.
there's a lot, like not a lot, but some to
Sudharma was
go.
telling, yes, Aryan Mahanse told it seems there's no time to play with the Satyajnana now, that means the Buddhist philosophy. Now you all must understand without self all these six senses like that. Aryan Mahanse told it seems in the morning.
Yes, 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 actually.
Mm.
It was great advice that he's reminding to everyone.
Yes, must listen in the evening, yes.
So, did you get a chance to translate a little bit?
Last night thing, doctor. To a
Mm-hmm.
certain extent, I have written, but today
But
morning thing,
that's
mo-
okay.
today morning thing, I couldn't.
What did
Uh,
you understand from that last night one?
Without self view, that means with the self view, there is nothing, there is no way. That is what I understood.
Yeah, yeah, true. Yeah, you can read if you are ready.
Yes, I am ready, doctor. But the whole thing I couldn't. Still,
That's okay. Yeah,
another part is there because this is too long, right?
yeah.
Andolanaatmaka Deshana, 30th June, 7 p.m. Feeling happy is a normal thing. There are different ways for it. In Arya Bhumi, pure land, that happiness is not becoming a thing. දෙයක් නොවන සතුටක්. In sensual realm, world is true and there is a feeler for the happiness. That lady has felt it that way. Arya Bhumi, pure land, is meeting only after the self-view is redeemed. There is no personal identity. Therefore, there is no happiness with the feeling of self. It is based on the maturity in Dhamma. That is very important. How far this world is true to the seeker. He only knows how far he is having transactions with the world. What is what is what is his experience about redeemed from the world and how far it is? That can be seen only by him. Sandittika. Normally, in any incident, when hearing something or looking around it, will be only an incident, but somebody may remember how the light is creating, how the sound is creating, the way of them feeling, and the light, sound, and world is not true. When memorizing these things, and they should be uh, realized it. Realizing them, for that seeker, this world will not become true. Do not go to search for it. When we look around, we can see. Yes, we can hear. Yes, thoughts are appearing. There is something we regularly said in Malukya Putra Sutra. What Malukya Putra Swamin Vahanse is said, can see, hear and feel as usual. Thoughts are appearing as usual. නමුත් ඒ හැම දෙයකින්ම මිදුණු අවධියක් මතුවෙනවා. But an awareness arises, a realization emerges, mindfulness arises, which is already redeemed from everything. This is the deepest point in this drama. Can see, hear and feel as usual. Thoughts are appearing as usual. But how about this awareness in you? Again telling. Aryan Mahanse said, I am going to tell again. Can see, feel and hear as usual. Thoughts are appearing as usual. The six senses are as usual. But any stimuli comes as seeing, hearing or feeling or thinking. Awareness not belongs to any stimuli, comes through eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, skin or mind arising in you. We may be cooking, sweeping, talking to somebody, listening to Aryan Mahanse. Somebody may scolding you. Maybe you are thinking about something. People are living like animals, thinking the world as true. Children are there, houses are there, I am there, I am dying, and afterwards going to hell or heaven. people live at this point. All these facts, whether you studied well and realized well, investigated well, are you certain, verified, assured, definite about seeing, hearing, feeling, thinking? This is very important because this is not about thinking something. This is an experience. At this moment, where are you or what you are doing? Nothing is important. You are doing your job or your business. Day-to-day work is happening as usual, but you have an awareness. What is this awareness? Tell it. You do not know about your fire. Not talented to see that. Otherwise, you should have confidence. You should be able to talk about the experience you feel. If you go by thoughts, you will be a horarahata. You should know the real arahanthood. Arahanta samadhi means a concentration of an arahant. Can't play with it. There is no self-talk there. There is no death. There are no personal identity or self-view there. It is always appearing from under the surface. Lord Buddha asked Anuruddha Thero whether he has Adhigata Samadhi, attained concentration permanently. Yes, Lord, it is not having permanently. Be honest, be talented, understand your nature properly. Lord Buddha said, before becoming Buddhahood, I also have this kind of experience. In Upaklesha Sutra, Lord Buddha said, there are 14 ways. These defilements are there. There is a very these defilements are hidden in a very subtle way. If you have not able to see that, thereafter going out of the path, getting stuck at the same point, goes bad in the same point. There is a Andolanatmaka Katavak here. If you catch this stimuli, hardly taken it. If you go without thinking about the stimuli, there you have taken it lightly. Here you cannot think about the stimuli or just can't wait without thinking about the stimuli. You can feel the stimuli. Jnana samannagata means that when we see a person, we can feel that how much honest this person is, or else how much pride he has. No need to educate. Otherwise, they cannot realize Nibbana in this path. You should feel everybody must see how this thought process, Sitivili Sansara, creating sound plus colors equal to thoughts. You must see that when it comes again and again. See how this is creating power. Adhigata Samadhiya ගැන මෙලනිගෙන් අහන්න. She said, දර්ශනය වෙනවා. Without a person, that activity process is happening very clearly. Whatever happened, that natural activity process is coming up and showing. At some points, a concentration is there. Thoughts are not becoming powerful. Feeling nature is also not powerful. If say in words, නිකං ඔහේ ඉන්න ස්වභාවයක්, a nature that is just waiting. හරි ශාන්ත සැනසිලිදායක ස්වභාවයක් තමයි තියෙන්නේ. Very peaceful and comforting nature in there, serene and calming. If you talk like that, it will be wrong. Aryan Mahansi said, Adhigata Samadhiya cannot explain that way. Now, thoughts are creating, but not feeling self. Seeing and hearing is there. That's all. This is mind. This is not Adhigata Samadhiya. Not explained this way. Adhigata Samadhiya is at the point of Nyayasa Adhigamaya. Some sutra shows this story. The monk is valued if he has the Adhigata Samadhi only. Adhigata Samadhi is not the Nimitigata Samadhi, Animitta Samadhi. Animitta Samadhi means not related to any stimuli, but there is a concentration. That is the non-self experience. When we see the practical side, we are looking at a thing. Underneath that there is a story unseen to you. When you're looking at something, there is a awareness hidden underneath. If you are in the mind, that means you are living in a thought world coming through eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, skin, and mind. You do not have that awareness. That is the first thing. You are talking, working, and thinking as usual. If a student going to school and studying, you should feel that all these are happening, but there is no owner for that. Here is the problem. This story is in a very subtle point. Be careful. Think that if you are not redeemed from the self view, there is no Adhigata Samadhi for you. Shrutamaya Jnana. When the Shrutamaya Jnana listening wisdom is matured, this Adhigata Samadhi is appearing. It is happening now itself while listening to true Dhamma according to each and every one. උග්ගටිතඤ්ඤ කෙනාට මේ දේවල් අදාළ නැහැ. Feeling path is opening. The feeling path is opening at a point there are no thoughts, but thoughts are there. Cheto Vimuktiya is also here. See this through Mahakaruna. Think that you are listening to Dhamma here. At this moment of listening Dhamma, there is Adhigata Samadhiya underneath. Feeler can feel. This is Arahanta Samadhiya, Vidarshana Samadhiya. Feeler lives like others, but there is no death for him. This is the point of winning the death, but you can feel it just like eating salt. Seeker experience himself, no prepared rafts, can't get into others' rafts. This is Adhigata Samadhi. Tatra Tatra Vipassati. That's all, Doctor. I could manage to write.
Yeah, that is, more like very good, because now uh, it's such a good thing that we read our enhances at least few sentences every day. It's like genuinely
Yes.
his words, so it's really good. Dr. Sakuntala also has joined. Theron Sana, Dr. Sakuntala.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Dr. Sakuntala.
Yeah, we were just talking about yesterday's sermon, not today morning. I couldn't finish today morning one. I heard like most of it, but not finished. Anything to add, Dr. Sakuntala? Last
Uh,
night one was the one Dr. Sorry,
yeah,
Champa was.
last I don't know whether I have mixed up today morning and yesterday's facts. Today morning also, I think Aranhase spoke some certain things about the Adhigata Samadhi. What I remember basically was that he said that whatever the situation, whatever the environment, whatever the stimulus which is faced or experienced, the feeling is that not belong to that setup. Even in the presence of a big crowd, or even in the presence of even in the in a situation where lots of happenings are there, lot of activities are there, and lot of people are interacting and communicating. uh, this particular system feels that not belonging to any of them or any of the activities, but still can experience everything in the same way, but feels that doesn't belong to any of them. That
Mm-hmm.
is something that I can remember. And of course, it is not something that you can think, not something actually you can't explain it also clearly, because it is something that is felt. You can explain it in sort of different ways, but exact way cannot be explained.
Yeah, common experience is the Buddha's
Mm.
word.
Yeah, yeah. And
And
Adhigata
also,
Samadhi, he said, is the Arhat state, isn't it?
Yeah.
yes. And
Precisely.
also in the morning, doctor, he strictly said everyone to remember uh, to make sure uh, that you have to feel as if everything happens without the involvement of a self. You are not
Mm.
to, I really don't want anybody to talk only about philosophy. Now you are too much into philosophy. You talk and talk
Mm.
and talk, explain and explain and explain. But remember, he was strictly talking to people, especially I'm talking to people who are doing sermons and
Mm.
talking in
Yes.
Zoom discussions. So you are not to go ahead with the philosophy all the time, like parroting it. You have to make sure that everything to see, be vigilant whether everything happens without the involvement of a self. Then only I can say at least you are in the path. Otherwise, no one of you is in the path. That's what he said in the morning. I listened to that doctor. And he was telling you come and tell stories of
Yes,
giving
yes.
away leaflets, stories of you feeling less defilements. Those are just silly stuff, like he said. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he said that I mean, you can't label, you can't have your own frames. I mean, whether I'm a female or a male, whether what is my profession is, how long I have been listening to Dhamma, all those frames should completely be gone, isn't it? He
Mm.
said
Mm.
neutral, like water. That should be your level if you are a person who is doing these Zooms.
Yeah. Yeah. Always, because I think I listened to that beginning. What he was saying is whether the evaporation of water, whether it has a shape or anything like that. He was taking it as an example how there is no self here and how he expects everyone to be like that. Actually, that is the main important thing. It's not the actual uh, philosophy is important, but understanding that there is no self here is a thing. Sometimes we can actually miss it here and there in a different angle, as we discuss. Sometimes we also try to discuss it, right? The when you said that you were watching the burning, then this is not actually a task of watching the burning. We are actually trying to understand that there is no self here, because we can get carried away by other things. Even to Sudharma, I said that day, because if you get carried away by other tasks, the main task may get deviated. The main task is to see the no self all the time. So, yeah, that it's teachers' responsibility all the time. And so Aran Hanse is reminding us every time. I think it started from Nikavarati Amma trying to say that because everyone start to talk like Arahants now, so he has to bring it up that no self Dhamma is a different story. That's the thing. So it's a very tricky area anyway, because people can get carried away by the mind.
Often
And
what happens
also,
is, yeah, yes, Sudhana.
please go ahead, doctor. Sorry.
No, no, what I was going to say was quite often the listeners will start a story like thing, a part of the film, and the person who is coordinating also gets carried away with that story,
Yeah.
forgetting the main road.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, Sudharma.
Yeah, and also I felt Dr. Aryan Hanse implied that if you are working with the non-self angle, you must be more committed to Dhamma. Like now, people do it as part-time, no, giving little time to that. It is not the main thing for, even we say we are in the path, it's not the main thing for most of us, no. So I
Mm.
think he implied, he quoted names of few people and said, I at least believe these people are having that kind of thing, he said. So
Ah,
I
yes,
felt,
yes.
yeah, yeah. Because first priority actually for us also, the school thing is there, family thing is there, even this thing, that thing, somehow like we do,
Mm.
but it is not the first and the foremost thing, no yet.
Mm,
So
mm,
actually, we are mentally we are in Dhamma. Whatever happens, it comes to us for a, but commitment to it should be more like it should be the first priority. Now you are a teacher, you are a doctor, you are a nurse, accountant, whatever. But Aranwase says you don't have to feel as if you are a female or a male. That is
Mm.
the non-self nature that I expect. That's what he says. But still, we have so many roles, and we were anyway talking about that, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? What
Yeah.
happens if we lose everything all of a sudden? Will we be ready to accept that now? As long as we are in the comfort zone, we are quite okay. Yeah, I think now he is coming to the difficult part of it, and he is talking about that now.
Anyway,
Yeah.
when the story goes towards the form and the non-form, the Dhamma gets deeper, and the
Yes.
dedication is needed.
Mm.
Actually
True.
speaking, handling uh, everything, juggling everything, I don't think it's a easy thing for the higher, um, like this. Even for feeling Dhamma, there must be some mental and physical, I think some like how do you say, dedication kind of,
Yeah.
and
And
some chitta viveka, what do you say that,
yeah, you said mental, complete, perfect mental and physical relaxation, no?
relaxation should be there, so it's not coming anyway with all this stuff.
And traditionally also, doctor, it is said, no, when somebody comes up to non-returner level, that person will not be, will continue to be a lay person. they will go to a monastery or they will become a monk or a nun. So that I mean that also proves not physically going into a monastery, but complete commitment should be there, because that is where one feels that I should fully discover, fully get this, because that iceberg example is also a good, I mean, eye opener, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? And
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that's it. So there must be, then I think that motivation must be arising naturally.
And
Then,
it's very nicely
yeah.
said, Ranvahansi, not last night, the night before maybe, that the sermons are different. So the sensual world sermons are different, form world sermons are different, non-form sermons are different.
True.
So he was touching initially the sensual world. So that's the thing. So it so that is the exact thing that we in the sense not we but everyone who holds the sermons has to be vigilant, because the question can come from any of the planes, and sometimes the question can masquerade, or the can be asked in such a way that it shows like it is in the form level, but then actually it is not. So there are so many responsibilities of a person who is holding the Zoom also. So it's a learning process, actually feeling process, not a learning process. Feeling process, because you have to feel the level and answer accordingly. So whether the question is coming from form level, the non-form level, or the sensual world, or the actually Prutajana level. It's a difficult thing, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? What do you think?
Yeah, but I remember also he mentioned that now some people feel that when there are more obstacles or more problems, you can't go along this path. The path is kind of
Actually, that is also
obstructed.
not true.
Yeah, he said it is opposite, isn't it? More problems
Yeah.
that you get. I mean, moving towards the Adhigata Samadhi will be more effective, he said.
Mm. Because actually සිතක් තියෙන තැන තමයි ගින්නක් තියෙන තැන තමයි නිවන
Mm,
තියෙන්නේ.
mm, mm,
Otherwise you can't really understand that. If you go now, when Nigavarati Amma was talking, it's very nicely can be seen she was going into a meditative state.
mm,
This is the thing. No, the very tricky areas are there. So how to detect that whether person is going to a meditative state, or you can just go to a meditative state and keep the
mm,
the self view. So there is a lot of factors here,
mm,
and the follow up also, because follow up is also there. Now follow up means Aranwanse has been talking to these people for a long time. So he has a kind of a follow up. He knows when the sound comes also. But again, you can't judge by that also, because a person now is not the person next moment. So it's very different and difficult area. But it is so true that the actual where the burning is, there you can actually find out whether this awakening is there. Otherwise, you can't really judge the awakening even.
yeah,
Anyway,
people like
even
Patachara and
we
Kisa.
can feel no, when
Mm,
there's no problem, we are in the la la land anyway. I mean, what's the big deal? So we can't really compare about that. But that la la land is different to the no self uh, feel. That's the thing. It's really interesting now. Actually, it's moving towards interesting areas, Dhamma areas. Yeah, it's
Towards to Nibbana, yes.
yes, yes.
Now, people like Patachara and Kisagotami, because they got a sudden blow, they could see the new avenue which was in front of them, which was opened. So if
Oh,
the
they
life
become
was,
feelers. That's why they become
yeah, yeah,
feelers.
feelers. Otherwise, what happens is if everything is running very smooth, and then if things are very serene and calm, uh, as you said, you will move towards the meditative states, samadhi, this type of things, rather than the real path.
Yeah.
They enjoy the comfort of that.
Because any experience, if it's not giving you an insight, it's
Mhm.
useless. Any
Mhm.
experience. But if it's an arahant level, there is no insight as such, but it's a uh, no self meditative state. It's a
Mhm.
animitta. What is that? There's no specific stimuli, but every stimuli, the no self meditative state is there.
Mhm. Mhm.
I think there's a better way of telling no self meditative state, isn't it?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
there's so
No.
many other
Mhm.
meditative
Mhm.
states, no?
Mhm. Mhm. Yes.
Anatma adhyakin. It is good. Anything else to add, Champa? What did you get from all these things? Because you are like very fortunate now these days. Everything is bombarding you, so you are writing, and it's good actually.
But doctor, today I didn't have much time to finish that and listen to the morning one. The,
That's
pro-
okay.
the problem is the self view. I am at the barrier. That is the problem.
No, don't take it like that.
Right.
Never take it like that. Actually, this I always tell, if Dr. Sakuntala is actually like a child Sakuntala, this Dhamma is much more easier. The child will never think like that, no. Child will never think, "Ayyo, I
But
don't
today
know,
only.
no self
Today only I
angle is very difficult." Anything like that, they just feel, right?
yes, just let
Yeah,
it.
let go is actually has a deeper meaning. Everywhere it is there. So take it easy. I
Right,
mean,
right.
if take it easy, let go. Those are the two English words that are really good in this way, but with the correct view.
Yes.
Because if you're really, now imagine,
Mm.
you do a wrong thing, like I'll put myself into that. So I do a wrong thing. My family member does a wrong thing.
Mm.
Uh, village person does a wrong thing. Country person does a wrong thing.
Yes.
Someone who you don't know does a wrong thing. What is
Right.
impacting you? It is the mostly this system, because you feel like very sad and angry that you did a wrong thing, right?
Yes, yes.
So it's always towards this side, mama mage atme.
Yes.
So it's always like that. So more closer to me, the punishment is high, the suffering is high, the regret is high, the worry is high, the whatever is high.
Yes.
So we need to detect this.
Yes.
So if it is someone else's nibbana, will you cry like that?
No, doctor. Doctor, this the that Aryanvas is telling your Sahasrava power. Actually, the Sahasrava power is in the mind, no?
This is a stimuli. I don't know what, when you say in the mind, it is very tricky. The stimuli.
In the stimuli, each and every stimuli, right, right.
It is the
Even
mind, but you have to understand how the stimuli is formed. That is, yes, in the mind, yes. But the thing
through the
is, even the light consciousness still the same.
yes,
There is a that is also a stimuli. So aramuna is a better word.
Yes, Aramuna. Yes, Aramuna has that Sastra power. Yes,
Yeah, that aramuna
Deakwim.
deyakwima is the power.
Mhm. Understanding the power only we can do, no, doctor? Can't do anything, no?
Actually, it is a thing to understand. So the here aramuna in the sense, if it is the fan, which always comes because it's staring at me. So the fan is a stimuli,
Yes.
but the baby didn't know that it was a fan.
Yes.
So in your way, you are trying to say that it is the mind. Yes, in a way, yes. But when you try to understand Dhamma, the whole thing should be understood, because
Yes.
this light perception, aloka sanya, light perception is also in this.
Yes.
Because without the light perception, you can't really talk about a fan.
Yes.
Without the solid perception, you can't talk about a fan.
Yes.
Without the sound perception, you can't talk about a fan, because I'm telling already the fan.
Yes.
It's all in there.
Yes, everything.
Actually, Aranhanse used a word today. Understanding in the end that it is one vibration comes to the Suddhashtaka. That even that,
Yes.
it is like really getting what this means, the stimuli means.
Yes.
Because now it's butter, as we say always, it is the butter. So it is a fan.
Yes.
So the fan, if we understand the fan, yes, that's good enough, because the fan has all these
yes.
levels.
Yes.
The light perception, hard or soft, that touch perception. If it is a taste, I don't think fan can be tasted, but whatever the perceptions, sound perception, everything
Yes.
is in one perception, the
Yes.
fan perception.
Yes.
So how did the fan become a thing? In that, light sound has become a thing already, so it has to be understood.
Yes.
But never take this so seriously that you get flustered into that. That means you will feel okay, this is either you will strongly take it or lightly take it. That is Upakkalesa Sutra that Lord Buddha said.
Yes.
If you hold into the stimuli very hard, then also you can't see the no self there.
Yes.
If you are very lightly, which is happening all the time because it slips,
It's
right?
passing. Yes.
It slips, yeah, all the time. A lot of things are slipped.
Yes.
But as Dr. Sakuntala did in Australia, the trying like very getting fixed into the stimuli doesn't work as well, because the no self angle is lost.
Right. In between, like, yes, we catch it by in between, like, right.
No, you can't really say any word into that.
Anyway, yes, we cannot say yes.
You can't, because the Lord Buddha would have said no if it can be said any more than that, but he couldn't. He said, does anyone remember those 9 things? I can't. 9 or 11? I can't remember.
What are those, doctor?
The Upakkalesa Sutra.
I'll try to catch it
Yeah,
from
but
my.
there, Aranhan says the one is better, because once you Google, I don't know which one will come, but
Can I have an idea only? Uppa.
Because I would rather read from Aran one anyway. But I can remember mainly the holding tightly or holding lightly, dhyana,
And this laziness,
laziness,
and
tiredness. Yeah,
Maitri,
there's a lot.
Upeksha, Sukha, Dukkha, Punya.
and doubt also, this kukucha.
It shows something else. Like.
But actually, Upaklesa Sutra is different to the 5 hindrances. Slightly different to the 5 hindrances.
Yeah. I remember it as those are also included in those level. Anyway, I may be wrong.
Must be, must be, must be, must be.
Doctor, in this it says, Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, Upeksha, Sukha, Dukkha, Punya, Apunya, Vishayanam, Bhavana, Chitta, Prasadam. No, that's what it says. Don't know whether it's correct.
No, I don't think that is Upaklesa
No,
Sutra.
that doesn't seem to be, no? Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, like when we try to strictly look into something, this thing is lost. Even if someone says, now some people start saying Adhigata Samadhiya, something like that, they start to talk. Actually, if you are concentrating on that, it is not there. At least you should know that. If you focus onto that, that means it's gone. You are back in the
Right.
mind.
Yes.
If you know it, that's fine. But if you don't know, then it is a tricky thing. But anyway, this is a very tricky area because Sotapanna is actually a transient seeing nirvana for a moment. So that's the thing. But
Here it says, Doctor, excessive effort, insufficient effort, longing, focusing on too many things, fixation on forms. Those are the things.
yeah. So if we are like why I took Dr. Sakuntala as example was she was trying to concentrate on the burning. No?
Yes.
So then nothing else can be seen. No self will not surface because
Yes.
it's a different angle that we are concentrating.
Now Aryan Mahansa is telling like this, no, Doctor, to see each and every stimuli without self. At that point, we have to do something, as some little thing has to do, no, here, no?
Yeah, you can do four contemplations.
Yes, other than for contemplations, in a normal day-to-day life, the body is walking or working. So body sensor, just reminder. That can be done, I think, no, doctor?
Yeah,
Then
like imagine 1 hour. Now, if we talk about 1 hour, if we can talk about 24 hours, that's fantastic. But if you talk about 1 hour, because you are the best cleaner in the world, because you said you take ages to sweep the rooms, right? So you if you are doing that, as soon as you take the broom, you can actually go into that for contemplations and start doing that. That's fine.
right. Yes. Yes, doctor. That is
It's
true.
a better one with the repetition, but with practice,
Yes.
anytime this will happen.
Yes.
And actually, what happens is the fourth point of contemplation.
Yes,
Whatever we do, what happens is the fourth point of contemplation. Only thing is, we are not fully convinced of them.
yes,
No, actually, the actual experience, all these four steps would be actually experience.
Yes.
yes.
In the sense, if the outside is true, none of the other three will be there anyway.
Doctor, the outside is not true means confirmed now because actually we can't see
Now,
outside.
don't say anything confirmed.
Yes. Sorry for the moment. We can just imagine we are unable to see outside. No? We can see only our mind.
No, that
Then,
also you are thinking, no, that's not the thing. This experience is different.
hmm, yes,
Because if the outside is not true means completely it will be form world.
yes,
But then that is a different thing. That's a complete different
yes. That has to be.
area.
That
That's actually Sotapanna level. But
yes,
because you have to see this all four in to actually experience the no self Dhamma, you can't really say that. But
yes,
that is the actual level. So outside is not a thing, but still the form level is true. Form level is actually more subtle than the sensual world. So the form level is light, sound.
yes,
All the basic levels also come to the form level.
yes. Loud, light, sound is also there. Yes.
Taste, not only pineapple.
Mm.
Pineapple also can be there in the mind sensor.
Yes.
Because form world means that's why it is more wider. That area is more wider.
Yes. Anyway, we can't do anything. We can just practice and listen to them. As Aryan Mahanse said last night.
But take it easy is the message to you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Because you have Dhamma, but because you have the eagerness,
Mm.
it can overreact. In the other way around, someone like maybe all the other three in this system here, maybe like the other thing is the thing, like not taking it
Yes. Too
like
much.
too
Yes.
much. Yeah.
Mm. No, doctor, actually speaking, not the eagerness. As Aryan Mahanse said, the full time I don't have much things to do, no. So I am with
Mm.
this day-to-day Dhamma work, no, most of the time.
Then when you are washing the pots also, it is the same thing. So
Yes,
then your word is true.
yes,
Because washing the pots, it's a very good time to come out of the mind. But the thing is whether it will happen or not. Because when the mind is active, it will never happen.
yes.
To
No,
experience no self Dhamma,
yes,
it has to happen.
yes, yes,
Washing the pots, cleaning the room.
yes. Washing the clothes and things like today I had a lot of clothes to wash and that after finishing that I didn't have much time.
With is it with the machine or by the hand?
Sometimes if there is too much I use the machine. Today there are some few things I just washed.
So you are using your hand now?
Yes.
So that is again a meditation.
Yes, yes. Yes.
So you can't say you don't actually you have time.
Yes, doctor. Actually, that means I am very slow worker now. That is why that
No,
is.
slow worker is I told you that day being slow is actually a good thing.
Yes.
The problem is the fast mind. That's a different story. The work is slow,
Yes.
mind is elsewhere. That's why.
Yes.
That's not the thing. It has to be with the work. Then it might slow down. And Aran says in different angles this Dhamma, so something will come out all the time.
Yes.
So, but the thing is understanding that no self Dhamma, understanding what we are going to experience is there is no self, to
Yes.
fully understand that. But the thing is, without in that path, you're going to feel your power as well.
Yes.
You are fully going to understand that this is what I thought. This not what I thought. This is what is the misunderstanding.
Yes. Now
And as at that particular moment when the misunderstanding is gone, that is nibbana. That's the thing.
Yes. Yes. Doctor, I understand. Actually, when the mind comes in, I understand. It says something. I understand this mind sensor. And doctor, the mind sensor is doing this thing. That means when we have to do something, mind sensor shows us a image, no, mental image, no. So do this. The mental image comes.
So washing clothes.
Yes. Then
Yes, that's a mental image.
then after the mental image, we are doing the work. In between, after that, the mind sensor is creating another story. Thus, everything is happening in the mind, no, doctor?
Yeah, in the mind, there is nothing called mind. What are you talking about?
No, no. Now the mental image shows to go and wash the clothes. Now washing. And while washing, again, my mind is.
Another mental image comes, yes.
Yes, that is what. So that is not the action mind, the mental image. That means
That's
washing
not the
clothes.
action mind, of course.
So the action mind means the work. No. So thereafter the another story is coming. That is not the action mind. That is how this mind works. No, doctor.
Action mind word, be careful. Action mind is there in Rahatan Wahanse. Action mind, actually, if you experience action mind for a moment, that is actually Sotapanna. Action mind is the complete no self experience.
Hmm. Now this is just mental images. Yes, giving one image
Action
and
mind is the feeling that complete the self is not there, but the action is happening. It's a
yes,
feel. That's why you can't even talk about that, as we discussed before. It's a complete
right,
feel side.
right, right.
Because this alive feel is a feel, no?
Yes.
Can you explain whether I'm feeling alive or not now? We can't really. It's a feel.
Hmm.
Somehow is a feel.
Yes.
The whatever, there are so many fields that we talk about. Alive feel is also a feel.
Yes.
And absence of that is a no self experience.
Yes. Just a process of mental images, yes, coming through the mind. Do that, do this, do that, that, right.
It's like driving and listening to a sermon
Mm. Yes.
and watching the thing. But actually speaking, this is all happening because this is in the washing. Washing is not focused when you are thinking.
Yes.
When you are watching the other car,
Mm.
actually driving is not focused.
Yes, yes.
That's why people say don't. Now there are so many laws in New South Wales. Can't even drink water. I mean, they prohibit. I mean, water they say it's okay, but you can't touch a cup of coffee or nothing. No
Yes.
food, nothing. Why?
Mm.
Because the actual that eating moment, the driving is not there.
Yes, yes. Mind goes elsewhere, yes.
Not gone. Your words are very strong. There is no mind goes elsewhere
Yes, yes.
because the words are wrong. Because
Yes.
mind doesn't go anywhere. The stimuli, 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 stimuli. That flow is called mind.
Yes. Stimuli are changing. Right,
Yeah,
right.
that's all. That's called mind. Mind doesn't go anywhere.
Yes.
What do you think, Dr. Sakunthala?
Yeah, actually, there is nothing called mind. No, it is just because the flow, we
Yes.
label it as mind. That example about the river, we
Yes.
call it river because the water is flowing. So,
Yes.
because of the never-ending sort of flow of thoughts,
Ah,
we call it mind.
mind.
Hmm. And
So,
also that you were saying about that convinced that outside world is not there.
yes.
Now you can compare how much we are convinced about. Now we know when we look at the reflection of the mirror or when
Yes.
you see the mirage, we are
Yes.
convinced that there's nothing, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
We are convinced that there's nothing real there.
Yes.
Mirage, you will see it, you wouldn't bother even to have a second look because you know that there's no water there.
Yes.
But just we can compare whether we have that uh, same feel in relation to the rest of the things around us. There's a difference, isn't it? I mean,
Yes.
you don't feel that in the same way when you look at the things around you, or when you are looking at your child or husband or whoever is coming home. You do not have that uh,
Yes.
steady type of convinced type of feel for the rest of the things,
Yes.
isn't it?
Some,
There's a difference, no? Mm.
yes. Sometimes I see things as shadows. I just remind.
Mm. Yeah,
Not
so
that.
that is coming as a thought. That is the difference. I mean,
Yes.
now that we have been listening to this Dhamma for a long time,
Mm.
many things can come as thoughts.
Thoughts. Yes.
So we sometimes feel confused. We feel that this is a real feel, but actually most of the instances it is the thought that
Yes.
really gives a duplicate type of a experience.
Yes. That is what Aryan is telling. Do not think that that is not the path. Yes.
That
Mm.
is a beautiful example, Doctor. And I also like check with this sometimes. Now,
Mm.
my son's wedding photograph is there, but a
Mm.
cat is running here.
Mm.
But the cat, the useless cat, gives me more alive feel than my son's wedding photograph because that
Yeah.
is, yeah, that's very beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the film being true is it is it is a tricky area. The film being true can be the cat or the wedding photograph or anything,
Photograph.
right?
Yeah. It doesn't mean that something alive, no, Sudharma? I mean, you don't need a live thing like cat to
No,
compare.
no, not a lifetime, but compared to that, that cat is real to me than
Mm.
the photograph.
Mm. Mm.
We
Yeah.
feel like mirror image. My mirror image is there. My
Mm.
enemy is appearing because so mirror image, even though it's this strong perception, my mirror image, but it is fake for me. It
Mm.
doesn't have value. But
Mm.
useless that fellow, a good for nothing one is real for us. That I first experienced it with actually in contemplation. There was a cream jar. Uh, on the dressing table. There was an empty cream jar also. So both mirror images were there, no? But mirror images were not drawing any attention. But that empty cream jar has some value.
Mm. Yeah, there's a difference in that. Yes, you
There's a
feel that this
difference.
is
Yeah.
really there. Mm.
We are
Yeah.
fully convinced that mirror images, there isn't anything. But
Mm. Mm.
the other thing is a thing for us.
Mm. Yes.
Yes.
That is actually now that again that is like the Surangika once long time ago asked me a question, why do we feel so real when we are actually going and seeing a waterfall and staying there, and why we don't feel like when that is not the case. So uh, if Champa's son come and hug her, that is a different thing rather than talking over the phone.
Yes.
And these are the exact things that should be sorted out.
Yes.
This touch sensation, light perception, touch perception, sound perception, taste perception, and the smell perception. Taste, smell, touch, temperature all come in one angle, body perceptions.
Yes.
So the body perceptions are very tricky because we are humans. Only human realm has this problem, in the sense animals have it anyway. But what I'm trying to say is humans have it as well.
That, yes, doctor, as you beautifully explained, this three-dimensional nature of that empty cream jar or the empty salmon tin, even that that thickness is also there. That prior perceptions arises, but on the mirror we are 100% sure it is just the mirror. No, it's not a thing. This thingness is the biggest trick that we have to contemplate a lot. As
Actually, this
Mirage.
touch
Yeah.
perception, you think that touch perception may be the worst. Actually, no. This the touch perception is very vast because we have a big skin and inner, tummy pains, chest pains, and all that. Also, pains are also due to the inner
Touch.
this same phenomena, body perceptions.
Sensation. Body sensation. Yeah. I had
So
took
they
a lot of
all the
time.
same phenomena,
Yeah.
but
I
that is tricky, yes. But that we say tricky because we are trapped in that. But actually speaking, eye perception is much stronger to capture someone than that.
Yes, doctor. That's true. Yes.
If
It
someone
can
is
be.
blind, that's why Lord Buddha said, if someone is blind, they can't actually understand the fully realize the 31 realms, because 31 realms include all these aspects.
Yes.
So they can't actually attain nibbana as such unless they are blind later. So it is essential that all the sensory organs are fully realized.
Yes.
So the touch sensation is really a good big thing for us because of our bodily situation, kind of a bodily situation. Now, this body is, I mean, yes, it is a big thing, but when it comes to the sound vibration and the light vibration, I feel from the realms, remember, only 4 apaya and 2 other, right? Only 6 are in sensual world.
No, doctor.
Everything else is in the other realms. Am I wrong? Sorry.
6 heavens, it seems, not doctor, all 11 with the human realm.
Yeah, tell
4,
that again.
4 hells, one
For
human,
hell.
one human realm, and 6 heavens.
Oh,
11.
there are 6 heavens.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry.
11 realms are under sensual realms.
Yeah, but actually this 4 and this 5 the body part is very significant thing,
Yes.
because we don't talk about actual physical birth to other things, no?
No, no. They are Opapathika Nayas.
Yeah,
Seven.
so actually speaking, that's not necessarily involved.
Yes.
So just the tip of the iceberg stories can be understood from that also.
Yes.
So all this body aspect is a very minute thing according to the other things.
Mm.
So can you see how much deeper this Dhamma goes?
Yes, doctor. It's very deep. Now it's going.
We are just touching on it.
Mm. Now Aran Mahansa is talking about this form realm and non-form realm Dhammana, Deshanas.
He has done that before. It's just a
Mm.
cycle of thing he does.
Mm.
About every 3 years or every 2 years he does that,
Uh-huh.
because he has to.
Now it's good, it's coming that way. Whatever way the clearing is happening within inside while listening, the clearing is happening.
So what I was trying to say is this body aspect is a big deal for us because of the big body we have. Like actually skin is a vast area, everything is a big thing for us.
Big
But
deal
actually speaking, it is not the case.
big deal in the sense the touch sensations, you mean?
Of course,
Mm-hmm.
if you are like if someone is catch on fire, do you think they will not misunderstand? So it's, if it is not, that is a really good level. What I'm trying to say is why we are so engrossed in sensory. Why do we want a better carpet, better sheet, or better, sorry, the cushions? Why do we need warm water and stuff like that? Because of this body sensations, right?
Right.
There are
Yes.
so many aspects to this.
Comfort, yes. Some kind of comfort we seek. No, yes.
Comfort is all right. I mean, not saying that comfort has anything to do with this. Actually, understanding that touch perception has no self is
Yes.
good enough.
Yes.
Then it's useless. Whatever it has, it will have.
Yes.
Doesn't matter. You don't really not use the hot water or anything like, not like that.
Yes.
That's why we have to sort out all the six sensory organs because of that.
Yes.
So
Without the
in
sense.
the six sensory organs,
Mm.
most of that is falling into body sensation.
Mm.
Touch,
Yes.
temperature. So four, and the taste and the smell. Four means Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayo, Varna, Gandha, Rasa,
Rasa.
Oja. So Rasa, Oja falls into, I think, the body aspect is.
Yes. Varnagandha, Rasa, Oja, all, doctor.
Yeah, Rasa, Oja usually they don't. We don't. We usually talk with the Ditta Sutta Mutano.
Yes. Yes.
Mutta.
Mm. And also because of the nature of the touch sensation only, we have this 3D effect, isn't it? Even the things that we see as coming as 3D, that is because of that body sensor, nature of the body
That's
sensor.
why I can't cross this door. No?
Yes, yes.
That's why they were came from keyhole.
Mm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's very beautiful Dhamma this is. But the
Yes.
problem is the self anger.
Yes.
And
Even
also when
that
we see something, we see them as 3D, no? Now when we look out, even the trees are seen as the 3D with the 3D effect. That is
Yes.
because
yes.
we have the same, yes, skin sensation. So it's a, I suppose it is specific to the human nature. We don't know.
Actually, it is complicated
Members are
now.
experiencing.
Because we have two eyes,
Hmm.
this depth is a feature.
Yes, yes.
3D doesn't come only with the body sensation. 2 eyes and 2 ears. So if you have 1 ear, this localization is actually difficult.
Right.
Difficult, yeah. Not
If you are
impossible, but difficult.
difficult.
Hmm.
Finding the actual place is difficult. So why we have 2 ears and 2 eyes? 2 eyes specifically. You are not one-eyed person, one-eyed raven. So why is that? Because the localization and everything is magic, like because of this situation. But born in this human realm as having all these sensory organs, that is the only chance to actually fully realize all these 3 realms. Can you understand? Otherwise, you can't understand the form level and the non-form level and the sensual world. Because Buddha or Arahant should fully realize every level. Every level, they have to understand that there is no self, which can't be done because the mind aspect is very strong. Can you see? The mind aspect is very strong other than the body aspect.
Yes, doctor. It's the greatest area which touch each and everything. Touches.
Yeah, 16 realms are there. I think Brahma, 16 realms are there or something like that. And
I think the
Naranahanse beautifully
form
describes
levels,
everything.
form level 16 and 4 formless level, isn't it? So altogether 20 there.
Yeah.
And here 11:30. Yes.
Hmm. I actually missed a small point that you were mentioning. Did you say that if a person is completely blind from birth, that person will not be able to understand this thumb at all? Did you say something like that, or did I miss that point?
Is that a wrong thing to say? I don't know.
I
No,
don't
no.
know. I'm just asking. I don't know about it.
Maybe not take it then, because I'm not
No,
a
no. I have heard
philosopher, but
about
I know that it is a
It's
problem.
difficult. Yeah, it's difficult, but
Difficult in the sense it's I mean, if you can't you see from Dhamma that you have to actually see through all these sensory organs? How can you see through the eye
yeah,
if you
that
don't know
is
the light
true.
perception?
yes. They can't. It says no
I
in
know
the
that. Yeah, Lord Buddha said that there should not be a person with a permanent disability of the
yes,
eyes should not be enrobed as a mark. That I knew.
yes.
Uh,
It's ears. Without
mm.
the ears, that means hearing also should be there permanently.
Both, I suppose. Yes.
Because the mind can't be fully
Balance not.
understood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a problem. No, if you can't understand the eye function.
And also,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
there are some inability in the body, even not giving the robes.
Maybe.
That's a different one. I'm not actually talking about this robe thing. I'm not talking about the robe thing. I'm talking about the practical issue. But I'm
Yes.
not
Yeah,
sure whether
yeah.
I should even tell that, because
No,
I'm not
it is
sure.
in the Dhamma. It is said in the Dhamma.
No, but I'm not talking about the robe thing though.
Yes.
I'm talking about simple thing, because all these sensory organs, light consciousness should be fully realized now. So how can you fully realize light consciousness?
Mm. Light conscious.
Can't.
Yes, doctor. My two eyes, both eyes are actually two types, right? one I can see very clearly. That means
If you
left.
become blind now, that doesn't matter because you have the light consciousness.
Then
The
doctor,
light perception is there, but I'm talking about the born blind.
yes, right eye is little. That means right eye vision is low, right? When I see both sides, that means that can be understood very clearly because it is actually happening in the eye. The light is.
Yeah, true.
According to the ability of the eyes, only we can have it also.
I actually withdraw that, Dr. Sakuntala, because I'm not sure. I mean, I just
I
told it
just,
from common sense.
I'm just inquisitive and we are interested also. They are, doctor, that person's world from the very beginning gets created with the combination of whatever the sense faculties that function. So if that person has the wisdom to pierce through that person's world, but which became real to that particular person, isn't there a possibility for him to liberate
I'm
without
not
the
sure. I'm
eyesight?
not sure. I will withdraw that because I don't know. But light perception is a very important area that has to be understood because you can't become an anagami. I don't know. I don't know. So I will withdraw that and actually remove that from the discussion because I'm not sure. But that was some common sense thing which came out.
Doctor, this eye vibration actually, that means the light vibration created in the eyes, it goes to around 180 අංශක 180ක් like that, no doctor? No, 360.
What's that for? Are you
No,
trying to be a optometrist now?
yes. No, I just checked that much of area we can see.
Yeah. What's the big deal that this dream is anyway real now? The
No.
most important thing is the created dream
Yes.
and the six sensory consciousnesses that is important in the form world and the non-form world.
Yes.
Not important to become a sotapanna,
Yes.
but it is important in the form world and the non-form world.
Yes.
So
I
I'm not sure.
just checked out
So
this.
Sudharma and Dr. Sakuntala, please erase that. We'll just drop that thing. But because form world and non-form world is actually very consistent with the light consciousness and should be, it's very involved. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? Are you talking or your mic is mute?
Mic is
She's-
mute. Yes.
Yeah, because I don't want to add any difficult points here. We are not actually trying to discuss anything difficult. We are trying to just ascertain and understand that there is no self.
Whatever the point you raise is, it's so much thought provoking in the sense enlightening, doctor, because this is penetrative insight. I feel that when you bring up things only, we, I mean, take automatically take, these metaphors, these real life things arise and make us, I mean, contemplate on things then and there. That is the beauty of the discussion. Anyway,
Yeah,
Sarvan
yeah, true.
Sarvan.
Yeah, their answer. Yeah, it is important to understand that there are six sensory organs, and it is why humans are important for Lord Buddha's Dhamma.
Yes.
Why you can't become another one and understand Dharma, because all three worlds should be understood.
Yes.
So you can't really understand the form world and the non-form world, because for this form world and the non-form is actually the mind side.
Yes.
Non-form is the feel side, but form world is in the mind side.
Yes. Even doctor, this hearing
Mind
also.
side, the body is not actually involved.
Yes. The hearing also we can very clearly understand. When we get older, the hearing is getting bit less and less. No, from that even we can realize that. No,
No,
doctor, the
that's
hearing.
not the point. That's not the point, Champa. Now, Todd is giving a sound, right?
Yes.
That is the problem now. Now, your hearing ability may be less, but you might understand that it's a Todd sound, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that how much power that brings.
Ah, right, right. Yes.
Sound can give you power.
Yes,
Light
yes.
can give you power.
Yes. Mm.
Even but the thing is, it is actually if you actually pierce that thing only, you understand that it's just a sound only.
Yes, yes. At that
And if
time I couldn't.
even just a sound also, we have a craving for that.
Yes. Craving or aversion, both, no, doctor.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
No, basically Ruparaga, everything is actually the Ruparaga means not the sensual raga, not the
Yes.
Kamaraga.
Yes.
Kamaraga is you like ice cream.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, but the form world raga is a different thing. No, it's not like ice cream. Ice cream. Which Brahmya is searching for ice cream?
Ah, yes. Oh my God. They have that, no? Yes. What kind of raga that is?
That is for actual being in that form.
Ah, right, right. Being in that form. Yes. Bhavara. Mm. Anyway, doctor, now it's actually very interesting, doctor. My God.
Yeah, you can call like that. Dr. Sakuntala, are you free?
No, day by day.
Yeah, I'm
Great.
listening. Yes, yes. I got a bit for a short while. I got disconnected. Now I am back online.
Okay. Yeah. This
Great revelations. Yes.
yeah, Brahmya liking ice cream made Champa to laugh. We only like ice cream. That's the thing. So there's so many deep aspects that Aran is saying so beautifully. We worship Aran for that, because he's the only person who is doing it so
Yes.
methodically, so appropriately. But he must be getting frustrated that we don't really do everything as he wish. But
Yes.
actually, it's I don't know. We really feel him as well, because it's such a beautiful area,
Yes.
and he's talking to the form level. He's talking to the non-form level, means um, genuinely it is happening. It is
Yes.
happening.
Mm.
Not like someone is out there. It's just
Yes.
the level of the this mind.
Yes.
If the mind is projected outwards, it's the ice cream. But the mind is not projected outwards.
Mm.
It would be just the form level. That means the light or sound or taste or something like that.
Yes.
Actually, I forgot about the six their
Heaven.
level, but Aradhanse talks about that too. Shall we go to Divyaloke? That
Yes.
has a meaning as well.
Mm. Some, yes. He
That has a
said,
very, very beautiful meaning.
mm.
That's not a joke.
Yes, that means the mind level, but that means the less thoughts, some
Not
kind of,
less thoughts, it's actually the body aspect is not a thing anymore.
right. Yes. That means living in the heaven, yes. While living in the human realm, but actually living in the heaven.
Yeah, but when we say that, it sounds very bad because it's as if someone is in there. So
Yes,
that sounds really bad. But actually, it's a vibratory level,
yes. Mind vibrating.
frequency.
Yes.
Actually, frequency of that sasava,
Yes.
not actually anything else. So
Mm.
sasava levels are 31 realms. Can you understand that?
Yes, yes. That means if the level is high, that means the lower realm. If the
Yeah,
sastra,
that's sasava level.
yes,
Sasava frequency,
yes,
basically the vibration, self vibration frequency.
yes, yes,
If it is Sukuma, that is the higher ones.
yes,
But Lord Buddha is not talking about any of these things. Lord Buddha is talking about non vibration.
yes. Non-vibration.
That's the beauty. Not
Mm.
about 31 realms,
Mm.
traveling in 31 realms.
Yes. They're just vibrating. Yes.
Lord,
Synchronizing.
Lord Buddha didn't talk about highly of any of these vibratory levels.
Yes. But Aryanansi said no. අතේ මිකොලමිටට වැඩිය ටිකක් මම කියනවා like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
But without seeing these things, one will never see the non vibration also.
Yes.
Rohitatta loke තුලින් දකින්න, he
Yes.
said, Lord Buddha said to see the world's end through the mind.
Yes.
Actually, an arahant means he has seen all these vibratory levels. He has
Yes.
passed all these vibratory levels to come to the non-vibration. Actually, even for a fraction of a second to feel the non-vibration, it is happening.
Yes.
That's why there is no doubts.
Yes. No doubt at all, doctor. How they are means there's no way to have any doubts so clearly. Aryan Mahansa is explaining each and everything.
Mm. Yes, these days sermons are really beautiful, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, actually, what I was thinking was now, because we have gathered even the Dharma knowledge, we have gathered so many facts by reading and listening. We are trying to dissect all these things, and we are using the microscope and trying to see the finer points. And Narendra Hanse was last few days discussions that he did for the first timers. Very simply, he will say, look around. You will see so many things around you.
Mm.
And if you have no sort of burning towards any of those stimuli, that
Yes.
means there is no self. That is where you are touching the nirvana. That is you experience the nirvana. So it was very
So
simply he
simple,
was
yes.
explaining.
Mm.
But we are holding more things because we have been
Actually,
listening so
yes.
much.
For a village mother, that
Mm,
is also enough because their power is very
mm,
less.
Yes.
yeah.
Because our power is so high, we need so much reassurance.
Mm.
That's why no, we need so much reassurance because everything
Mm,
is so powerful. The mind is so powerful.
yeah.
To the
Yeah.
mother, mind power is less. like very low,
Yeah.
they might actually slip out of that mind in that moment
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
the mind
True.
power is so less.
Mm.
Because our mind power is so high, we need so much reassurance, this and that, and this and that, everything
Yes.
about the light consciousness, sound consciousness, everything
Mm.
is there
Mm.
because of that.
Yeah.
Because we know too much also, no?
That is the main thing. That's what I said, because we have collected so many facts from this Deshana alone, and we are trying to see the finer and finer points using a magnifying glass. We are trying to use the finer things, whereas the mother will see them in very superficial way, and then she will understand that.
It's very
Yeah.
important to know everything for if you're actually saying Dhamma, because
Mm,
as
yes,
soon as someone who is with these facts come and ask, then you can't be saying, I don't know about that.
I don't. Yeah, yeah, true,
Then
sure.
then
That's true.
then it is a tricky
Mm,
area. But because Aryan is an all-rounder, if someone asks about 31 realms, he will say about the 31 realms. If
mm,
someone asks about the just the Nibbana, he will say in few words like the Bahya Tapasa, to the
Yeah.
Bahya Tapasa.
Yes.
The exact way that he told mothers is like the Bahya Tapasa. මේ
Yeah.
පේන දෙයක්
mm,
කිසිම දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නැත්නම් කෙනෙක් නැහැ.
Yeah. Mm. Connect now.
ඇහෙන දෙයක් කිසිම දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නැත්නම් කෙනෙක් නැහැ.
Yeah.
දැනෙන දේවල් කිසිම දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නැත්නම් කෙනෙක් නැහැ. හිතෙන දේ කිසිම දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නැත්නම් කෙනෙක් නැහැ.
Connect now.
Simple, right?
Very
But
simple.
because our heads are so puffed up with stuff, we can't take that simple idea. That's true. Actually, that's true. But not all of us are Uggatana like that, because the Bahia understood in 4 sentences.
Yeah.
It's not that easy for all these, especially learned ones, like the ones who have studied a lot, like us, like me specific. But because Aryan Hanse was telling it in such a way that even he has done a marvelous job.
Yes, doctor. Very fine points he talks, no?
Yeah,
Very
but
fine.
finer points are needed, as Dr. Sakuntala said, finer points are needed for a person who thinks about the finer points. But Aryan Hanse also doesn't actually say no to that. But he wants one to actually attain Nibbana and then talk about them.
Yes.
Because Aryan Hanse talks about them is fine. But if we start talking about them, then he will come and ask, Tama Maranda Bida. Then it's a completely other way around. Then it becomes very obvious what he wants, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that means become an Arahant, then we can talk about that.
Mm.
It's as simple as that, and I like it. He's so straightforward as well.
Yes, yes. Something will happen in the near future. I think he's talking like that. Yes.
I think, yeah, it is. It's weird, everyone is silent. Mm.
Every morning and evening now, very, very magnificent.
The discussions, right? Aryan says Deshana.
Mm.
Mm. Today morning also he started. I heard that beginning part, and I was like, here he goes, because as soon as that mother started talking like in a tranquility mode, he was trying to say that my main important thing is not to get carried away by tranquility,
Yes.
whether the no self angle is there or not.
Yes.
because tranquility is very unique to us in this sansaric journey.
Yes.
Tranquility is always there, no? Like there can be even arupa 80 kalpas is a simple thing
Yes.
because we can't really explain this sansaric journey.
No use
So
of
we have all the tendencies.
Mm.
In the field side only it comes, the non-form only all these things come. Why some people would be more towards the non-form?
Yes.
Why some people would be more towards the form?
Mm.
Why some people would be more towards the
Sense.
sensual?
Yes.
Because that is a habit.
Yes.
But this 8 chittas, they
Yeah.
are not like that.
Yes. Yes.
They are very unique because if they happen, this 31 realm story is gone. Like
Yes.
it's just
Balance.
vanishing.
There should be balanced mind. Yes.
In the sense, the 8 chittas means
Tapana marg. Policy.
marga, pala, marga, pala, marga, pala, marga, pala, like that. They have 8 chittas.
Mm.
Those 8 things are very rare.
Yes.
Other chittas are all common. And
Yeah.
all part
Those
and
are the
parcel
action
of this.
minds. No? Those 8 are the action minds.
Yeah.
Kriya Siddhata. Neither. Yes.
Mm. Mm.
Mm.
Yeah. So actual that's the beauty of Dhamma. This beauty of Dhamma is getting wider and wider. Our effort is to put some light on that, but not to get entangled in minor points, as Dr. Sakuntala said. The main thing is to understand if you are actually becoming an arahant, actually you have passed all through these levels. One would not know. I
Yes.
remember Lord Buddha's time, there was a mother, very old mother, I think. She didn't know that she was an arahant. There's a story which I can't remember now, but there are instances where they didn't know that they were arahants.
Yes.
Even there was a king who kept coming back and asking Lord Buddha, "Are you really sure I'm Sotapanna? Because I feel like I like this, I like that, and all that."
Mm.
But then Lord Buddha reassured, yes, don't worry. That's the thing. So it is such a beautiful Dhamma, no self Dhamma, that that has so much Saranai.
Everyone Saranai, Doctor.
Is someone joined today?
Yes, somebody is here. Anusha Kumari. Yes. She's trying to talk, I think. Yes.
Everyone Sanai?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Yes.
මේක
I think we are
ඉංග්‍රීසි මීඩියම් මේ Zoom එකද?
yes. එහෙමයි.
මට අවශ්‍ය වුණේ මේ සිංගල මීඩියම් එකක් මේ වෙලාවේ යනව නේද?
Yes. The link is different.
Link
Okay.
is
link එක පොඩ්ඩක් වෙනස්.
හරි. මම මේ link එක තමයි click කරලා තියෙන්නේ. හරි. සමාවෙන්න.
That's okay.
ලින්ක් එක
තෙරුවන්
බලන්න
සරණයි.
සිංහල ඉංග්‍රීසි දෙමළ භාෂා තුනෙන්ම සඳහා කියලා ලින්ක් එකේ මුලින් තියෙනවා. එතකොට හොයාගන්න පුළුවන්.
හා. හරි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන්
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Time is now moving.
Yeah, we have come to the end, but hopefully I will also finish the morning one because he did a beautiful one today morning also.
Yes, marvelous.
S-
And he was doing another one at Balumgala now.
oh
I just
yeah, I
found it.
saw him. I
Hmm,
saw him
hmm.
sitting down on a jungle-like area on a
Yeah, yes.
rock, and I was like
Rock, yes. Hmm. Yeah, he's going
appreciating how
yes, going to big one.
natural it would be.
He's on his way to Colombo, to Dombagoda, and then he decided to do it today because he was planning to go yesterday. Then
Uh-huh.
then he decided to stay and do this today, and then tonight he will be reaching Dombagoda.
Right.
And he's going to planning to do some other thing also again,
That
like
is by weekend. I think he's starting another round, no?
mm,
Maybe.
More in the southern area, Tanamalvila,
Yes.
and yes,
Yes.
those areas. Yeah.
Amblipitia.
Mm.
But, yeah, must be tiring though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can't imagine because by third day we are like, kind of thing.
Yeah.
He says sometimes, doctor, I am very tired, like that.
Yeah,
Mm.
it is understandable because even though he's not in the mind, the body can
Body, yes.
feel the
Body.
tiredness. Hopefully, he will look after himself. Thank you, Aranansa, for your noble guidance. Thank you, Dhamma friends, for
Dhamma friends.
coming for the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank
May
you,
Triple
Dhamma
Gem
friends.
bless you
Tevon
all.
Saranam.
Aryan Mahansi.
Good afternoon, everybody. Terasana Aranansa. Terasana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 82, second paragraph. When you apply some effort to go on the path, you might feel that unlike other days, you don't get much attached to anything, neither do you reject anything. Whether you get what you like or not, it would not matter much to you. You would not feel like running after things that you like. You begin to feel a difference in you as your mental fetters such as lobha, attachment, dvesha, ill will, moha, delusion begin to dissolve little by little. You begin to feel the wisdom of feeling the dissolving of your mental fetters is called Asavakya Jnana. Asavakya Jnana is a feeling that you feel within you. It is not a thought where you think about. It is only a feeling, not a thought. One day you would be able to feel the wisdom of the Asavakya Jnana. That would be a huge achievement. You will realize that you would not get disturbed, flinch, or waver when you are confronted by the Atalodhana. The Buddha taught us about the Atalodhana, also known as the 8 worldly conditions that influences and agitates the human mind. The 8 worldly conditions are profit, labha, loss, alabha, insult, ninda, appreciation, prasansa, fame, kirti, disrepute, apakirti, sadness, dukkha, and happiness, sapa. 8 worldly conditions are profit, loss, insult, appreciation, fame, disrepute, sadness, and happiness. You will realize that you will accept all these conditions without creating any reaction towards them. You will remain calm and not be shaken by them. You will begin to develop a calm nature towards everything that you would have to face. Finally, you will also realize that you will find yourself just watching everything come and go. At the beginning, you had to put some effort to practice the Pancha Indriya Dharma, 5 spiritual faculties, which are seeing the truth in a thought, saddha. Second, applying effort to see the thought, virya. Third, seeing the truth in each thought and letting it go, satya. Fourth one, seeing the truth in each thought and letting it go becomes an automatic process or becomes a normal, continuous thing, samadhi. Fifth one, wisdom that develops when you continue to see the truth in each thought, prajna. Everybody.
Peruan Saranai Shani, thank you for reading the pages for us and starting the session. The book is The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. Peruan Saranai Arenvansa, we worship at your feet. And Peruan Saranai, all our Dhamma friends who have joined the program. This is the English Zoom discussion starting at 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time. If I sort of summarize what was read by Shani, it shows the advantages or the benefits a person can achieve by understanding this Dhamma, true Dhamma. Actually, what is experienced by a person who is on the path. Also, it was mentioned that about the 8 worldly conditions, which are described as profit, and the opposite is a loss. Insult, opposite is appreciation. Fame, opposite is a disrepute. Sadness, and opposite is happiness. these are the things that we experience in our day-to-day life. And at least every time there is one of them being experienced. So depending on the ability to tolerate them, there will be ups and downs in the life. So when we understand this mechanism, what is this mechanism and how it happens, how you feel, it's always orientated around the mind, around the self-feeling or the self-existence. So actually, when these facts are clarified, how the thoughts are formed, how this self-existent feeling occurs, then automatically the system or the person will realize that the ability to face these situations become much more easier. Kind of tolerating, the ability to tolerate everything, with a neutral feeling will be achieved, which is something great, I would say. And also the Panchendra Dharma also was described. I think for a person who is interested can read from the book because there are 5 steps which are described there. Seeing the truth and then applying some effort, and seeing the truth and letting it go, and then it becomes an automatic process subsequently, which is samadhi, and then the wisdom that develops. So those are the 5 spiritual faculties which are described. And also it was mentioned about the ability to understand that the defilements are dissolving. It's called asavakya. It's a kind of wisdom which is realized by the system. The self or the system is capable of identifying the own defilements and the fact that they are getting less and less. In other words, the attachments or clinging, aversions or rejections or dislikes, and also the delusion of feeling of existence. So these are the 3 main defilements, and it will be felt, actually it's a feel, it will be felt gradually that these defilements become less and less significant in the day-to-day life. So briefly, those are the advantages or the benefits that a person will feel, will experience with the understanding of these Dhamma facts. So either we can discuss along those facts, or maybe if there are any questions, we can start from there. And we welcome all of you. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, we can start the discussion.
Therwan Saranai, worship Aran Wahanse. I am not sure whether it's Aran Wahanse who has joined. When we say when we were talking about the advantages, actually we can't really say like, I don't know whether we can really say like that, but the path itself is something that you can feel when the burning goes down. So something you feel, but when we explain, we use so many words to give different ideas. Yes, but it's the same burning or same vibration which goes to kind of which not goes to, but which is not going to have the vibration as before. So this is something you can feel, and with you know that there were some words used, I can't remember now. When we understand that none of these thoughts are true, actually they are constructs. They are mental constructs. So mental constructs are not true at all. So to understand we have to understand how the mental constructs are originated. If you understand the way that they are originated, only that it won't be a magic. So if someone is knowing how the magic is performed, it doesn't become a magic anymore, and you are not going to love magic output, like if it is a mirage. Basically, if it's a mirage, you never would like it or dislike it, because you know it's not actually there. So likewise, this feeling of self, or the I feel, is that actually it is something which is there because of the misunderstanding that the vibration is actually the sensory organ vibration only. So if we keep understanding that this unusual power we have, power which synchronized to the zygote, that power is already here. And if you feel the non-vibration at least once, you will understand the difference between the sensory function with the power and without the power. So that gives you so much wisdom, because you know the power is actually synchronized in the one particular spark, or one particular thought, or one particular stimulus. We can say any word. If that spark is originating from the eye, it can start from the eye, it can start from the ear, it can start from the touch, smell, taste, as well as it can start from thoughts too. So Joel can, or anyone can ask a question as well. Even we can have a discussion about anything. So or anyone can bring up a point which you would like to add to the forum as well. But it's important to know that it's something you feel, and the non-vibration is also something you feel. That's the beginning of the no self, non-self perception. You have anything to add, Surangika, or
Dr. Kokila,
yeah,
that those conditional states, I was also going to point out the same thing really about one can't really say benefits or disadvantages, because there's no such thing as disadvantages or benefits really. All these are just, even though those conditional states are also they are only as long as the I or the self view is there, because all those are connotations of the mind. And I mean, who feels happiness? The happiness is in relation to the I, isn't it? The sadness is in relation to the I. And there won't be those things if there is. That notion itself is a fallacy. So one can't really say these are advantages, disadvantages type of thing. All that is like conventional terminology that is generally used in this mundane world to describe different feelings and sensations, because those are the criteria in which living beings are oscillating, isn't it, in terms of two extremes. And just trying to find something where they can latch on to, whether it's a craving or even an aversion. And those are the things that are typical features of the mundane world, which through the true Dhamma, then the fading of the defilements, they gradually cease to exist, cease to have, there's no meaning, there's nothing that comes out of that kind of terminology, because those things are all understood as you said, constructs of the mind. Sensations and feelings and all are stemming from the mind consciousness, where attachments have been given to various concepts, feelings and sensations, and they have magnified over time through self-vibration. And then those are the things that are constantly latched onto, so all that dissipates with time, with the understanding of the Dhamma and the inner transformation. Yeah, that's
Yeah, actually, when there is no thing, we can't talk about the good or bad, or the right or wrong, what are the 8 things that was told, was like all the adjectives that we use, but there should be something if we have to put them. So if there's no thing, the value for all we give. Actually, this is not even talking in the level that the value, the value, how you feel the value. Value is actually something you feel. So that is what is going to actually disappear, the thing. So in any particular stimulus or spark, what you feel is that not the sensual world, even in the feel, it is the, if you take the chair, there's so many levels of value, so that you can say, I like my gold chair, but then that would be a different level. But even if the chair is in your dream and you feel it as existent, it's another one. And also, if you're seeing that the seeing part is also rapid vibration of the eye. So it just constructs everywhere. It can be an organ construct, or it can be a mental construct. So whatever it is, this burning or this life feel is actually because of not knowing, because of not understanding that is the speed, vibration, speed, actually. Speed. Mainly it is the speed or the rapidity of the vibration, or the frequency of the vibration, basically, which gives you that feel of existence, which actually goes to feel like the feel of alive feel. So when we take like that, it's if we don't have the if you don't feel the chair, basically there's no thing as actually there's no, there can't be a good chair or a bad chair, but it's very important now. When Joel used to ask us in the beginning when he joined how he felt very anxious when people ask him questions in relation to the topics that he doesn't like. So he's kind of trapped in that. So it becomes a thing. And when one becomes a thing, it becomes a thing more and more. It's like, because you try to hide it. You try to hide your, the problem. Because you don't want to show your weaknesses. And then it becomes more powerful, that particular spark becomes more powerful. So more the power, the more the suffering is. It's just the way that is. But when you keep understanding, actually, there's how this magic has happened, how this mind works. Mind is actually, I think, the most prominent organ that any being can have, because it has the ability to give you the world that is there, that as the manifestation. At the same time, you have the ability to understand this all three levels: the form level, the non-form level, the form level, and the sensual level. In human this spark, it is very easy to understand all these levels, so that you can actually get the go to the or feel the non-vibration level, because it's difficult. The worm really can't do that. Worm is already in the feel level mostly. There can be some kind of like minor perceptions, but they are all the perceptions of one kind of, maybe the touch, the temperature part. But still, there is a feel of existence and the life is. But the thing is that worm can't.
Satan, Maya, means it is your own false view of self, your belief that you exist, your false belief that you are living, Atma Drishtiya. There is nothing or there is nobody outside with whom we can address our issue with. Our problem is with our mind. When the Buddha attained nirvana while seated under the Bodhi tree, he became the Buddha not by going to war with anybody. The Prince Siddhartha was in a war with his own mind. After he realized the pure truth about the mind, he became the Buddha. We too can attain Buddhahood by following the path to Nirvana. We cannot become a Samma Sambuddha because we are not the ones who discovered the illusion of the mind. It was Lord Buddha, our teacher, who first revealed the pure truth to the world by his own investigation of this illusional mind. We are only his followers who are going on the path to realize the ultimate truth or nirvana. This is the difference between the Buddha and his followers. Otherwise, we are all following the path to nirvana, and we are all trying to tune into a frequency of nothingness, the Buddha Swabhavaya, or the nature of the Buddha. Our minds become tuned to nothingness, to the Shunyatave. Shunyata Animita Cheto Vimuktiya. No mind means no thought. However, while you are still practicing to be on the path to realize the pure truth, you need to maintain awareness of the thoughts you receive. Everybody.
Shani, thank you for reading the book for us. Uh, we worship our Enhancer at his feet. Thiruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends who have joined the English Zoom discussion, 2:45 Sri Lankan time, 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So we have been just following the facts written in the book, The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. So it's still about the mind and the thoughts. That is what we have been discussing over the last few weeks. Little by little, it's being explained what is this mind and what are these thoughts, and also the complexity of this thought and the mind. So as Shani read, actually it was a war with the own mind. That is what Lord Buddha had to do when he was trying to understand what this pure truth is. It's mentioned as Satan because Satan is the word that is used in the other religions, actually, particularly in Christianity. It's described as Satan or a devil type character, something similar to a devil. It's actually what is described in Buddhism is it's your own mind. It's your own mind which drags you to various directions and becomes really troublesome, I would say. So it is the fight is with your own mind. So we will once you identify this truth about this thought, how the thoughts are behaving and the behavior of this mind, you tune into what's called the nothingness. Actually, this is something constructed or built up on nothingness. Basically, some creations. Everything is a creation. The uh, the vision, hearing, and the feelings of smell, taste, and the skin sensations, all are actually creations due to the fast speed. So on top of that, the thoughts are created as a result. So finally, when you analyze it deeply, you can see that from nothingness, everything has been constructed or created as if it is existing. So, in other words, the myself, the concept of myself is also a creation in the same manner. So, this is what we are trying to understand. Because we always have a fight with our own thoughts, because thoughts are not under control. There is no doer, but the wrong conception is that thoughts are mine and thoughts are something that are controllable, or there is a doer for the thoughts. So this is what we are trying to understand when we realize these facts which I explained. Little by little, we are moving forward with the knowledge on this aspect. And when we realize how the thoughts are formed, the fact that it is not under anybody's control, then it's very clear that the things tend to calm down. The agitation that comes up with the thoughts, because we love to stop the unpleasant thoughts, and we love to keep or maintain the happy thoughts. Neither of them is possible. So when you realize this mechanism, automatically there is some calming down, and then there is slowing of the thought process. Actually, thoughts will not stop, because thoughts will be forming as long as the physical body is functioning. But the fact that the value added to these thoughts, the fire which comes up with the thought, is the one which will fade away. So all our Dhamma friends have joined, the regular Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai to all of you. We can start our discussion, Dr. Kokila. Theruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai. We worship our Ananse. I think I have to tell something here, that we couldn't conclude the session yesterday properly because of the invasion. Actually, it was like a tube light to me. It took for quite few seconds to understand what was going on. So it's how crazy the world is. It's fine, and it's just we have to handle it as it comes. So I apologize to everyone that because we were not actually we were not prepared for that kind of crazy thing. So now we know that we can act on that, not to harm Dhamma at all in any way, because we don't take this, we give the utmost value to Dhamma and nothing else, nothing personal. So it's really important we keep that standard. So,
Dr. Kokila, actually, I also have to apologize. Myself and Rebecca, we both were co-hosts, but we were trying to switch it off. We couldn't do it. There was some.
Actually, we should remove them. That's the thing that we should do.
That's right.
So I actually had to learn it yesterday because I didn't know how to do that either. But I wasn't co-host, so I can't do anyway.
Yeah,
but it was a lesson as well. So it's very unusual in these countries. But I mean, anything can happen at any time. Yeah, we know now, so that's fine. Just apologizing to everyone that we had to just because we are struggling, we just had to leave the Zoom. That won't happen again. It's fine. So we can start the discussion today, and we can actually talk about anything in the book part, or in the things that we have read in the book, or anything else. Yes, something. Can someone start the discussion, or Surangika, can you add something? And we can build on that, or Joel can ask a question. Anything, it doesn't matter. Yes, Joel.
The last bit I was listening to this book says, no one can attain the Buddha's state or something, right? They read it. If I'm wrong, you can correct me.
Really? Did that say like that?
Something
I don't have the
about
book.
They said I can't understand.
I think what was read out saying was that we use the term Samma Sambuddha. That Samma Sambuddha expression, I think, was what was referenced in the
Okay,
book,
yeah.
because the one who discovered the illusion, as opposed to followers who have then been guided by the fully awakened one.
Yeah, actually, adding to that, so someone to synchronize to non-vibration doesn't happen naturally, but there are times where Buddha Shunya, that means there's no non-vibration at all to synchronize. So there's a time, because this is not personal, nothing personal here, it's all kind of vibration. So the non-vibration is also similar. If that is not manifested at any time, there's no one can synchronize to that. In the sense, not no one, no vibration can become the non-vibration. So Samma Sambuddha means actually the first instance where when there is no non-vibration, that by understanding this whole thing and becoming non-vibration by himself without any help at all. And it's a process too as well, because it doesn't happen just overnight. It's just like a long process of understanding this vibration for a long time. And there's so much things that we talk about in becoming in it at any point, not becoming a Samma Sambuddha, even becoming just Buddha, in the sense becoming an Arahant. Also, we need kind of, we first of all, I think we need the human qualities, then we need the beyond, the qualities beyond humans, kind of, there are so many aspects in here that Aranhanse explains bit deeper. They are called like paramita. In English, I don't know how to call them. Do you have a word for paramita, Surangika?
Nothing comes to mind, Dr. Kokila. We can have
Yeah,
a look.
kind of like prerequisites, isn't it?
Yes, that's probably good, yeah.
Prerequisites. So the prerequisites there's so many, but they're all described in, the traditional Buddhism way. Like you have to give things, you have to, what else? I can't remember even actually, but there are so many. But they are all described in such a way that the actual meaning is hidden. But if you, it's all about purity of the system, like purity of the mind. Basically, having basic, real human qualities, because like really, it's very easy to lose the human qualities. As I told yesterday, Joel, it's very easy to vibrate to the animal realms. Even in the human body, you are vibrating into animal realms. But there are instances where they can vibrate on the God's level as well. But the main important here in Dhamma is the no self angle. That means understanding how this self-perception has happened here. Without that realization, whatever the tranquility we have is just limited. It's time limited. It is limited to the posture. It can be limited to your, time of the year or time of the, good time, So nothing like that, good or bad, whether you're dying or alive, whether you are day or night, having going through a very, very rough time out in the life, doesn't matter. This no self angle would be just there. It's like looking at everything with a different glass. We now look at everything in the self angle, But when you understand Dhamma, actually, if you start to feel it, you will be looking at the world with the no self anger. Actually, it's a feel. So when you say words, you can misunderstand looking through a glass, because then there's someone looking through the glass. But this is a metaphor I'm using. But actually, it's a feel that you losing you is a beautiful, thing where the burning is zero, whether you're happy or whether you're sad, whether you are in a difficult position or a good position, whether everything is going wrong or whether everything is going right. So the question Joel asked is actually about Samma Sambuddha, but the Buddha status or the Arahant state is a non-vibration. So the non-vibration should be out there to synchronize. And if you synchronize it to at least once, if you synchronize to non-vibration, there's a reassurance from Lord Buddha that you will never vibrate to the lower realms again in your lifetime, not even after death. It doesn't matter, even now. So that's where that's what the reassurance is. So your vibration is not going to go down to that level, basically. And the once returner, that is another kind of just the path to non-vibration. Once returner also, there's no way that you're just going to have another one thought to go, kind of. And non-returner means the vibration is not strong enough to synchronize to the this sensual world at all. But because there's no self view and there's no self, there's dissolution of the self perception and the self vibration, even the tranquility you feel, you're not going to get attracted to it. You're not going to get attached to it. You're not going to look for it, basically. That's the main important aspect that the Aranmansa was trying to tell you that day, because you said you were looking forward to something, and then he corrected you quickly, saying, no, that's not what we are trying to say. When you lose you, you're not looking forward to it, but you are the non-vibration, you are the super happiness, you are the super kindness, you are the super loving, you're the everything. It's just out there. Any other question? Anything else to add? Actually, if Joel, yes, you can ask anything, but others can join in as well. Yes.
I was just asking, I want to just clarify this about this vibration thing that a lot we discuss about it a lot. Okay, when can this Joel realize that I have no vibration? How do I realize
it's a fail again. It's a fail again. So that's the thing. So when Aranmansa says that he says a metaphor for this. Can you actually explain how you feel the salt? Even you can give an example. You can say this is very salty, but can you actually explain what salt is, kind of what the taste is? You really can't. Likewise, even the self vibration is something for you to feel it, because inside the mind you can actually feel it. The whole power, that power underneath the mind, even that is difficult to feel. And if you understand that it's the power of the sensory organ only to turn into the non-vibration, so this has to be practiced a bit. The practice comes with the wisdom. So you have to have the understanding of this Dhamma, that there's no one here, and then there's the mind is not true, and then there's sensory system, which works very fast, very speedy, and this speedy activity is the power. I mean that what we have misunderstood, that speed is actually not self, but it is the actual function of the sensory organ, whatever it is. It doesn't matter whether it's a sound, whether it's the eyes, whether it's the skin. So this has to be felt. So that is the Lord Buddha's saying that come and see, because there's only metaphors. There's only metaphors. Anything
Another
else?
question, Doc?
Yeah.
Another question, Doctor, like when you said about feeling, do we feel it in the body or do we feel it in the consciousness?
No,
Can you
no, it's a
tell it a
different
bit deep?
one. That's where they call it jnana, because this is not related to the actual sensory organs. That is the problem. I think it is something that you can feel. Even this self perception, it's very deep. Normal self perception, because we don't even understand that we are in self perception. To say, that if you remember as a child, if you liked something, imagine a game or something, if you like that, how intensely you get attracted to that. Can you explain that? You really can't, can you? And also, if you feel despising or some dislike towards something, even though we can say I dislike it, but actually, can you explain that feel? It's feel. Even there are so many words now in our society. There are so many words we use to, but actually, whether it describe what you feel out there is very, very personal, isn't it? Can't really describe it, even though we try to describe it with words. What you actually feel can be even different to what you're trying to describe. And sometimes people say, I can't really describe it. Yes, because even the self-perception you can't describe until you actually feel the non-self-perception, because it's absence of this absence of this the vibration. So it's very difficult, I would say, to describe that, but one would know, 100% one would know, because it's a completely different experience. It's not like be inside the mind and thinking and getting another mental picture. It's not like that. It's just complete piercing of the thought and feeling that strength or the power or the vibratory nature, and understanding that it's just the function of the five sensory organs. So yeah, it's something to be felt, and that's the challenge here. Lot of even someone who has listened, it's a challenge. But even yesterday, Aaron also was telling me this Andolnatmaka Deshana that I heard that he was saying that how some mothers, even without even understanding the full thing, they will just take it as literally, and then just randomly feel it. So it's really nice, because we know that even 7-year-old, felt it. But it doesn't mean that he's an arahant just by feeling it once. It doesn't mean that. It's just you have felt it once. It gives an example of what we are saying, and then to become that there's kind of the mark or the way, and that way includes working without self, talking without self, doing something without self, trying without self, having a meditative state without self. it's all without self, because the whole marga, or the way, the path starts from correct vision. Correct vision is no self angle that we talk every day. Yeah, it just has to be felt, and if it's felt, you will know it. But it has to be practiced a little bit before, maybe, but there's nothing we have practiced in our life. It's easy. It's just understanding how the outside is actually a perception. So if it's a, imagine it's a cross sound, which is a perception in the mind, because definitely we know that the cross sound is not out there, but some you can hear the sound definitely, but cross sound is actually a perception, mental perception actually. But then when we understand that even the mental perception is like a vibratory nature, you know, that it's just nothing. It's not true. It's just there. Yes, it's manifested, but it's not true. It will actually dissolve the mind, kind of pierce the mind, or liberate from mind, and then that in just one, still the sound is there, the cross sound, but even the cross sound is it's just a sound now. But then even the sound part is not there. It's just a vibration in the feel level, just felt as a vibration. And that vibration, if you have practiced that, it is just the speedy vibration of the sensory organs. You will definitely feel the non-vibration. It's a very good experience. But what happens here is the catch-22 is, when we try to get it, we can't get it, because when we try to get something, it is in the mind. We are trying to get something because we have a mental picture. If you're trying something, if you want to play cricket, it's a mental picture. We want to play cricket. We want to play basketball, it's a mental picture. But then if you want to achieve the nirvana, it becomes a mental picture too. But the problem here is when we want to do something, it will never happen. But if you keep understanding this Dhamma and keep trying to feel this, you know, when you are walking, when you are seeing, when you are so doing any action or talking, or even thinking or touching something or anything, it doesn't matter. If you feel this, you know that it's not actually real, but it's a perception here, and the perception is also not true. And whatever left is just the vibration of the sensory organ. That's it. And the chances are very there that you will feel the non-vibration. It can't be really explained more than that. It's a feel. Anything else? And can you something? We have Dharma also here, Surangika here. Anyway.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Therwan Saranai, Aryan Mahansa and Dhamma friends. Please bear with me. I have got busy with the sports activities of the school, but I still listen to the discussions. And when I get rid of this, definitely I'll be joining, because I know how useful, how beneficial they are. And Dr. Kokila, I just joined for a few minutes. Please bear with me. I heard you were talking about paramita, perfections, and that made me to come. And also, Dr. Kokila,
is that the name?
That's the perfections, isn't it, for paramita? 10
okay.
perfections.
Okay.
Yeah, and Dr. Kokila, now Joel asked about Buddha state, and you were explaining it beautifully. So I want to ask whether when someone feels that he is or she is not having any burning, that is liberating from the stimulus, so can we call such a situation is also a Buddha state? Temporarily, someone can feel Buddha state before attaining arahanthood?
Yeah, that's what Aryan says in Sinhala Nivan Dakinawa. Nivan Dakinawa is different. Nivanata Path wenawa is different. So you see that non-vibration. You, in the sense, you feel it, but then you haven't become, because you have to. If you have to become it, it has to be in each and every thought. Yeah, that's what Aranansi says. Nivan Dakinawa.
Nivan Dakinawa. And you
Dakinawa
are
is different.
already, he says, Nivana Uddhi Dakina Nivana Hoyanawa. They are almost there, but still you look for that. You are unaware that Nibbana is with you, or there, kind of thing, he says.
Yeah, true. The main thing is not to look for it. But the thing is, when we are very complicated, human beings are really complicated. And in the sense, the mind is complicated. So we make everything we make it difficult. The mind makes it so difficult. So because we keep expecting something to happen, So it's very easy to the mind to get stronger and stronger, even with Dhamma. So that's where we lose the track. So if we lose the track, the Zoom discussions are very, very important to actually, just shake you and just get you back in track. Because if you feel like you're going after something, or you're looking forward to something, and you're looking towards something, that's the self. That's that power. And understanding this is a bit difficult. It becomes
so
more and more easy. It's not that complicated, but our mind makes it complicated. That's what Aranansi is saying over again and again, that it's very simple for Sunita Sopaka, who is like, they were like cleaners. The one was cleaner, the other one I can't remember. But then there was like the story, there's so much stories where, they were not academics or such anything, but they had low vibration. So they just had only need one push. They put the brake. Just one. It's very easy, if you're close to non-vibration, it is easy. And there are barriers. If you ask about the barriers, there are a lot of barriers that Lord Buddha has explained. Sticking to one thought, or sticking to thoughts too strongly, and the one is not taking them seriously at all. I mean, you can just let everything go and just imagine that, So there are different ways to tell that. I can't even remember the whole thing, but Lord Buddha has explained that what prevents you. So Thina Middha is the stupor. Is that stupor or the sleepiness, or how do you say that, Sudharma? Do you remember?
We thought it should be lethargy. One day also we discussed it.
But lethargy has different
exactly
explanations, because lethargy is like a medical term too. But anyway, it's fine. What is the Thina Middha? Is actually we had another
Thina Middha is pure laziness, doctor. Now, while listening to Dhamma, I mean, in the conventional perspective, people go to sleep while listening to Dhamma. They don't have courage. I mean, that's how they define those days. But in this context also, anyway, not having enough courage, is all kind of laziness. It has a deeper
I think
meaning.
Laziness to do this investigation, I would say.
Exactly.
Because, yeah,
true.
because we are not going after something. We are not like, I need $1 million. I'm going to achieve the $1 million and then I'm going to buy this and that. You know, people have so many dreams, but this is not something like dreaming about a good state of living. This is actually trying to find the truth. Who am I? What is happening? What is that's the, I mean, that's what I felt important. But there are so many aspects of this, because if someone is very close to non-vibration, you might not need, you might just need a one push, just saying, you know, Saryut, when he was the normal guy, he came and one Arahant just said, you know, this is just a cause and effect. That's the only word he heard. Only word he heard. How come someone understand Dhamma in that just one sentence? It's a cause and effect. So that must be because in that era, every person must have been searching, what am I, what am I, what am I? It should have been. Otherwise, it's just cause and effect. How come a person is so happy he actually told to tell further, and he told something else, I can't remember that, and he ran to the friend, said, we found it. We found it. We found it. It's really like amazing to see how people have reacted. A girl who was knitting or doing some job in there. She was a very young lady, young girl. The Buddha waited there without doing the sermon. There were about 500 people. Buddha waited without uttering a single word. And she came. And the first question he asked was, where are you coming from? And one normal person would say, I'm coming from what? Nogiro. But then this lady gave a fabulous answer, and no one really understood the answer. That's the thing. So this whole thing, it depends on what the level of contemplation is, because naturally there are people looking for truth. Naturally. Not because the mother says, not because the father says, not because the friend is saying something, not because the teacher is saying something, not because you get some, you know, some medal or something. Nothing. Just searching for the truth. Just sorry, I was just.
Yeah, I was just wanted to ask, is the mind referred to Satan or Satan?
Must be. I'm not sure. So that Dr. Sakuntala, what did you say about that? Is that the mind?
Yeah, in the book it's described as a mind because
Mind,
because
mind can
principle
deceive you
itself.
at any time.
Yeah.
Mind is a really tricky thing. If you actually investigate this, you will be really, you can get you will be amazed to find out that how mind tricks you. If someone says he's bad, he's bad. If someone says he's good, he's good. And then again someone comes and says, even though he said that he's good, I'm saying he's bad. And you're like, oh my God, what am I going to say now? So is he bad or is he good? So it's all in the mind. You know, the mind keeps racing. Internal radio, I say that. Once it's like a really grumpy radio where it never stops. But what the problem is not the actual radio. The actual problem is the power it has, the power it exerts on you, suffering it gives you. Yeah. But people, just don't forget, Joel, people, even before Lord Buddha, well before, I mean, can't even imagine, people actually tried to get rid of this mind. They did the concentration meditation just to get rid of the mind. And they attained that status. But the problem is, because of their self-view, that vibration is still there. Vibration which is nothing to do with your system. Because it is just the view that, because every thought, if it is felt as a thing, that synchronizes to that self vibration. Anything. It can be a action, it can be a word, it can be a thought, it can be anything. But it just synchronizes to this self. But what Buddha said, no, the word that whether you attain, you even if you are out of your mind.
Doctor, I didn't get that. That synchronizing part, can you just repeat it? I didn't get it properly.
Well, each and every thought is a one spark, isn't it? It's just one spark. So if you think about something, there are so many sparks in that. It happens so fast, we can't even understand that it's one spark. So if you wake up and you see if the windows are closed, you might see the door, the windows, the wall, the fan, maybe the roof or the ceiling. What are they? They are just thoughts. They are just sparks. They are just vibrations, or they are just the mental formations. So each and every mental formation has this power. But when it is felt as real, only this synchronizes to this self vibration. In the sense, same thing, I can tell it in different words. When we feel something as a thing, or you feel it as a thing, the self vibration is there, or the life field is there. That's what I think Aranhanse tells that the existence field is, when you touch something, if you have the feel that it is actually existing, then there is always the life field, this vibration. It's a synchronicity, but it's very deep. It just can be seen through the wisdom, not actually, you can't really explain it through anything else. But if you understand when you synchronize to the vibration, you can actually get a feeling about this, because at that moment you feel the vibration as well as the non-vibration. So that will never happen, because when the cross sound is not a thing, because you know the truth, it doesn't become a thing. Definitely it will come to the vibratory nature of the sensory organ. And even that, if you know it's just the sensory organ, you don't really give a thing to that sound. It's just a vibration. In that, you will definitely synchronize to the non-vibration. How can that happen? And if that happens, you understand, then at all the other times, if you're feeling it as a thing, you synchronize to the self vibration. That's what I was trying to say, but it can be too complicated when I say that, because I'm not that good in explaining, like sometimes I don't say, but it's
like you don't give a value to it.
Yeah.
To that thing, kind of thing. If it's a sound, even you don't give big value, but just it's a sound and just it's a sound.
Yeah, but the thing is that is in mind. So as soon as you say that, it is in mind. This is beyond mind. So the beyond mind is a complete field. There's no perception at all. You can't even say colors, or you can't say even it's this smell or that smell, or this is gandhai or sugandhai. What is it? The bad smell or good smell. You can't really say even that, because it's just liberation from mind, and that vibration. It's a vibratory nature of that. That's actually the vibration which synchronizes to the another zygote, even when you when your system stops the respiration. Just imagine your system stops. Why there's a power which can synchronize somewhere else? How? Why there's an additional power there? Because this is not actually related here. Because this is just the additional power that came from taking this whole system as real. It's just like any other vibrations. Because there are so many vibrations out there. If you do a scientific research about the vibrations, you will understand there's so many vibrations out there. But the main important thing here is your kind of vibration that has synchronized to the zygote and that has manifested all these things at this moment. After the baby can't remember anything until about 1 year of age or even 2 years of age. Why? Because there was no picture, no perception at all at that. So what happened in between that? It was just a feel. If you put a torch to the 6-week checkup, where the babies come for the 6-week checkup, when you put the torch to the light, they just blink because they can't handle the vibration, but they don't actually perceive anything as such. They don't perceive, but they feel the touch. They're not actually perceiving anything, but they're happy in that touch. And when the touch is, when the area is very cold, they can't handle it. So there's a level of vibration that you can handle in the skin as a human. So the extremes they can't handle, they will cry. They're not crying because there is self, because the self notion or the mind, that Satan has not come in. Yeah, so if you put it that way, the mind hasn't formed it. But the baby is crying because that vibration is uncomfortable. It's just a sensory system. It's just a sensory system. But the problem is that baby can't understand it. So once you have this mind, when you have the suffering only, you can understand, okay, this is what mind does. And then when you liberate from mind, actually you liberate from all 3 layers: the feel, the perception level, and the sensual level. Sensual level is where you actually look for the milk toffee. You want the milk toffee. You want to touch it and take it to your mouth and actually taste it. But the actual perception of milk toffee is just a perception. And the important thing is they are not stored anywhere. There was idea that everything is stored in the brain. Now they're actually coming in terms with that. It's not actually stored anywhere. It's just the synchronization effect that happens. So if you see something orange, king coconut might come to your mind. Does it do anything? It's just like a synchronization world, basically. Did you get it, Joel? I don't know whether I'm talking too much.
No, doctor, I got it. I was just thinking, like, if Buddha was living, what would his lifestyle be like without vibrations, without
He will be
without
probably
anything?
in a secluded area, not that much in the outside, but he will, if he has to, he will come out and say Dhamma. This era is really different. It's an online era now. So who knows? He might even do the same thing that RMS is trying to do. So he's not coming out as such. He's just trying to spread this to whatever the avenues we have. Will I hand over to Surangika, Sakuntala, and Sudharma?
Doctor, before I go, can I ask a question again? Not a question really. You were trying to explain that both Satan and Saint can be seen in the same stimulus. Is that right? Because when we get
No,
caught
tell
in
that
the
again.
stimulus,
Tell that again. Sorry. Tell
no,
that again.
when we get caught in the stimulus
The mind.
ignorantly, that's the Satan state, and when you liberate from it, it's the Saint state.
Oh,
No
yeah,
idea.
maybe. Yeah. I'm not actually trying to say these things in this way because I don't like describing these things because people can actually misunderstand us.
Yeah, doctor. Yeah.
Yeah, people actually can misunderstand us. We are trying to say so much natural thing, so much scientific thing, so much, like the truth. So we don't want to like get into word troubles. Basically, word can lead to wars. War happens
True,
because of the words. So,
true, doctor.
and it's really unnecessary. Really unnecessary. Yeah, again, I will
Teruvan
rather
Saranai,
to.
I'm compelled to leave, doctor, and all the my friends. Teruvan Saranai. Thank you so much.
Radha, can you add something?
Dr. Kokida. I think that question is quite interesting. And that's the conundrum, isn't it? The mind and the all-powerful mind. One cannot forcibly get out of it or do any such thing. And to Joe's question about the wisdom and the field also, it's not something that can be forced. There can not be a person here doing it because this whole truth is about non-self, which means that we are debunking the myth that was the I, the self, isn't it? The illusion, the grand illusion that has been there for ever so long is that there was a self here, an I here, a personality, an ego, whatever you want to call it. So the truth that the Buddha found in that search that he did on his own, which is where that Samma Sambuddha thing was explained in the book, was that, all this, for the last 5 years, Aranvasi has been explaining this truth, which has been revealed again through his own perseverance and the truth that the Buddha unraveled 2,500 years ago. And that was also the thing that all the other seekers of the truth failed to understand, that wherever they've tried to find the truth in so many other different ways, the Buddha realized that the issue was with the mind itself and this thought. It was the thoughts that was giving this false illusion of an I and a self. And if that self and I and that undercurrent of power, the self vibration, is addressed, then the entire mechanism and the process of this Abhisankarana kind of system, the volitional formation that causes one to believe that there is a world and there is an I here, then falls away. So it's not an easy thing to do, but it definitely can be done, and that power only diminishes gradually. And the only thing one can do is actually to keep on realizing the truth of how these sensors work and how this vibration occurs. And here, when we talk about vibration, it's the self vibration itself, which is the I or the self view and the vibration attached to that. Because for some time there was a confusion, even from my experience also, there was a point where the confusion arose about, we talk about vibration, and from that, the sense faculties, the perceptions arise due to the speed of vibration. So here we are not talking about that vibration. What we are talking about is the self vibration. As a result of those sense faculties and the manifestation that occurs there, which is the light, the sound, the touch, the taste, and the smell, that those different vibrations then combine to form another vibration or another wave, as Aryan Mahatsa says. And that is the mind consciousness, otherwise known as the thought. So it is that thought which is a different vibration, and then from that arises that whole self of sense of existence that Dr. Kokila explained. And then with that sense of existence of a thing and a world, the duality occurs. There is no duality. It's just part of the whole mirage. If there is something, then there is a person here that automatically gets created, manifested, as a person experiencing something, as a person witnessing something, and a person basically existing. So how does one, to get to that vibration? The vibration is that underlying current, the feeling that one is alive, the feeling that there is a world around me, the feeling that I'm a person, I'm alive, all those kind of things. So that feel is the self vibration itself. So like that example of the salt, you taste the salt, you can use words and express that it is salty, but can one actually express what that salt tasted like is the thing that cannot be expressed in words. It is something that can only be felt. So on that note of non-vibration that Joel asked, definitely when one is on the path with the true Dhamma, there is a telepathization to the noble teacher and to these Dhamma teachings, because it is coming from the point of non-vibration. And the vibration, the self-vibration, then automatically gets shaken and goes into a point of lesser and lesser vibration, which is why one feels very calm, isn't it, when one is listening to Dhamma talks, when one is discussing the Dhamma. How does that happen? Because at that point there is non-vibration. But the Buddha state is the permanent state of non-vibration. And what again has to be clarified there is no state called non-vibration. The dissipation of vibration, or the loosening the vibration, or the cessation, I should say cessation of the vibration itself is non-vibration. Because otherwise one would be looking for this non-vibrational state, looking for a state of nirvana. There is no another state. Yesterday, I think we talked about the 31 planes of existence. All those 31 planes of existence have defilements, have at least a tiny, minute sense of vibration, which is why the Buddha said, even when the state of anagami, the non-returner, which is a higher realm and a very, very low vibration, even when one reaches that stage, which is a very difficult and advanced stage to reach, the Buddha still told his disciples, do not delay, do not tarry. Even the smallest amount of defilement, or I think he used the word like, asuchi, which means like, dirt. Even the smallest sense of dirt or fecal matter can still smell. So what he meant by that metaphor is that one cannot rest on one's laurels, even being a non-returner. There is still a certain amount of perseverance that still needs to be made. Again, when we take the example of another Thero in the Buddha's days, I think it was Khemaka Thero, who still, when other monks said that you have now reached Arahathood, the ultimate Buddha state, he pronounced that no, because being honest to oneself and understanding and feeling, I should say, as opposed to the vibration, it is something that only can be discerned by that particular mechanism, by that system. No one else can pronounce over it. And Khemaka Thero did say that defilements, yes, the defilements are gone, but there is still a sense of vibration, or rather that the non-vibrational state, non-vibration had not been realized. So it's again, yeah, so I think it's the mind and the mechanisms of it that needs to be grasped and understood, and this comes only in bits and pieces, little by little, gradually, so there's nothing to get discouraged about. It comes, and all that can be done is to understand how this mechanism works. And as Dr. Kokila said, that wisdom, the inner transformation, is something that then arises, which is ultimately the feel. Basically, there, I think it's just the feel that there isn't anything. The shunyatava, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah.
Yes, Kokila. There also my I like to know what's this today. This discussion is going.
It was based on some of Joel's questions, I don't know.
What's that?
What was the last question? Joel, what was the last question you asked?
My last question was like,
you can ask anything actually.
Yeah, this is the mind called Satan, and what's the link between Satan and the mind?
Yeah, that's related to, I think, the
What's the meaning?
Christian thing. I wasn't sure. It was from the book.
What's the meaning? Is that mind? I've not heard that clear. What's that mean? Yeah, popular. What's the question?
Surangika, do you remember the book? It says Satan. Is it Satan or?
What's that question?
Because in Christian religion, there's a word Satan or Satan.
Yeah, I don't remember the book, Karen Manson, but I think in Christianity there is a reference to Satan. I think in Sinhalese we say Satan, isn't it?
Yeah, it's okay. What's the question?
Question is whether it is the mind, that it could have been described as the mind, which is the tricky part. But I'm not 100% sure the words. That's why I told that it's better not to put in like so much interest in words, because
no, simple words. Yeah, I want to know that. What is the question? Is Satan?
Joel, can you ask?
We don't know the Satan book. We are not interested.
Yeah, no. Joel knows it because Joel studied.
Yeah, no. I want the question. No, Satan is okay. What's the story? It's okay. What is the story? What's the question?
No, but the question actually arises because we were discussing that how mind works and.
Mind.
Yeah.
The mind is a mind. It's systematically working.
But it's a metaphor for the Satan. That's it's not a serious question. I don't answer. He was trying to understand whether it can have a metaphor, like a similarity. because Satan in the Christianity, I think, is the bad side or something like that.
No, I want to know the Satan is okay. It's a bad guy. It's okay. But question, what's the question?
Can you ask Joel that again? Because I'm not also sure about that.
Aryan Manse,
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, like, is the mind? It's a vibration. So, does the mind work like the Satan?
Mind work, right? Certain. What's that?
Does, like, now, for example, like if we get bad thoughts, thoughts like unwanted thoughts, a perception, uh, uh, how does it's a Satan link to it?
Oh, it can be happen everybody. What's the, this is a Buddha's story, is the Devadatta. What's the story is Devadatta? What's the Devadatta's mind? He's a ego, no? What's he won't do? He's thinking this world is real, no? He's in the world, but world is not real. Is the is our mind. World is not real. You see that there's a light, and so sound and film together coming. That's our thoughts. Sound and film, not nothing, anything. Sound and thought, and this everything. Sense of creation. No? When you are blind, you can't see. When you are deaf, you can't hear. So otherwise, you smell and taste, and otherwise you are smooth and rough. Is this? We are talking about the four elements, no? That's smooth and rough and hot and cool. These are our body feelings. So these are together common. That's a thought. So it's okay. Thoughts, chair, table, red, yellow, blue, everything is thoughts. So we are thinking. So anybody, Satan or Devadatta or Buddha or anybody, he is in this world. He is in thinking world. It's like a film. It's not a real. It's a the case is the everywhere there is everywhere have the power. What's the power? It's like a gravity power, like that, magnetic power, like that, glue, like that. This vibrations creating the combining system. Is a system. It's the combining system. Is the this everything. Where's the power? Where's the spark? Where's the vibration? There's the attach everything. How is telling this? You see this? It's attachments. No. Glue like that. That's the power. No, our thoughts also same shape. Otherwise, light also, the many sparks together coming. It's a combining. No, this is the science. This is we are talking about dharma. What is this dharma? What is this dharma? Dharma is happening. Nobody is doing. It's a systematically happening. How is this system? How is this system creating? How is this our sense of creating? How is this happening? How is these thoughts are creating? How is this material also creating? Material also vibrations. So you see that sun is coming bigger than the earth is disappearing because it's hot. More than hot is coming. How is earth is here? No earth is here. So like that, you see ice. Hot is coming. Ice becoming a water. After more than hot is coming, water disappearing. The air is here. So where's the ice? Ice is power. You see this? How is ice is coming? Fridge is there. No. Again, ice can be happen. Can be there. Nobody's doing. It's a system. So like this, our nature. These days, the Europeans and the USA and the Canada, everywhere is winter. So ice is there. How is ice is there? Yeah, it's a few months after, 2 months after, they are talking about ice is disappearing, water is coming. After water is disappearing, it's okay. Again, the circle is happening. What is the hot? Hot also vibration. You see this earth also here. How is earth is here? Is systematically is balancing, no? Hot and cool and the everything, material also. This everything is here, the balancing. We are talking about this vibrations balancing. You see light also vibration, otherwise the sound also vibration. So we are explaining one is spark is negative and positive wires is together. Someone touch, there's a spark. Is you can see the light because your eye is here working. You can see like a camera. You can see the light, but your eye is not working. You're blind. You can't see the light. There's one spark is here. Negative and positive wires is spark. But you have eye. You can see the light. You have ear. You can hear the sound. Chatters. Sound is coming. You have nose, you can hear, you can smell the is that's type of. So you have body feel, you can touch. It's a what is there? This is how your senses, no? Eye, ear, nose, and this body feels. These are your senses. These senses various, very varieties, no? 5 types of human body have 5 types of senses. So that's the senses is one spark is there, but 5 senses they are the 5 senses made in the 5 type of sparks, sounds, lights, and hot and smell. So you see, so various of living beings have various of type of senses. So some living beings, some ants, haven't 5 senses. So sometimes 1 sensor, 2 sensors, 3 sensors, sometimes more than 5 sensors. They have. So what is this word? Is your word is real? No, it's your senses. So what Satan's thinking? It's okay, we can realize this. What is this thoughts? Thought is not real. So every thoughts have the power. You see, red, yellow is existence field is there because the power is there. You see that how is light perception we are talking about? Power is there. Perception is a spark, speed be happening. So light is there, but light existence field is consciousness words we are using. Consciousness words we are using living being. Consciousness we are not talking about the trees. Consciousness have the living beings. So why this we are talking is a power. It's waves. Yeah. What is this? What is this type of power? It's a thinking power. You see this finally, your eye creation light existent and the sound also existent. And the light and sound together coming, no, sound and form together coming, that's your thoughts. Your thoughts creating, that's your mind. You are thinking, no? It's a chair, table, red, yellow. It's a 1, 2, 3. Everything is what is your sound and lights. These pictures together. These sensor creations together is one spark. One spark is speedily happening. That is why one spark we are talking. Every moment, one spark here. So one thought is here. This thought have existent field. That is the imaging existent field. Because what is this spark? What is kindergarten time? The teacher given the picture and given the sound. So you see that many countries, different languages using. What is this language? Only the sound. Sound and picture combined, that's the language. Chinese are talking chin, chin, chin. We don't know what is the sound. Otherwise, the English are talking about chair, but Sri Lanka here, Sinhala is not talking about the chair. Sri Lanka is talking about the putwa. What is this putwa? Only the sound. Yeah, these thoughts, not real. But existent field is there because power is there. So after what happened here, that speedily sparking is a rapid speed. This story, because your eye is a factory like that, making the pictures like this. Sound also, sensor creations. You see these thoughts. There's a light also. There's a speed. No, speed sparking. No waves here. We are talking about the waves. You see these waves always combining, always. Otherwise, sparking is happening, not stopping, because system is here. Earth also is systematically creating. You know, this Earth is rotating. The 165 kilometers per minute. No, so this Earth is rotating speedily, but we can't see because the huge size. But we are thinking this. We are still here, but we are not in, still here because Earth is always moving, circling, but we can't see it's happening here. That's type of here. Everything is vibrations, but we are not seeing the vibrations. We are not seeing the waves. We are seeing these pictures and sound and material, but this material is not still. It's not permanent. It's not still. It's always changing is happening. These are not everything is not real. So why I'm explaining this? Because these thoughts is the secret. Light also spark speed, is a power. They are light also power. It's the field is there. That's Buddha's word is itasanya. That's the existent field. Light. Only we are talking one sensor. It's eye. But you see, the sound and pictures together coming, and the body feel also one time. These five senses. What's this spark is here? That's one time. Is everything one. Everything. This moment is happening. That's why it's kindergarten time, baby. See the picture, but sound is coming here. Together is a thought is coming. So it's one spark. Otherwise, thought is not two. Thought also one spark. You see, this thought existent field. So this thought existent field is not stopping. Again and again, this thought is coming. This is speedily, this vibration, these waves not stopping. The automatically, systematically is happening. We can't stop that because the speed is the everything is this illusion. How is coming is the speed is the secret inside. because it's spark. It's a waves. Vibes, we are talking waves, right? You see this chair also again and again coming, more power is coming. Same. Mother, father, everything. You see this power is generating, more power is coming. There's a do also is coming feeling. That's why existence field converting the alive field. Alive field also this power, more power, existence field, more power is coming like a spring. More power, automatically power is generated moving the spring. Like this alive field. Example is spring. More power is there. Moving type is there. Spring. How is moving the spring? Is more power is there. Like this human mind. More power is coming. Chair, not only the chair. Now chair, how me? Now me, my mind is coming. How is me, my mind is coming? Is the power is only the here. Is the existent field. But me, my mind is coming automatically. How is another thought is automatically coming. Who have this existent field? It's a me. I have this existent field. This is the secret. This is the secret. Inside here. The who are you? You are not the body, you are not the mind. You are this stimulus. Stimulus power is you. But you can't this easy understand. It's not easy to understand. It's very difficult to understand. But it is that happen here. What's you? You, who are you? That's the question is real important. You are the power. But it is thinking power. That is why you are still here. Is a power. You are doing everything, studying and job is doing. What are you doing? Because you are still here. Because you have feel. You're alive feel. Me, my mind. You are here now. Now you are not talking about the chair. You are talking about me. I'm here. But cause and effect dhamma, cause is vibration, spark. Effect is light and sound. Second one is cause is sound and firm. The effect is thought, chair. Chair have sound, chair have picture. It's your sensor. The third one is chair is a cause. Effort is the existent field. The now existent field is power. Is coming. It's the fourth one is existent field is cause. Effort is alive field. Is the another one. More power is coming combined in. That is why it's a more power here. The feel the interesting is this the feeling. It's a me, my mind is a alive field. You see cause and effect dhamma is unbelievable now. Because finally you can realize nobody is here, only the vibration, only the power is here. Power is disappearing because this thought is you are thinking everything is real. But your mind is understood Dhamma, is a system, this process, someone understood. How is our sense of creation? How is these thoughts are coming? How is this feel is coming? Is that nobody is here? No living being is here. Is not a body? Is your pain? Is your that's we are talking about raga desha more. What's this? Attachments and disattached. How is this happening? This is a system. System. This is this vibration. What continually happening, but it's not continually happening. You see this because the nature impermanent. Everything is not permanent. It's impermanent. Everything is vibration. Vibration is not still anything. So arising and passing away, not still anything. That's why Buddha word is arising and passing away is Udaya is Uday arising and it's not still here. No, it's a spark. You see this. This thought, we don't like die. We won't here stay. That's why humans are try to keep the everything, body and the everything. But it's nature is here. The system is here. Nothing here anything. Otherwise, you try to still here, but you can't here because it's the nature, it's the situation, it's the system, it's the process, it's the Dhamma. So dependent on origination, Dhamma is inside meditation. Is you won't understand what happened inside. Nobody is here. System is working. That's the inside meditation. Someone understood the truth here. That's the first part of inside meditation, the right vision. You won't see the right here, what happened. So, that's why Buddha's word is Satyajnana. It's a true Dhammas. First, you won't understood the truth. Second one is you can experience it. Nobody's here. It's not easy to understand, but you can experience it. Everything is happening, not do here. Nobody is doing. System is working. So it is very important, yeah. Finally, someone understood this process. It's a who is here? Nobody is here now. System is working, no problem here. It's okay, no problem. We understand what happened here. The thoughts haven't a file, is out values. Thoughts haven't a value, yeah. Thoughts are normally here. Nobody is doing this. Systematically, thoughts are here, but no values. That's why thoughts are valueless. No power. That is why no pain, no any inside vibrations. So thoughts also here. Everything can be happen. You can be die. Your your child's your everything, your whole house, everything can be. It's not everything. Not stay here. Everything can be happen, but no problem because you are understood. It's your thoughts. It's your mind. No worry, no sorry like that. No worry, no suffering, no sadness. That's why endless happiness is here because you understood everything. It's no problem here. So Satan is you are talking about the mind, but it is only the incident. It's only the thought, not necessary. Because no bad or good is your mind. So everything is only the thoughts. You see, Tarzan's thinking is other one. So but this thinking other one. It's okay. Otherwise, these are stories. No, nobody knows what is the real one. It's okay. Many books right here, but people finding people are realizing what is the real book, not anywhere real book, because real is understand. It's a wisdom. It's the nature. It's the Father, and Son is the thing. Like this, you see, you can realize this. Every religion is a programming because people mind can tolerate. People mind can't tolerate the situation. They are praying. They are praying gods. They are praying many things. They are praying, history. The trees also they are praying. Sun and moon they are praying. Oh, they are imaging what they are praying. It's okay. Yeah. but it is innocent, no? It's helpless. That's why they are praying. They can't tolerate. They can't. Uh, they haven't a confidence. That's why. They can't thinking after death. They don't know what happened. That's why they are thinking somewhere they are going and like this. But you see this Dhamma, very nice. It's a nature. Yeah. Nobody's here, no one is here. System is working. You see system, someone don't know this Dhamma, he's thinking outside is here, he's going after death somewhere. It's happening because the power is there. It's a thinking power. It's existent also power. You see, everything is real. Someone thinking existent power also there. Otherwise, I feel also there. Like so, the meaning is he also there here. The like a sirasa there and like a radio waves like that. A power. No, radio waves have a power like that. You, somebody in illusion, they are in misconception. They have power. That's the power. That's why power is not zero. Power is thoughts. Thoughts. Someone understood these thoughts. Our mind, what is the mind is a thought. Thought have a power. Thought have a. Someone know this thought is not real. It's a power is not there. It's very important. It's not the Tarzan stories. That's not the Devadatta story. Not the important Devadatta or Tarzan. Is the thoughts is given this power. Is very important. Sometimes we can made in the stories, new stories we can make, but it is only the stories. So animal also they have their own senses. They have power otherwise. Every living being have power. This is like a sirasa, there are like this. There's a radio waves like that. Some magnetic power like that, electric power like that. This mind power we are talking about. It's a system. You can't see the magnetic power, but you can drop the stone. How is coming fed out? How is coming fed out the flow? Is the power is there, but you can't see where's the power. Yeah, electric also power you can't see, but it's there. Like this, your thinking power you can't see, but power is there. So we are talking about the stories, but it's not the stories. There's the power. Something happened to you, you won't rebuild again. Something lost you can rebuild again. That's type of power because your mind is a coming power is many things you are doing recovering that situation and you want to steal everything. No, I don't know how much is this story understood, but I try to explain. Sometimes my English is not good, but it's okay. I want to give the message. Message is a power. Power is fading.
Thank
It's
you,
okay.
Aryan Vanse. Thank you
It's
so
okay.
much.
It's okay. Okay. Yes, I think our time is now gone. What think about? Suranka, what do you think about? Yes, Kopra, do you hear me?
Yeah, it's a beautiful
Yes.
explanation. After all,
Yeah.
say don't know anything. Mind is a mind, isn't it? It's just a process and a mechanism.
Yes. Mechanism, yeah, it's very important to understand mechanism. It's good words. Mm. Yes, now what's the time is here? Our side, yeah, 4:22. It's okay. Our other Zoom is now starting. Terasana, everybody. Terasana, Kokira also. Terasana is right now. Tomorrow we can join again our English phone discussion. Terasana, Jaya. Yes, no? It's okay. Other Zoom is now starting. It's Buddothpado. Yep.
Good afternoon, everybody. Therwan Sana, sir. Therwan Sana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 74. When you let go of thoughts, the attachment or the dislike towards thoughts begin to dissolve. This is called viragaya. Tatra tatra vipassati. The stanza above means letting go of each and every thought that you receive at that moment. Even though we talk about letting go of every thought, what we receive is a long string of thoughts. Whichever string of thoughts you receive at one time, let them go. You need to have a huge wisdom to let go of thoughts, and this does not happen all at once. To let go of thoughts, first you have to be aware of the thoughts that come to your mind. Second, you have to know that thoughts are akusal. Thoughts take you in a cycle of rebirth and death, samsara. Third, you have to know that right path to attain nirvana is when you develop an awareness not to get attached to thoughts that you receive. Fourth one, in other words, letting go of thoughts is a kusalaya, a skillful action that helps you go on the path. When you maintain awareness according to the 4 points given above, you automatically begin to increase your mindfulness and you begin to come to your base every moment. This practice of mindfulness will take you on the path to nirvana. When you maintain a steady mindfulness to analyze every thought that comes to your mind with awareness and wisdom, your practice of seeing every thought begins to improve. It is very important that you learn to see each thought that comes to your mind. It is necessary for the Vidarshana meditation, because if you learn to see a thought as soon as it comes to your mind, you will immediately be able to apply the truth to that thought and be aware that the thought does not exist outside, and know that it is only a thought. Terosana, everybody.
Therwan Sarana Shani, thank you for reading the 2 pages for us. I'm sorry I joined a bit late because I had a problem with my connection. So as usual, we all worship Aryan Mahanse, Therwan Sarana Aryan Mahanse, and we warmly welcome all of our Dhamma friends who have joined the Zoom discussion at this moment, and also our listeners via other means like YouTube. So this is our English Zoom discussion from 2:45 to 4 p.m. We have been discussing about the thoughts and the mind, and also the importance of understanding this process of thought formation and how the mind is working. And we briefly discussed about the types of meditations also. And we now know that the concentration meditation helps in some way to calm down the mind, but it doesn't actually help to complete the process of this full understanding. And we also talked about the mindfulness, and we mentioned that it is slightly different from what is generally practiced in the most of the Western world and also some other countries. So basically, in Buddhist teaching, what we have to try is to understand how these thoughts are formed, what is this process, and what is meant by the mind. And also, when you understand this process, we know that there is no owner to this process. There is a system functioning, and that understanding itself helps to sort of cool down or some form of calm down the agitation of these thoughts and the mind. So that is what it really means. That is what is it's necessary or the important, because we know that thoughts manipulate this physical body. So whatever we are doing as day-to-day functions, whatever we are talking, all are manipulations of the thoughts. Thought has a power. That is how it acts with this manipulating process. So I think I will invite Dr. Kokila and the other Dhamma friends to start the discussion. Therwan Saranai.
We can start the discussion on any topic. Actually, I also joined a little bit late, like 1 minute late. So the book reading was, I think, about what was it roughly about? Mainly about the Pratipada. Is it the Pratipada or the?
Yeah, actually, I missed the first part. I don't know whether Surangika was there or Shani. Will you be able to just tell us briefly? It's okay. I think we can start on a topic that maybe from a question, or we can start something discussion around those facts, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, mainly the Pratipada, I actually didn't hear that part. But anyway, when we talk about the 4 steps in the Pratipada that the R.N. Vansay has introduced, it's actually this understanding mind again, which is no other different thing, which is understanding how this mind works. So we usually have we have chair, we have everything outside. Usually understanding that it's a perception here is kind of the first step, because the mind, if you dream about the chair, you just understand how do you feel that the chair is in the dream. It is the same chair that it is outside if you dream about the same chair. So how come you get that perception again? This is actually science as well, how these perceptions work. So we keep understanding that the outside is actually, even though we projected it outside, there is definitely a projection, that's fine, that's normal. But even though it is projected as outside, it is actually a perception in the mind. And then the next step would be the understanding the perception of the chair or the sun or anything in that sense is actually, it's not actually real. It's formed from the vibrations of the collaboratory effect of or the collective effect of the 5 sensory organs. If there are no 5 sensory organs, there's no formation of a mind. So you can understand how even in, if you think about in scientific way, how the sound. So if we talk about the apple, which we have taken before, the apple sound, how these things, the picture, the color, the taste, the smell, is all there in the thought of the apple. So understanding how this system works is so beautiful. It is the most important thing is understanding the truth. So understand the science, basically, science of living or science of how we feel alive, or how this world of us is happening, how this film is being broadcasted, basically. So when we understand that it's just a vibration of the sensory perceptions, we go deep into the sensory perceptions. It's just an experience of vibration. What happens there is the fast vibration, only that's the feel. Even the 6-week baby, which where there's no information yet, there's a feel. They don't know whether it is, whether it's a blue or the pink. They don't know whether it is, even, good smell or the bad smell. They don't have any specific perception, but there is a feel. There's a vibration. So there's that power is coming from rapid vibration of the very speedy occurrence of the vibrations lead to feel the light. So when they vibrate together, when these sensory organs vibrate together, the thought or the chair, in that example, chair is there now. So after some time, we directly, repeatedly when the chair comes, we have so much ideas about the chair, so that comes as well. If you like the chair, you just get, you have that idea about that. So we have so much waves like this. The way you like things, like if you are in a tribe in the Amazon, what you like there, or what you get inspired by is different to like a city dweller who would be having a pattern of living. But the problem is because that this is all felt as happening here, and then the view has come that this is I am doing these things, I'm saying, then there are my way as well. So whatever the dream, whatever the environmental factors, whatever the cultural aspects, social aspects, so everything brings about my way, my things. You can put anything there actually. It can be my attitude, it can be my way of clothing or my way of living. So these things keep increasingly, like you get used to that and it becomes you, basically. So if you really question who am I, there's a problem when where you keep researching about who am I, you can't find you. So then actually you keep understanding this is the power that we have, because if you say my body, it implies anyway that the body is not you because it's my body. Then how can't if it's something mine, my bottle, definitely it doesn't imply that it is you. But then we keep saying it's my eye, my body, my leg. So we keep understanding that it's not that. Then body can't bear me. Then what is you? Then you automatically goes to the thinking process. Maybe thinking process is mine. But then we say again, my thoughts, the thinking process, if the thinking process is me, whether we have some power over that, we don't. It works on its own. Even if it doesn't want that to work, it keeps working. So, and then we understand that there is a power though, there is a feel that you're alive even though these things are me. So then we understand by Dhamma, the truth, that actually this misunderstanding or the understanding of self is a misconception, where it is because there is a power here, we have actually got the view that there is a self here. So that's how it happened. Yes, Joel, do you have a question?
Yes, doctor. Day before yesterday, you mentioned flow like a water kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain how it works with Dhamma? Flowing like a water, that life has to flow like a water. Like you live. It's like you're flowing like a water. You have to just go on. How does it work, doctor?
Well, you can look at that. That's like a sentence. When we use that sentence, we can look at it from a different angles. Yes, but we look at it from the no self angle. When we look at it from the no self angle, because there can be self angle as well. When you look at it from the no self angle, when there is no self here, in the sense there's no additional power here.
It's a feel, no?
It's a failure.
Yeah.
Yes, Saranans.
It's not a thought. Non-soul. Non-soul Dhamma is the Buddha's explain. It's a feel. We can experience it. So why we are understanding the truth? Because internal transformation is happening. It's nobody doing. No, it's a happen. It's automatically happen. You can experience it. You can't do that because who is doing? Somebody is there. There is no non-soul Dhamma. Somebody is doing. He is there. No? How is talking about non-soul? That is why. It's experience. We are understanding the truth. What is the truth? How is creating the lights? How is creating the sounds? How is creating the smell? How is creating the taste? How is these senses are creating? How these senses are created? This sense creations is your everything. You haven't experienced without sensing. That's it's normally guys, they are in the world. What is this world? Their own senses systematically. So it's a creating. The effort is your senses. Your senses given this lights, this type of 7 color lights. Your eye creation, eye is a sensor, and your sound, your ear creation is a sound also. Otherwise, your taste, smell creation, your nose is like a factory. It's a product. Your nose is a sensor. Yeah, it's a product. There's a process is there. It's a creating. Important this understanding is realizing very important. You know this the final what is the final one? You see the eye creating sound is the eye creating the picture is the product. Is okay. Is the ear creating is the sound is the product. The nose is creating the product. The effort is your systematically it's happening. Nobody is doing. Smell. It's a mouth also. It's a tongue given you to taste spicy. Otherwise, your body sensor creating is your feeling is hot and cool, smooth and rough. This 5 sensor, one time is this present moment is okay. One time is okay. What you are looking is a chair. What is the sound is here? What is the pitch eye creating? What is sound eye ear creating? What is this smell and the taste and the body creating? These 5 sensor creating one time. What is the sound? What is the picture? That's why. That's together combining these 5 sensor creating. The effort is a thought. It's a thought. It's a sixth one. So mind sensor. Mind sensor is this 5 sensor creating together. This effort is a thought. It's a mind sensor. It's a spark. It's a one spark. What is this example? Is a chair. Chair have picture. Chair have sound. Chair have smell. Smooth and rough. This your senses given you to eye given to picture, ear given sound, and body sensor given the smooth and rough. You see, the kindergarten time. What's the teacher doing? Teacher given this picture and given sound, and you can touch. Yeah, that's it. Cha is a thought. That's a thinking word, the mindful word. That's why Buddha's word is there. Chittena niyati loko chittena paras. The meaning is you are living on your sensor, within your sensor. You are living, what is this word? Is your sensor given this word. That's why cause and effect. Dhamma, cause is the sensor, effect is together. No, together coming, the effort is the mind sensor. The five senses together coming, mind sensor is the effort. Otherwise, especially the thought how is coming the power is very important. That is why science is here inside. It's a mechanism. The speedily sparking happening, that's the mechanism is I creating the light. Otherwise, speedily sparking. It's a vibration. Ear drum like that. It's your ear creating your new to sound. You know, this one spark have the power. Because different in somewhere, the power is there. It's the Buddha's word otherwise. Manchisutra. Yobante viditwana majjamantana lipati tambruhi mahapurusho seda simbali maga. It's a part, it's a Buddha's word. What the meaning is that the power is somewhere different in power is there. That is why spark is meaning is different and is there. Spark. You know, that's the power is there. The example is something drop in the water, waves are there. How is waves are going, the power is there. That is that's why is waves is happening. That's something drop in the water. That's a spark. No, that's why power is coming. That is why different in somewhere. There's a power is there. North and south like that. There's a earth also. Like that, magnetic, no? Magnetic power like that, different is there. Electric power also, you know, that's the, how is coming electric power? It's rotating in the different ends, no? A huge magnet rotating, no? Especially this power. Why we are talking this power? You see this existent field. How is thoughts power is? How is thought coming to power? No. You are looking the chair. You have field. Chair is existent field. Chair is there. How is that coming? That is why we are talking about power is there. Because something there, other side is someone is there. The existent field is there, alive field is other side. That is why. Very important this understand. What is this alive field? How is alive field is coming? Nobody is doing. No one is doing. That's a Tripitaka is there. That's a Sela Sutra. It's talk about this. Nahitang atta katam bimban, nahitang parakatanga. You also not doing. Nobody is doing. Systematically is happening. What is? Power is there. Existential field is there. Otherwise, LI field also there. So how is LI field? How is coming? Existential field? Where? So what is existential field? It's a chair. That is why. There's a power is there. You know, there's a power. After that, kindergarten time is happening this. It's the Buddha's word. Your eye is the world. Your nose is the world. Your ear is the world. Ear given you to sound world. No, I given this picture world. This sensor given you to this world. Your senses not working. You haven't a sound world because you are deaf. Your eye not working. You are blind. No, you can't see. So like that. This world is our senses. That is Buddha's word. Otherwise, Salata Loco Loco. This senses is your world. That's the meaning. This senses not working, you have a world. That's why. You also not there. Other side. This world is you. It's very important. So, someone understood this. What happened? What is we are talking about internal transformation? Power is disappearing because you know this is not real. It's a thinking world. It's not real. After power is fading. That's why defilements are fading. We are talking. That's the Buddha's word. That's the Buddha. But what Buddha want to do? End in the suffering, end in the sadness. It's happening. No. How is this happening? Because you know the truth. Easy, no? Yeah. Dhamma is very easy. Truth is to be feel. Yeah. Truth is not to understand. Truth is to be feel, but truth won't understand. No. First, you won't understand. Second, you can feel it. Feel is the truth. No. Feel is the truth. Knowledge is not the. Knowledge is knowledge is in your mind. Yeah, knowledge only in the mind. It's not truth. Knowledge can be changing. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. Lord Buddha, yeah, what should the Lord Buddha want to do? How is liberate the mind? No? That's why it's very important. Yeah. How to awaken? Yeah, how to awaken this dream? Yeah, yeah. How to feel beyond the sense? It's very important. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Otherwise, this is a freedom now. How after that is a tranquility. No, it's a peaceful mind. It's coming final. No. Yes, because someone understood the truth. He have a cage because no ego is there. He also not anywhere. Everything is like a nature because he know nobody is here. This is a system. It's a creating. It's very important this understand. That is why inside meditation is not a concentration meditation. Inside meditation is understanding one. That is why dependent origination very important to understand. First Dhamma discourses Buddha's one is Dhamma Chakkapavattana Sutra. Is the Tripitaka is there. You can realize Buddha's word. What is the Dhamma? Dependent origination. What is never heard before Dhamma? What's Buddha explained? The five teachers. It's not concentration method because five teachers are already know that. This important thing is experience. I think someone won't find the truth. He is doing concentration meditation. It's okay because he won't experience. After he know this concentration meditation is not the way. Yeah, it's okay. Calm and cool is calming, but it's not permanent. It's impermanent. Your posture is leg cross sitting and you are doing exhale and inhale and you are doing concentration meditation. At that time it's okay, but after you are wake up in the bhavana, what happens? You are in the normal life. You are in the normal life. There's the defilements. Defilements are not gone. Defilements is there. How is defilements are fading? How is defilements? Oh, you won't stop in the defilements. How is that happening? Understanding. Understand is the very important. But you don't misunderstood. You don't misunderstand because understand only this process. Someone won't first. You won't understand, but it's not the final. Final one is the feel. What's the feel? You are understanding how is this mind is creating, how is this alive feel is coming. After you can experience your inside, is ego is fading. Defilements are fading. Same this. That's why your inside coming tranquility. Is peaceful mind, calm and cool. Because nobody is here, you understand. After what's happened is okay. You haven't any inside any pain, inside any vibration, not happening. That's why finally you have cool mind. Mind is normally is happening. It's okay. Thoughts are normally coming. You can't stop it. But thought power is disappearing. That's the happening. Understand now. It's very important. That's why inside meditation is understanding. But not enough understanding, you won't experience. Satyajnana is the truth, is here. You won't understand how is creating these senses, how is coming the life feel, how his thoughts are coming. Right vision is very important. After you can experience it. That's a krutya. Buddha's word is krutya. Second one. You can experience it. Nobody here. Everything is happening systematically. After third one is, that's the effort, tranquility. It's very important, this one. Joel, no? Joel. Yes, Joel, do you understand what I said? This experience is important.
Yes, Aryan. Thank you. I want to feel it more.
Joel, you are Christian, no? It's okay, it's no problem. Mm, this Christian or Hindu or Muslim or yeah, it's a it's a religion. It's okay. This is not a religion. This is Joel. Joel, Joel. Now I think you understand. Joel, what's your really problem? What's your really question? Your internal. What is your experience?
My experience is like these days, I am really calm and cool with myself because before listening to them, I was like getting angry for certain things and getting mad. But after following this, I think
Yes, I agree.
uh, I have,
You're talking about Joel angry.
yeah,
How long you are here in this Dhamma?
for I think 1 week.
1 week. Last week or no?
One and
Couple
a
of
half
weeks.
weeks I've been here. Yeah.
It's okay. What you are finding? You are finding truth. What you want?
I
Yeah.
mean, like that, just to come out of the mind and live out of the mind without getting stuck in the mind.
Come out of the mind and what are you talking? Come out of the mind and
Come
yeah.
out of the mind and come
Yeah.
out of the senses and live in that, nice feeling, peaceful feeling.
No, Joel. We are not talking about like that. We are talking liberation of mind. No. Who is come out of the mind? Nobody is here. No. System is working now. Do you understand what I say? We are explaining. Nobody is here. System is working. Liberation of mind. Freedom of mind. Nobody is come out of the mind because nobody is here. That is the Buddha's explaining. None of them. System is working. Nobody is doing. Minds is also systematically happening. You see, someone concentration meditation is doing. He won't without the thoughts, but he can't stop that because it's happening. No, do you understand what I say?
Yes, Aryan.
Yeah, that is why. Otherwise, what is this? I think is uh, what is Christians? I think it's a Jesus. Uh, who's the Father? Who's the Son? Father is a nature. No, Son is a. We are the Son. No, that's a real Christian. No? Father is a nature. Who's the Son? Son is a. Everybody is a Son. No, because Father is a nature. System is a nature. System is a nature. System is a Father. Is a who's the Son? Son is everybody's Son. Yeah, who's after give after death? Someone happened death. After where is going? It's a nature now. That's why we are going to Father. So why we is a Christians are is a doing Papa Charna is a word is single word is Papa Char is a opening the everything everybody because inside everything is opening the no secret any inside. That's why nobody is here. That's why it's opening the everything. It's okay. Ego is disappearing. After no powers the thoughts. After what happened, that's the nature clause. That's why coming to the Father. That's a real Christian. No, nobody is doing this. Systematically is happening. But Jesus, no Jesus. It's a beginning. He's a end. No, what's the word? Is coming to Himal. So 14 years age, I think. That's the concentration doing. After going back and is talking about the truth. What's the truth? Is we are the son. The father is is the father is who is the father. Father is the nature. That's why we are the sons. So otherwise, loving talking about Jesus. What is the loving? Jesus talking about the loving. That's nobody is here. Everybody is same. That is why it's a real loving. Is asalvasita premakaram is a singular word. Is Buddha is talking about no Jesus talking about loving, loving to everyone. So after I think is first I think is this is the I think is the my feel my feel is Jesus talking about the Buddha same Dhamma truth. Jesus talking about. But people write in the book, various of books. Hindus are talking about the other book, Muslims are talking about the Quran, other book, and the Christians are talking about the other book, and the Buddhist guys also today also write in the book and talking about, but not the book reading here. The nature is the everything. That's the truth. I think religion is. I think it's a fail. 100 years sometimes. Sometimes it's okay. Religion is over. I think it's the coming to truth. Whole world because religion is a lie. It's not truth. It's not. It's not real because it's a programming. Hindus are talking other programming. Muslims are talking about the other programming. One God they are talking about other one. But Christians are talking about the other program. Buddhist guys also talking about the other program. This is not a program. That is why truth is no programming. No programming here is a blank sheet like that. Nobody is here, no one is here. System is working. That is the truth. Someone understood this. How what is this happening here? It's okay. No problem anywhere. Because nobody is here. Or nobody is here who's suffering. Who's sadness? Nobody is here. No. Who have sadness? Who have suffering? No suffering, no sadness. That's why tranquility is here. The system we want to understand is a system. What is the circle of birth? After death, nothing happen. Anything is not a truth. Someone is thinking after that everything is over. Everything is over. Someone's thinking, yeah, we don't want religion. Someone is talking about after death everything is over. I think it's not that's not the truth. You don't know the truth because the science is here. It's a vibration science. We are talking about the how is talking about the waves, vibes here. Vibes is power. Power is over. Is a circle of birth is also over. But circle of birth is happening because vibe is here. It's like a waves, like a electric waves, like a the satellite waves is a TV waves, radio waves. Our phone also waves have like that. Everybody humans we are talking about 800 million all world 8 billion humans. So they all of them have phones. The meaning is they have the numbers, phone number individually. The meaning is that that's a wave, no? Everyone have one wave. Everyone have a wave, no? Your number, what is your phone number? Everybody can call you because that's your wave. That's your number. This example is the phone number. But you know what I want to say? Does your mind also like this wave? This wave is systematically is happening. It's like a power. But power is disappearing. Your wave also disappearing. That's your end of the circle of birth. It's not happening. It's happening in everything. That's why we are explaining that because we have experience. We know that one is the happening here. That's why we are talking about that. We are not talking about the religion because religion is a Latin word. It's a religion after death. You are going somewhere. That's a religion. But Buddha's word is not that type of. Buddha's talking about that after death everything is over because you know the truth. Truth is nobody is here. You understood? Is a power is disappearing. Is over the wave. Wave have the power. That's why. It's not a religion here. It's a truth. The religion is we are talking about. Latin word is after death. Where are you going? The question is wrong. Why? Someone understood truth. You are not going anywhere because you are not also here. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. But wave is there. Yeah, that is you. That's your circle of birth. Wave is there. Power is gone. Wave is disappearing. After you are not anywhere. That's the truth. It's not a religion case. It's a truth. True Dhamma. It's not a Buddhism or anything. It's everybody is same. Everybody want to know the truth. Someone don't know the truth. It's like a blind. Otherwise, someone is talking. I don't want religion. I don't want religion. It's okay. You don't want religion. It's okay. But you are something happened to you. Fever or something injured or something happened. You don't like to death. You want to still here. Why? You are inside. Why? You want to still here because you are here. You are thinking, someone thinking after death everything is over. He don't know. He's talking. He don't want religion. But something happened to him. He don't like to death. He won't still here. But it's not happening. He's in suffering. He's in sadness. Sadness is there. Suffering is there. He's not ending the suffering and sadness. He's worried. That is why. The silly mind is